To judge from the occurrence of these vehicles in report after report, FOIA and otherwise, the FBI attached great significance to the Red Scout in which Jimmy Eagle had supposedly been seen, and also to that red pickup that S.A. Gary Adams had observed as it left the Jumping Bull property at 12:18, a few minutes after the execution of the agents. Reports of red cars go back to the previous March, when BIA officers visited the Pumpkin Seed residence, where Judy Pumpkin Seed had noticed a red International Scout after hearing shots fired in her direction. The BIA officers also noticed a red International Scout parked in the area where the FBI agents were later shot. Stated that their 2 BIA police cars chased this red International Scout to the residence of Richard Little. Estimated that there were 4 or 5 individuals in the truck at this time and they did not shoot at the BIA officers. Stated that their units discontinued the chase when the International Scout pulled into Little's residence. The only one of these individuals identified in the report was Jimmy Eagle. On April 10, in Rapid City, Leonard Peltier and June Little were seen riding in the back of a red and white Ford pickup. On June 25, BIA officer Ekafe, assisting agents Kohler and Williams, noted a red pickup with a white stripe parked at the Wallace Little residence. When they subsequently went to that residence, the vehicle was gone, and they were informed that Jimmy Eagle had just left in the red pickup. On June 26, within a half hour of the departure of the red pickup at 12:18 p.m., Richard Little turned up at the FBI BIA roadblock in a red Ford Ranchero. An hour later, a BIA officer saw Richard Little follow Wallace Little's red and white pickup once it had left the Jumping Bull property. On June 27, a red pickup was spotted at Mount Rushmore. On June 28, local resident Michael Rook stated that he has seen June Little driving the Red Scout on several occasions. On June 28, an interview was obtained from a youth named Rayford Feed Herman, who was married to a Jumping Bull granddaughter and delivered groceries to the old couple every day. He turned over to the FBI 7 rifles that had been removed from the Jumping Bull house after he had returned there with his wife's grandparents that first evening. The story in Oglala about the events of June 26, 1975, are that the men in the Red Scout are bodyguards for Dennis Banks. He advised that he knows that there have been several people living near the Jumping Bull residence and they live south of the residence. This group has been there about 1 month and includes 4 men and 4 women, but recently one of the women left for Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Of those staying near the Jumping Bulls, he knows only one name, and that is Dino, whom he has seen hauling water for the group in the Red Scout vehicle. Dino is described as an Indian male, age 31, 5'8" tall, slender build, dark complexion, dark shoulder-length hair. On June 29, an agent reported the discovery of a number of Ron Williams's personal effects at the base of a hill and approximately 200 yards to the east of a line of cars which included 1 Red Scout Jeep. On July 2, an inventory of items found in that vehicle, an International Harvester Scout, red in color, included a newsletter addressed to Wallace Little, Jr. On July 1, in Los Angeles, Director Kelly referred to the fact that some subjects or possible subjects were leaving the area in a red pickup, and this red pickup has become the subject of some concern in this investigation. On July 3, a bureau teletype referred again to the red Jeep in which Jimmy Eagle had reportedly been seen riding. On July 9, the Washington Post cited the importance of the red pickup that the agents had chased onto the Jumping Bull property. On July 9, Bruce Bo Little, or Little Sky, being served with a subpoena for a grand jury hearing on the Resmus case scheduled for July 14 in Rapid City, was pursued from a grave site overlooking the Wallace Little, Sr. ranch. Down the driveway to the Wallace Little, Sr. residence. At the bottom of the hill, Bruce Little stopped momentarily to speak to Wallace Little, Sr. driving a red Ford pickup. On July 12, Wanda Sears was located exiting from the Richard Little. Residents driving a red Jeep pickup truck. Upon motioning by Bureau agents, Sears stopped her vehicle in the driveway of Wallace Little, Sr. residence on the east side of Route 18. On July 12, agents observed a red Jeep pickup truck near the Weasel Bear House in Oglala. All these Red Scouts or Jeeps may well have been the same utility vehicle, in general use in the Little, Jumping Bull community, and found parked in the line of junked cars near the Y Fork after the shootout. However, it would be hard to confuse the short-bodied Jeep-like Scout with a red pickup truck. To add to the confusion, the unidentified witness who claimed he saw Richard Little at the scene of the shooting was himself driving a red-colored pickup. Wallace Little, Sr., owned a red and white Ford pickup, and the people in the AIM camp used a red and white Chevy Suburban van, belonging to Sam Loudhawk, which had been repaired and put back into service by Leonard Peltier. In contrast to this abundant evidence concerning the red pickup and Red Scout, scarcely a document makes any mention of the red and white van except as the getaway vehicle found in the camp. Yet by the time of Peltier's trial, the van had replaced those other vehicles. The prosecuting attorneys went so far as to insist that the red pickup was a phantom and the Red Scout a junked vehicle. It was almost as if the prosecution, not just the defense, had been denied all access to the inconvenient evidence in numerous FBI reports, one of which stated that the Scout started easily and was found to be operative. The line of junked cars in which the Scout was located was just below the Y Fork where the red and white van was now said to have halted, causing the agents to pull up down in the pasture. More interesting still, despite its protected position in the line of cars, the Scout contained approximately 10 bullet holes, while the red and white van had none. The FOIA documents reveal that the evidence against Peltier in those early weeks was minimal by comparison to the evidence against Eagle. Unless a valid first-hand witness identified Peltier as the killer but refused to confirm this on the witness stand, the only reasonable explanation of the conduct of the Resmas investigation was a political decision to give immunity to local Indians and blame the whole mess on outside AIM agitators, even to the extent of dismissing the weak case against Jimmy Eagle, who had a known propensity for violence, who had already been charged in his angry young life with beating, stabbing, shooting, assault, destruction of property, and cruelty to animals, who had been placed at the scene by several witnesses, and who had boasted of participating in the killings, according to not one witness but 5. An FBI teletype of July 27, the same day that Eagle's boasts had been transcribed, which deals with the Resmas information on Frank Blackhorse, also includes this fascinating paragraph. Michael Anderson appeared as scheduled before federal grand jury, Rapid City, South Dakota. Subpoena for Anderson's arrest as material witness will not be issued at this time. Other suppressed documents reveal that a subpoena was served on Anderson on July 9 through his brother Larry, and that Mike appeared as scheduled before a federal grand jury. Apparently Mike was released after the hearing, and apparently the agents stayed in touch with him, since it was Mike who told Gary Adams on August 11 that Jimmy Eagle had participated in the shootout. As already indicated, the Bureau had a report that Peltier and his men were present at Crow Dog's Paradise at the time of the Sun Dance, and possibly it depended on Mike Anderson to keep it informed of the group's movements during August. Bob Robideau was astonished that Mike Anderson fell as early as July. "He never got out of our sight long enough," Robideau exclaimed when I mentioned the FOIA document. He thought that another Oglala suspect named Robert Anderson, a white man whose fingerprints were located on the scene, might possibly have been confused with Mike. But the suspect list of July 23 included all the names of Peltier's group except those of the other 2 young Navajos. These 2 names and these 2 only were also omitted from Mike Anderson's statement to the FBI in Wichita 2 months later. They could have convened the grand jury in Pierre, which is only an hour away from Rosebud, Bruce Ellison says. They could have brought a plane into Mission, had him back on the residential in about 4 hours. Peltier just shakes his head. He speculates that some FBI informer must have approached Mike while the group was at Crow Dogs, and threatened him unless he cooperated. "We're pretty shocked. We just don't know how it could have happened, how he could have got away long enough to do it." "We're trying to get hold of that grand jury transcript, but they're not going to give it to us. If that statement had done them any good, it would have showed up in the trials. Anyway, it sure looks like it happened." Inevitably, Peltier's defenders must suspect that this frightened boy was the unknown informant who gave whatever credibility it had to the government's case, and that fear of exposure as well as fear of prison accounted for his desperate performance on the stand at Peltier's trial. Yet it is clear that the AIM fugitive from Wisconsin had been singled out for prosecution even before Anderson was subpoenaed for the grand jury hearings in July. As the Rapid City FBI office reported to Washington on July 17, one of the primary goals of its investigation was to develop information to lock Peltier and Black Horse into this case. To this end, apparently, the Red Scout would be discounted, and Jimmy Eagle with it, in favor of a vehicle that could be associated with Leonard Peltier. By late September 1975, Rapid City was reporting that Norman Brown had identified the white over red 1966 Chevy van as the one chased onto the property by the doomed agents, a claim entirely unsupported by the FBI's own interviews with Brown or by any statement that Brown made, then or later. It is also missing from all interviews and statements made by Mike Anderson prior to the rooftop tale of the orange and red and white vehicle that the special prosecutor elicited at Fargo. Like the Myrtle Poor Bear affidavits and the Coward sighting, the red and white van came into prominence because of the absence of good evidence that could lock Peltier into the case. The documents cited above are by no means the only ones that would justify an appeal for a new trial. Others cast light on the disputed connection between the damaged AR-15 rifle recovered from Rob Ido's exploded station wagon on the Kansas Turnpike and the .223 shell casing allegedly found in the trunk of Kohler's car, which, keeping in mind that no evidence or testimony associated Peltier with that particular AR-15 in the first place, and that even FBI expert Evan Hodge acknowledged that at least 3 AR-15s were involved in the shootout, represented the sum total of the ballistics evidence against him. To repeat the opinion of Hultman's associate, Lynn Crooks, that casing was perhaps the most important piece of evidence in this case. The Court of Appeals referred to it as critical evidence against Peltier, and said that a crucial question in this case was whether the .223 casing found in Kohler's trunk was fired from the AR-15 found in Wichita. As will be recalled from testimony at the Fargo trial, an FBI lab report of October 31, 1975, signed by Evan Hodge, stated that this casing could not be linked to that damaged AR-15. Not until months later, after strangely delayed tests, did Hodge arrive at the opposite conclusion. His report appeared on February 10, 1975, just 4 days after Peltier's capture, in good time for an affidavit prepared for Peltier's extradition hearings in Vancouver. The extreme suspicion with which Hodge's tests were regarded by the defense turns out to have been well-founded. Among the FOIA documents is a bureau teletype to the director concerning an earlier FBI lab report of October 2, 1975, a copy of which was sent to Agent Hodge. Point 223. Casings not identifiable with AR-15. Rifle located in vehicle which exploded on Kansas Turnpike September 10, 1975. Laboratory requested to compare all. Point 223. Casings with AR-15. Rifle located AL Runnings property September 11, 1975. And submitted to laboratory September 15, 1975. Presumably, all .223 casings, in the urgent Resmas investigation, meant just that, and obviously the negative tests made with the AR-15 found on the running property were repeated with the third AR-15, recovered in Oregon on November 14. 3. The urgency of the October 2 teletype, and the urgency of all the FOIA documents relating to the ammunition components and the weapons, make it more difficult than ever to believe that the only .223 casing found in the immediate vicinity of the bodies, which as we have seen was missing from the original list of ammunition components found at the scene, and missing from the original charter jet shipment of important evidence components sent to Washington in early July, was also Missing from the AL.223 casings submitted for testing, that not until about the end of 1975, beginning of 1976 did Hodge finally get around to his second test with the Kansas rifle. The firing pin test that would have been definitive, Hodge said at Fargo, was simply not possible on the damaged gun recovered on the Kansas Turnpike, but by removing the bolt from this half-melted rifle and test firing it in another AR-15, he was able to make an extractor test that positively identified the casing from Kohler's car trunk as having been loaded into and extracted from the Kansas weapon. Until this theoretical connection had been made, of course, there was no point in proceeding to the even more theoretical connection between that particular AR-15 and Leonard Peltier. In order to make these connections, however, Hodge's final formal report in February 1976 had to ignore another document of October 2, 1975, in the form of a cable from the FBI director to the Rapid City office which preceded the AL.223 casings teletype quoted before. Among other things, this cable transmitted a lab finding that the Kansas Turnpike AR-15 contains a different firing pin than that in the rifle used at the Resmus scene, that is, in the rifle that fired that critical .223 bullet. This fact blows away the last shred of credibility attached to that most important piece of evidence, which had such a peculiar history in the first place. In effect, the ballistics evidence against Leonard Peltier is worthless. As Peltier says, they just manufactured a murder weapon. It's as simple as that. The FOIA documents also reveal considerable discrepancies in the findings of the pathologists Bloemendahl and Noguchi, among which Bloemendahl's opinion, which Noguchi was called in to contest, that the bullet that killed Williams was probably not from a high-velocity weapon, is the most significant, since it suggests two different weapons and two different killers. Finally, there is additional evidence, if any were needed, of the dishonest origins of the 302s and affidavits furnished by a good half-dozen special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, whose purpose it was not to investigate but to lock Peltier into this case. In a pre-trial hearing on February 14, 1977, Special Prosecutor Evan Hultman assured Judge Paul Benson that there has been literally total disclosure in this case. Hultman told the court, "I am saying very straightforward and honestly, Your Honor, that there is very little, if anything, to my knowledge, by way of evidence. In fact, all the documents, literally all the 302s literally, are within their possession right now." Did Hultman believe this? If so, it appears that many documents were withheld from the prosecution. In the light of the FOIA documents, Mr. Hultman's statement to a reporter in 1981 that if I knew the FBI was doing that stuff I'd go after those sons of bitches just as hard as I went after Peltier is as perplexing as his conclusion that the case against Jimmy Eagle was a weak one. It is in this interview that he says, "There's no doubt in my mind that Peltier shot the agents. He was the enforcer on the reservation, everyone knew that." Hultman's everyone brings this argument full circle to Held's statement about all those witnesses. Who were they? If even one genuine witness had been willing to testify, would Myrtle Poor Bear have turned up in this case at all? Or Bragg? Or Harper? Considering the ambiguous and at times farcical nature of much of the testimony he had to deal with in two Resmus trials and an appeals court hearing, Hultman's conviction that Peltier shot the agents can only reflect a stubborn and uncritical acceptance of the FBI's prior assumption of Peltier's guilt, and also a tolerance of the Bureau's attitude that the same Indian's conviction would justify even such means as coercion and perjury and ruined lives. 4. Predictably, the U.S. Justice Department sees no significance in these FOIA documents. There is simply no new evidence, declares Lynn Crooks, denouncing Peltier's appeal for a new trial as ridiculous. 5. At least by comparison with his associates, Siekma and Crooks, Evan Curley Hultman won a certain respect from his opponents, who granted him a mild interest in truth and justice. As special prosecutor in both Resmus trials, he was better qualified than anyone else to answer certain disturbing questions, and my hope was that since he was no longer a U.S. attorney, he might be persuaded to check my material for accuracy as well as bias and offer some general conclusions on the case. In a friendly telephone conversation, Mr. Hultman agreed to an interview, suggesting, however, that I send my questions in a letter before coming to see him in Waterloo, Iowa. I asked Mr. Hultman some tough but not antagonistic questions, concluding my letter as follows. I'm persuaded by our talk on the telephone that you will understand what I am getting at here: the erosion of ethics and even morality in agencies and institutions that all Americans would like to hold in highest respect and esteem. What I really need is your honest opinion and insight, as a uniquely qualified observer of one of the most complex and interesting trials of our time. Needless to say, if you feel you cannot answer some of these questions candidly, that is understandable, but if all of them go unanswered, then they are going to be left hanging in the book, and I cannot believe that the U.S. Justice Department or its agencies will emerge the better for it, although I intend to be fair as possible. In the People article, you declared that if you thought those sons of bitches had been fabricating evidence, you would go after them just as hard as you went after Peltier, yet you know they fabricated evidence. Isn't that true? Without meaning to play the devil's advocate here, I suggest to you respectfully, not impertinently, that your duty as a leading citizen of your state, a former U.S. attorney, a brigadier general in the U.S. Army Reserves, etc., and most of all to yourself, requires you to be candid about the background of this case, and its implications for the good health of American justice. Whether Leonard Peltier is guilty or not cannot be determined fairly by a jury if the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office and perhaps even the federal judges are in agreement that the desired conviction justifies unfair means. And whether Leonard Peltier is guilty or not, that seems to me an unavoidable conclusion, not only from the evidence of the Fargo trial but from the FOIA documents that have come to light since. Mr. Hultman decided that my questions were asking him to retry and defend the government's case in a news or literary forum, which, as he pointed out, he had no obligation to do. He declined to answer them. In my professional and personal opinion, his letter concluded, I truly believe that Leonard Peltier had a fair trial and is guilty of the charge. Chapter 18. In Marion Penitentiary. I have tried to make it clear that there was no Indian outbreak in 1890–91, and that such trouble as we had may justly be charged to dishonest politicians, who through unfit appointees first robbed the Indians, then bullied them, and finally in a panic called for troops to suppress them. From my first days at Pine Ridge, certain Indians and white people had taken every occasion to whisper into my reluctant ears the tale of wrongs, real or fancied, committed by responsible officials. To me these stories were unbelievable from the point of view of common decency. I held that a great government such as ours would never condone or permit such practices while standing in the relation of guardian to a race made helpless by lack of education and of legal safeguards. At that time, I had not dreamed what American politics really is. It appears that they are anxious to pass on their religion, but keep very little of it for themselves. Ohisa. The old Lakota was wise. He knew that man's heart, away from nature, becomes hard. He knew that lack of respect for growing, living things soon led to lack of respect for humans too. Luther Standing Bear. In February 1980, after the Los Angeles trial, Leonard Peltier was returned to Marion, where he was placed immediately in solitary. After 2 weeks, he was transferred to the general prison population, due to a letter-writing campaign by his supporters that apparently persuaded the authorities not to invite an overdue investigation. Since then, he has been threatened repeatedly with the control unit, and his friends believe that his life is still in danger. In the opinion of Peltier's old Milwaukee associate, Herb Paulus, who served a 3-year term in the federal penitentiary at Terre Haute, Indiana, for his AIM activities, the U.S. government and its law enforcement agencies would like to see Peltier dead, not because he is guilty of anything but because he is a symbol of the free spirit of our Indian people, a spirit that has been passed on from generation to generation, from grandmother to grandmother, to the yet unborn. This spirit the white man is blind to because it is inbred. It is the spirit of the soul, it is the spirit of caring and sharing and of being willing to give up your life if necessary. Whatever the degree of his guilt or innocence, Leonard Peltier had this crazy horse spirit and seemed to inspire it in other people, even a tough, sly convict such as Robert Hugh Wilson. At first I had doubted that a long-term inmate with a painful back condition, so vulnerable to retribution, would expose his keepers as he had tried to do at the trial in Los Angeles. The very act of confiding the plot to Peltier, after all, could have been part of the plot itself, intended to scare this man into an escape attempt that would cost his life. On the other hand, one must ask why, if Standing Deer was lying, a dangerous cop killer with a maximum security classification was suddenly transferred to a minimum security correctional institution such as Lompoc. 1. Standing Deer's actions and statements, like the hard-nosed reckless candor of this letter, speak for themselves. I've wondered myself what there is about Leonard that made me unable to participate in his murder. I had seldom deliberately acted against my own interests up to that point in my life. I have killed men before and there is nothing in my personal code that prohibits killing. I would say there are two reasons that Leonard survived. 1. I have spent most of my life trying to be accepted by my own people, and 2. I have always hated policemen since I was old enough to think, and the idea of cooperating with them was repugnant to me. I started life as an American Indian. I spoke Choctaw and Oneida before I spoke United States. My grandmother on my father's side spoke only Choctaw. She held me when I was an infant and sang songs in Choctaw and talked to me in Choctaw. I spoke to my mother's mother in Oneida. This felt good and I was happy with Indians. My mother's people were in Wisconsin and my father's people were in southeastern Oklahoma. I don't know when my mother started teaching me United States, but I was reading it when I was 3.5. I read Lincoln's Gettysburg Address over an Oklahoma City radio station at this age. My mother wanted to make a freak out of me. She forbade my brother and sister and me from speaking our native language. She would not let us discuss our grandparents or the Klan. She always spoke of them with scorn. She wanted us to hate everything Indian and to think of ourselves as white people. I was beaten by my father to get all the Indian out of me. I don't know how they did this, Peter, but when I was about 6 years old we were driving in the country near Shawnee, Oklahoma. I was in the car with my father, mother, brother, and sister. I looked out the window and saw 2 Indian boys running and I hollered in surprise, "Look, there go some Indians." I really didn't know our skins were as dark or darker than the boys running beside the car. We lived in a white neighborhood and went to a white school. My mother and sister were both color-struck. I was lighter-skinned than my brother, therefore I was better. My father was an auditor for the United States Indian Service. USIS was the agency before the BIA. My father graduated from Haskell Institute at Lawrence, Kansas. Somehow all his friends were white. I was taught to fight anyone who called me an Indian. I was taught to beat them until they agreed to call me an American. I beat people until I was about 15 years old, and by then my brother and me were so well known in northwestern Oklahoma City that everybody knew we were Americans. I caught on when I was about 6, shortly after the incident of seeing the Indian boys, that it was all sick and that for some reason I was being required to hate a part of myself that I remembered was good, so I kept up the charade because I was too desperate to be accepted and approved by my mother to go against it, but I knew it was something I had to get away from. I escaped for the first time when I was 12 years old. I went to southeastern Oklahoma where my father's people were. It was a great feeling, but I was recaptured after 2 weeks and returned to Oklahoma City. I escaped again when I was 15 years old and went to Wisconsin with my mother's people. The consensus in both Oklahoma and Wisconsin was that my parents were crazy. I couldn't have agreed more heartily with that determination. From 15 to 17 I ran away from home several times, always going where there were some Indians. I was never accepted around Indians who weren't relatives because I did not know how to act. I no longer remembered the language or customs. I was an outsider. I married a white girl in 1951 and lived in Oklahoma City, where I had several arrests for possession of stolen property and minor offenses. In 1963, I received my first prison sentence. I was sentenced to 10 years in Leavenworth for interstate transportation of counterfeit securities. I served from March 28, 63 to February 11, 70 in Leavenworth. On November 30, 71 I was charged with armed robbery and larceny of an auto in Oklahoma City. I was sentenced to 25 years in the state penitentiary. On July 27, 1973 I was involved in a $21 million riot during which the state prison was burned to the ground. I was on deadlock solitary confinement for a year, during which time my 5x8 cell door was never opened. On April 29, 1975 I took over a bus when the guards were attempting to transport me, and I was on escape until April 6, 1976. I was recaptured in Chicago. It was on June 3, 1975 that a police officer in Oklahoma City was shot following a robbery, and I was accused of the shooting. This resulted in 7 indictments being filed against me, each carrying a possible life sentence. These were the charges that Capt. Carey and the stranger had dismissed in the Peltier case. I was tried and convicted of a $40,000 bank robbery in Indianapolis and sentenced to 15 years. I was tried for interstate transportation of stolen jewelry in Chicago and sentenced to 10 years concurrent. I was tried and convicted for a $279,000 jewel robbery in Houston and given 3 concurrent life sentences. I am indicted on a $51,000 bank robbery in St. Louis, which is pending, along with several other bank robberies. The FBI has written on court documents considered by the FBI to be the most dangerous individual ever apprehended in Chicago. So when I was approached by Carey and the other man, I had just returned from trial in Houston where I got 3 life sentences. I have never cooperated with the police in my life, but because of the physical suffering I was going through, I talked with them. After thinking it over, I thought I had a chance to actually get free. When they offered to parole me to Oklahoma, that is the same as setting me free. I can escape from Oklahoma. I hated myself for going along with them because of my hatred for police. But I didn't know Leonard Peltier from a sack of apples, and if that would get me to Oklahoma, I was willing to kill him. When I got on the yard with Leonard on the 4th of July, 1978, I had intended to start trying to get close to him. It had occurred to me to tell him, but I had never seriously considered doing it. Leonard was hypnotic in his talking that day. I saw in him everything I could never be. He was loved by his people and he was dedicated to them. I saw my life as a lie, and I knew that I was being offered a chance to redeem myself with my people by giving them the gift of this man's life. I knew I would die if I betrayed the United States, but I knew I wouldn't want to live if I didn't. So I told him. That decision has caused me a lot of misery, but I can't say I regret having made it. My grandfather named me Standing Deer when I was very small. I took my name Standing Deer back when I came back to my people. Standing Deer's courage in risking the anger of the authorities can scarcely be overestimated, and the same loyalty to Peltier was displayed by Bobby Garcia, who apparently sacrificed his own chance to escape. In drawing attention to himself that night at Lompoc, Garcia must have known that he might be returned to the control unit at Marion, which he had told Peltier he would not survive. Peltier describes Garcia as a no bullshit person, but not hard. He is as gentle as he is potentially violent. In prison, Garcia became a painter and a poet, and his poetry is full of yearning for that sunlight that made him so happy when he got to Lompoc. Morning Song. Oh, heart, you are my eyes, for I cannot see through steel and concrete walls. Oh, sun who caresses and warms me in my dreams. Shine on her your sunshine, for I give her my heart with all my sorrow. The breeze is walking in the valley and caressing all the flowers. This is the first morning song in the world, and I am listening to you from deep in my heart. Oh sun, caress me too. This poem was written on February 11, 1980, after Garcia's return to the control unit. A few weeks later, he and Standing Deer were transferred to the federal penitentiary in Terre Haute, where for some reason they were placed in the same cell. Bobby and me were Chellies from March 12 to April 17, 1980. I have no idea why they put him in my cell when there were 6 other units and over 600 other cells available. My guess is they hoped we might kill each other. Any 2 men living in a cage 9 feet long and 6 feet wide might be tempted to, but if there was a distrust it could be magnified under those conditions to paranoia. Unfortunately for the correctional criminals, there was no distrust between us, and instead of eliminating any of their problems we created more by demanding our religion and organizing a strong Indian group. On April 17, they kidnapped Bobby and took him to Marion. They returned him to Terre Haute on May 29, but they put him in a unit clear across the penitentiary from my unit. They refused to let us live in the same unit, much less the same cell from that time on. On August 1, in the course of a transfer to another prison, Standing Deer says, he was attacked by a deputy sheriff and a prison trustee, and had to wrest a knife from his jailer's hand. Back in Terre Haute, Standing Deer walks the prison yard with Bobby, as Standing Deer wrote in one of his more oratorical public letters, and together they await what fate the United States has in store for them. Death at the hands of the government will be the inevitable reward for exposing the government conspiracy to assassinate Leonard Peltier. Standing Deer was not the only one who felt endangered. Defense witnesses Don Richardson and David Owens, in transit from Los Angeles, were repeatedly beaten by their guards in the hole at Leavenworth, and Richardson was brutally beaten again in the Marion Control Unit on April 28, 1980, when 10 guards who had put down a food tray throwing protest selected 5 of the offenders for special attention, taking them one by one into another room for truncheoning. Afterward, these 5 sought the aid of lawyers of the church-supported Marion Prisoners' Rights Project, in Carbondale, which filed a class action suit against the Marion authorities on their behalf. The guards have said we attacked them, said one of the plaintiffs, who claimed he was left in his cell for 3 days before being hospitalized for cuts and bruises on his back, head, and legs. But look, no man in his right mind would dare attack a goon squad in Marion when his hands are handcuffed behind his back. No man would be crazy enough, I don't care if he's a lobotomy case. You're standing up against somebody who's a tank, he's armed and he's ready to hurt you. 3. We work with some difficult people here, and we expect that from time to time they will make these allegations against us, explained Richard G. Phillips, the warden's executive assistant, and the man with whom I had to deal for permission to visit Peltier. This permission could be denied while the inmate was in solitary, and Phillips appeared to be doing his best to keep Peltier out of reach. Ever since his return from Los Angeles, in February 1980, Leonard had been one of the few among more than 400 inmates in Marion Penitentiary who were denied contact visits in the regular visitors' room, even when he was not in solitary in the hole. March 6, 80 I went before the committee, and they said the sentence I received in LA was only a recommendation, and another hearing will be pending in about 6 months. In the meantime I stay in the hole, or as the committee likes to call it, administrative detention. I have someone here who wants me to be her old man. She shaved her legs today and said feel them. I said get the hell out of here, what a world. Tell everyone to write. And I love them. And I miss them. March 20, 80 No matter what punishment they dish out to me I'll always keep my sense of humor and keep laughing. I made myself a promise a long time ago. They will never take that. March 26, 80 Mail tonight. Some literature asking for funds to support John Anderson for president. Ha. 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 April 14, 80 No one. And I mean, no one is appointed to anything. They earn their leadership. They must think I'm weak or stupid. Razor knows how I am dedicated to the struggle, and not even my own mother will get in the way from keeping me working until liberation is won. I have not come this far to let my family disrupt our work now. April 22, 80 I received my control unit hearing papers yesterday. Still an indefinite sentence. I imagine Bobby has received his also. Conditions are getting worse instead of better down in the control unit. Beatings are becoming a regular thing in there and here in the hole. August 11, 80 As you know, my dad brought my daughter Lisa, and hey, I'm not saying this with any bias because she's mine, but is she ever beautiful? She's got my dad, her grandpa, wrapped around her little finger and also me. I spoke a couple of days ago with some Mexican brothers that came from TH and said Bobby was doing good. Standing Deer was just through the other day, going to Leavenworth for a trial. 4. In this same period, assisted by the Carbondale attorneys, Peltier and other members of the Inmate Advisory Council formed a law project to advise prisoners of their legal rights in prison. On September 7, his name appeared at the head of a list of over 300 convicts who were petitioning to hold sweat lodge ceremonies and a sun dance, and when, on September 15, a prisoners' strike occurred in the prison industries because of beatings by guards and other offenses, the law project was blamed by R.G. Phillips for this work stoppage. Eventually Peltier was convicted of inciting a riot and running an illicit business. On these administrative convictions, he was returned to solitary for another 30 days. By keeping Peltier shut up in the hole, Phillips was able to obstruct or prevent visits by people such as myself who might be sympathetic to his cause. We were corresponding, however, and on November 25, the same day that Nilak Butler and Archie Fire Lame Deer presented his case before the 4th Bertrand Russell Tribunal in Rotterdam, Leonard wrote an excited letter about some of the FOIA material being turned up by his Washington, D.C., attorneys. In an ordinary criminal case this would be an automatic reversal and a new trial would be ordered. Unfortunately for myself, this is a political case. And I am willing to bet my life the government will not order a new trial or even consider the legal issue. Clearly, he was trying hard not to get his hopes up. I fully realize and understand that none of this is a guarantee it will get me released from prison, which I cannot truthfully say is not my main concern. On December 1, Bobby Garcia was removed from the general prison population in Terre Haute. Nobody has been able to learn why he was locked up, but I fear for his safety. Standing Deer wrote to a law project attorney named James Roberts 2 days later. I tried calling you but they said all the lawyers were tied up in St. Louis, so I tried to call Bruce Ellison, Louis Gurwitz, Dennis Banks, Russell Means, and Archie Fire Lame Deer but I couldn't find anybody. I would appreciate it very much if you would attempt to contact Warden Ray J. Lipman here at Terre Haute and see if they have decided to kill Bobby. Another inmate, named Fidel Ramos, who lived and worked in Garcia's cell unit and spoke to him at some length every day, was also concerned about Garcia's sudden removal from the unit, for which there seemed to be no reason. At this time Bobby Garcia was doing legal work and research on his case pertaining his transfer from the New Mexico State Penitentiary to the control unit located in the federal facility at Marion. Also during this time Bobby was preparing a painting. He was very involved in this painting and did not show any emotional instability. On the morning of December 1, 1980, after Bobby Garcia had completed his work assignment, Mr. Robert Perdue called Bobby and was having a discussion with him. During this conversation there were no indications that the discussion being held was hostile. At this time Bobby was placed in segregation. On December 13, Bobby Garcia was found dead in his cell in Terre Haute's N2 unit, located in, but not a part of, the prison hospital. Prison authorities said that they did not know how long he had been dead, but according to an inmate in the unit at that time, the guards could readily have heard the death throes of Garcia, since their office was just across the corridor. Herb Paulus, who spent time in that cell block during his stay in Terre Haute, says that it had 24-hour TV scanning, no sheets, and an hourly cell count. Nevertheless, the official report claimed that Garcia had died of self-inflicted fractures of the neck and secondary strangulation, caused by hanging himself from the neck on a twisted sheet from the low bars of his cell window. 6. Apparently to silence any rumors, All other prisoners were removed from N2 unit after the death and scattered out to other prisons. These transfers occurred after Standing Deer had organized a black armband demonstration in the prison yard. There was an evil tension in the mess hall and there were more guards than was usual. All the prisoners were talking about Bobby and wanted to know what we should do. When I got back to my unit, I got together with my friends and suggested that we wear black armbands until Bobby was returned to Mother Earth. 8 of us began cutting up black t-shirts and other black materials for armbands. We put the word out to the entire prison, and at breakfast on December 14th there were many people with black armbands. By the evening meal there were men of all races honoring Bobby. On Monday, December 15th, 2 guards came to my quarters and told me the chief correctional supervisor wanted to see me. When I got to the CCS office there were 2 men present. One man said his name was Martin K. Riggin and the other was named Inman. They said they were FBI agents and both flashed their buzzers. I told them I did not want to be interviewed, but Riggin told me they were investigating the possible murder of Bobby Jean Garcia. I believed them. They asked me what I knew about it, and so I told them about the threat Lipman made on Bobby's life in November. I told them about Bobby's trouble on December 1st with Unit MGR. Purdue. When I slowed down, Riggin said, "There is absolutely no connection between the suicide and the Peltier case. You are hysterical. What you need is a good old-fashioned lobotomy." I left the CCS office and returned to my cell after talking shitty to them. On the night of the 15th the Indian brothers had a drum and prayer ceremony for Bobby's spirit. The drum could be heard over much of the prison. About 8 a.m. 4 guards came to my cell and told me that I was wanted in the hospital on a small matter. They escorted me to the hospital and down the elevator to the basement where Lt. Mustaine and other guards were waiting with handcuffs, belly chains, and leg irons. I was chained and put in a vehicle and driven straight to Springfield. The psychologist admitted that I was sent to Springfield simply to get me out of Terre Haute following Bobby's death. He was the only staff member that even acknowledged there was a person named Bobby Jean Garcia. Michael McGrath, the white man who was in N2, was transferred to Marion, and the 12 Cubans who were on N2 were also transferred out of Terre Haute. Standing Deer had no doubt at all that Bobby Garcia had been murdered, and he didn't mind saying so in a letter that he knew would be scrutinized by prison authorities. Ray Lipman, the warden of Terre Haute, lied about the reason Bobby was locked up on December 1, 1980. He lied about why Bobby was transferred to N2 on December 12, 1980. He lied about the reasons the 13 prisoners in N2 were in N2. He lied about why the 13 prisoners were transferred following Bobby's murder. He lied about why I was kidnapped and brought to Springfield on December 16, 1980. Ray Lipman was the associate warden in charge of custody at Leavenworth in January of 1979. David Owen's affidavit showed that Lipman had knowledge of the conspiracy to assassinate Leonard. Please acknowledge receipt of this. In the spirit of Crazy Horse. Standing Deer. 7. Because of the implied threat by the FBI men, Standing Deer feared that he might be subjected to a lobotomy in the medical facility at Springfield, Missouri, but he was soon transferred to the Lewisburg Penitentiary with his brain intact, to judge from his energetic letters. He's an old con, and he's careful, he knows how to take care of himself. But so did Bobby, says Attorney Roberts, whose investigations have convinced him that Garcia did not take his own life. Apart from the near impossibility of persisting in self-suffocation when the hands are not tied and the feet can touch the floor, the autopsy revealed 8 different drugs in Garcia's system, mostly barbiturates, 2 of which were contraindicated, that is, not to be prescribed at the same time. All this suggested that Garcia had been drugged into a stupor and then hanged, and his friends demanded a coroner's inquest to lay the foundation for a charge of murder. On December 18, Bobby Jean Garcia was returned to Mother Earth in Colorado, in traditional ceremonies conducted by Leonard Crow Dog. The funeral had been arranged by Leonard Peltier. When he got the news, 5 days before, Peltier was sitting in the dining hall with Alan Iron Moccasin, who was also a good friend of Garcia. Naturally our first response was of disbelief that he would take his own life. No one will ever make me believe otherwise than that had some involvement, either directly or indirectly. When I returned to my cell, I laid on my bunk and said to myself, the dirty bastards murdered him. Peltier made a public statement that was circulated by his defense committee: in case something happens to me, I want you to know that I have no intentions of committing suicide. Never. Nor do I need any drugs for any illnesses. If something happens to me, it will not be by my own hands. And Standing Deer wrote in an open letter, I know Bobby didn't commit suicide and they know I know. I am refusing all food and drugs I can't identify. The doctor removed me from the medication I can identify and I am afraid of being poisoned or incapacitated to the point I won't be able to defend my life. The door to my cell is steel and it completely soundproofs the cell. If they intend to kill me, this is the best place. Meanwhile, 2 guards had declared that beatings did indeed take place at Marion, just as the striking prisoners had claimed. This unwelcome publicity, followed quickly by the court order for restoration of visitation rights to Law Project attorneys, may have encouraged the authorities in a more lenient attitude toward Peltier, since permission for my own visit was now granted. Media interest in the case was growing fast, due to increasing attention from Washington, D.C. Most of the senators who had spoken up for Indians in recent years, Abu Rezk, McGovern, Bay, Church, had been targeted and crushed by the dead weight of the moral majority that had swept President Reagan into power, but a number of young congressmen were trying to help. After Garcia's death, Congressman Ron Dellums had issued a public letter to prison authorities, warning that Peltier and Wilson must be protected. The House Judiciary Committee under Don Edwards was considering hearings on FBI behavior on the reservations, and Congressman Toby Moffett and Wish Fowler had endorsed a petition by Peltier supporters for presidential commutation of his sentence. ABC TV and People magazine were seeking interviews, and so was actor Robert Redford, whose interest in the story was intensified by the environmental issues in the background of the case. In his trial at Fargo, Peltier's attorneys had not had access to the FOIA documents. Even so, Peltier feels they were giving him poor representation. I knew I was in trouble and maybe there was still some hope of them beating the case, so I kept my mouth shut. My life was at stake, and that is just what it cost me, my life, because as every prisoner believes, the day I entered prison, I died. When his sentence was appealed before the 8th District Circuit Court in 1978, his primary counsel was William Kunstler. Subsequently, Michael Tigar and John Privatera, in Washington, D.C., prepared the appeal that the Supreme Court refused to hear the following year, and also secured the FOIA documents that would be the basis of his appeal for a new trial. The appeal would be prepared by Bruce Ellison, in association with Kunstler, Privatera, and Louis Gurwitz. A young soft-spoken lawyer of Jewish background who has moved permanently to the Black Hills from the East, Ellison wears his hair in a long Indian braid as a token of his fierce endorsement of the cause of the traditional Lakota people. For a long time after his arrival in South Dakota, a few days after the shootout at Oglala, he received overt threats on his life, and when I first knew him, I was wary of a certain weakness for conspiracies and unwarranted conclusions. Since then, I had learned that the violent circumstances on Pine Ridge would have been very difficult to exaggerate, and that Ellison had usually been right. On February 21, 1981, I accompanied Ellison across the brown and yellow riverlands of southern Illinois, heading west from the old coal mining community of Carbondale through tired farm country and blackish lumpy wastes of reclaimed mining land where only poverty grass has been able to take hold. Entering a government reservation, the country road became a sweeping drive, and a small stone plaque, discreet as any headstone, identified these well-mowed premises as U.S. Penitentiary Marion. The institution itself was hidden from the public by the winter woods, and its bristling glint and strange hard lines, when finally it came in view, made it look like a crashed space lab, now abandoned. Under a flat sun and a watery blue sky, a silver light glanced off the concrete ramparts, as if the whole 26-acre complex were made of steel. Over windowless walls, a water tower loomed like a blue mushroom cloud on its long steel blue stem, and guard towers like pylons jutted at random, dominating unseen yards full of captive men. While still a considerable distance off, the car was challenged by a big slow voice that seemed to descend on us out of the sky. "Can we help you?" the voice demanded, with an edge suggesting that if the small car proceeded 1 foot farther, it might be incinerated by laser beams of retribution. When Ellison offered up our names to an intercom device beside the road, the voice conveyed electronic disappointment. "Ain't you supposed to have a Redford with you?" it inquired. Ellison informed it that Redford would be arriving in perhaps 2 weeks. "Is that the actor Redford?" Bruce said it was. "Oh boy," the voice said, in sepulchral tones. In an admissions building not unlike a tourist information center, we were greeted politely and signed in by a friendly fellow American in a fine sports jacket, who beckoned us through a security door at the end of the red carpet on the gleaming floor. Marion is proud of its sophisticated electronic surveillance, which includes this device so sensitive to metal that belts and boots must be removed in order to get past. Beyond the scanner, the guard at a heavy locked steel portal admitted us to a glass tunnel, and the tunnel passed through a huge rolling wave of electrified barbed wire that explains why not a single inmate has gone over the wall since this place replaced Alcatraz as the nation's highest security prison, in 1963. 8. Inside the wire is a moat of tight mowed grass, then the concrete walls of the inner prison, which is entered through a second electronic portal of thick steel. Beyond this door is the visitors area, which resembles a waiting room in a municipal airport, or perhaps a bus station. Big junk food machines, sallow restrooms, and a lounge of shiny orange and white plastic tables and chairs, monitored by 2 guards with hip radios and occupied by a few inmates and their visitors. A black convict sat in contented quiet, holding hands with his family. 2 middle-aged white ones with cropped hair and tattooed arms played cards with middle-aged lady friends or wives, and a younger white man with a beard sat with his girl. Though these 2 scarcely spoke, there was something she was trying to get across, and vice versa. 10 days before our visit, Peltier had been returned to the hole on a 60 to 90-day sentence for alleged participation in a riot. Since coming to Marion, he has spent almost 2/3 of his time in solitary. In the year since his return here, 9 months have been spent alone, despite the fact that he has tried to be a polite and cooperative prisoner. Even when he has not been in solitary, his privileges have been severely curtailed, particularly in regard to the number, duration, and conditions of the few visits he has been permitted. These special restrictions, in his friend's opinion, are intended to break this prisoner down. Peltier's own family had been forbidden contact visits in effect, the privilege of physical greeting and sitting together at these shiny orange tables and sharing poor food from the big dispensers near the restrooms. Only his attorneys, who must confer with him privately or as privately as the bugged interview booths permit, and journalists, who might give the place bad publicity if forced to communicate by telephone through a glass panel or mesh screen, are permitted to sit with him in a small booth with glass windows, locked from outside and watched by a guard. The excuse given is security, although all prisoners must submit to a strip and dash cavity search after each contact in the visitor's room, in the vain attempt to keep drugs out of the prison. Soon Ellison was taken to this booth, and after a while, a guard was sent for me. When I came through the door, a large Mexican-looking person in a blue headband that held long hair neatly in place stood up in the booth and smiled a warm welcome through thick glass partitions, remaining standing until I was turned loose in the booth and the door was banged shut and locked behind me. We shook hands, sat down, and looked each other over. Leonard Peltier was dressed in a white shirt with maroon shoulders, white prison fatigue pants, and sneakers. Upright on his chair, hands on his knees, like someone on his very best behavior, he seemed shy at this first meeting, but there was nothing stiff about him, as Bob Robideau had said. At 5 feet 11 inches, he is loose-muscled in his movement, with coarse black hair, deep shadowy brown eyes, a Zapata mustache, a scar on his left cheekbone, a slight puffiness from starchy food, and the pasty skin of a man who has spent 4.5 years indoors. Peltier has a husky voice and a warm, easy laugh. He likes to tease and be teased, and he laughs infectiously at his own mishaps, but there was none of that loose, backslapping affability that reports of his sociable and joking ways had led me to expect. He was open and friendly, but also watchful and contained, as any man might be in the knowledge that, barring a new trial, he will not be eligible for parole until the year 2015. Leonard knows that the increasing attention to his case will make the authorities more careful how they handle him. He also knows that this publicity might precipitate some preventive move, and so he still fears for his life. Understandably, such topics make him restless. I noticed that he smoked a lot, and although he never once complained or showed the smallest indication of self-pity, his face at moments had a desperate look that made his seeming ease and laughter more affecting. At one point, he referred to the former guard captain, Max Carey, as a wild man, notorious for his brutality. Prison officials of this sort, Peltier says, make life miserable not only for the prisoners but for the guards, who are exposed daily to the convicts' resentment, and many of the Marion guards were now asking for transfers. Some of them are pretty decent people, Leonard said, just trying to do their job, but others are here for a different reason. They're real animals, and they never let up on you. They're really working on me now, man, poking me along with them goddamn sticks, trying to get something started. Ellison warned him that he must be especially careful these days, and he nodded. I know what these people are capable of, so I'm doing my best to keep quiet. Just get along, I might be the next one hanging from a sheet. Leonard is grateful to Bobby Garcia and Standing Deer, who came to his assistance at such risk. In his modest way, he does not regard their actions as a tribute to himself but as the old convict philosophy: the man is your enemy, and everybody else is your comrade who is not a snitch. They put that label dangerous on Standing Deer, same as they did me, but Standing Deer's just a regular old dude. He ain't no more dangerous than I am. He's got guts, and he is smart. And he pesters them about his rights, what he calls administrative remedies, Peltier recalled, with that good laugh of his, and that's the real thing that's dangerous about him. Socially we get along great. He always had ways that seemed very comical and had me smiling and laughing. When it comes to the convicts code, Standing Deer is real strong, and Bobby was, too. They never let nobody go poking them with a stick. They jump right in their face, guard or no guard. And that's why Bobby stuck by me. We got nobody else to turn to, all we got is one another. Peltier sighed, and gave a tired grin. Well, the heat's on now, and even Standing Deer is worried. I hear that guy is really thin, down somewhere near 100 pounds. That's how bad they got to him, over in Springfield. I have only admiration and great respect for Standing Deer. It takes more than just being a man to come forward as he has done, knowing his life is no longer worth a wooden nickel. My own personality has changed a hell of a lot since I've been in prison. I noticed that myself. I find myself back in the cells acting like I'm somebody real bad. You know? And that's not me. That's never been me. Sure, I'll fight you in a minute if you attack me, but just to go around looking for it, acting like you're tough. He shook his head again. I'll lay down in my cell and I'll think. That's not me. Why am I acting that way? One answer might be his instinct to protect himself from danger that may come at him at any time, from any quarter. He has no doubt that the new trial that he seeks threatens the state. In fact, he believes that he will be dead within 5 years, even if he is granted a new trial and set free. He really believes that, Ellison says, and I agree. I told him today that if he does get a new trial, they may try to kill him before he gets to court. He knows that himself. And in here, it would be pretty simple. they could just get some nut in the control unit to take him out. If Marion explodes, the way it's bound to do, with the last of the decent guards getting out of the place while there's still time, a riot could cover anything they want to do. I told him he's got to be careful, extra careful. But they'll get him anyway. On a subsequent visit, in May 1982, I asked Peltier if he still thought he would be killed. Because of his hopes for a new trial, based on the FOIA documents, Leonard looked more lean and optimistic than I had ever seen him, but he had not changed his mind about his chances. "That's not pessimistic, you know," he said. "That's just reality. Right now I sincerely believe that the main reason they haven't already hit Dino and Bob is because they have me where they want me. But if I go free," he shook his head. "Dino especially, because he's been out a lot longer than Bob, and he spoke out against the system as soon as they let him go." He paused again. "I'm not worried about it anymore. You can't live, being worried all the time. I can't do nothing about it, so I'm just gonna live day by day, otherwise, I'll really go to pieces." Leonard laughed. "I've had more than my share of fun, you know," he concluded, as cheerfully as a man on vacation taking time out for a beer. The courage and life spirit of this man, under such circumstances, made my temples tingle with admiration. As Steve Robideau says, "That guy is amazing, he keeps us all going." As a rule, Leonard Peltier speaks kindly of Myrtle Poor-Bear and of the young Navajos who testified against him. I understand what they had been through. They were just kids, they were alone, and those people filled them with terror. Of Dennis Banks, whose public support of the Oglala group when they most needed it was so reluctant, Peltier says slowly, "Dennis had a lot of charisma, and he was intelligent and sincere. As far as I'm concerned, he's still one of the most effective leaders in the country. He's got faults, sure, we all have, but he taught me a lot, and I still have a lot of love and respect for that man." Banks himself, asked his opinion of his former comrade, seems tentative, non-committal. Leonard was just getting into it, listening to everybody, but he didn't have a complete grasp. Even after he gets out of jail, he'll have a lot to learn before he can assume a real leadership position. And Russ Means, too, seems more enthusiastic about Peltier the dog soldier than Peltier the leader. "He's a good tough bro, man, a regular skin. If you've got Leonard for a friend, you've got something." Until recently, neither Banks nor Means appeared willing to grant Peltier the stature that other Indians wished to give him. He was only a warrior at the time of Oglala, after all, and his leadership, they seem to say, derives from notoriety and the Indian people's need for another crazy horse rather than from proven ability and real experience. Peltier himself would agree with this. In fact, he worries that his people have made him something he is not, and that if he gets out, he can no longer be just good old Leonard. Peltier's admirers do not agree. John Trudell, for one, has referred to Peltier as this generation's Geronimo, this generation's crazy horse. If Leonard lacks the commanding style and articulate intelligence of Means and Banks, he is rich in traditional leadership qualities such as courage, generosity, humility, and a sincere willingness, proven over and over, to put the interests of his people ahead of his own. What comes from him is warm simplicity, a playful openness, a disarming lack of that arrogance and selfishness which many Indians still associate with the AIM leadership. Perhaps it is true, as Bob Robideau suggests, that the U.S. government created this leader who is now well known all over Indian country, but he has become a real leader nonetheless. "At times I feel that everything has been a waste, but you know, I would not change my life with anyone on earth," Leonard has said. "It's been a hard life certainly, one filled with poverty, more than enough for any one family, but I have a heritage and culture everyone in the world would like and wants to be, and that's Indian." 9. Archie Fire Lame Deer says, "Leonard Peltier is a sun dancer, and that is one of the most honored things to be in our religion." And Dino Butler says, "I sun danced with Leonard Peltier in 1975 in South Dakota. A sun dance is a sacred religious ceremony of the Red Nation. It is a ceremony to give strength to our people, through our sacrifices. It is a ceremony to help our people, to help the sick and the weak and the ignorant. We danced for 4 days in this ceremony together, me and Leonard Peltier. You do not dance for yourselves, but you dance for your people. Your people includes all life, whether they walk, swim, crawl, or fly. He represents the truth, unity, bravery, the Red Nation, the Red way of life. He represents the pipe to us, represents our prayers. Represents our people, represents life, which knows no death. I know Leonard Peltier, Leonard Crow Dog told me. I respect this man. When he lived here with us, he waked in the morning, he took part in spiritual ceremonies. He was sincerely committed to the land, to our unborn and our future generations, and to the hope that all tribes will be united. He worked for his people not just for AIM but for everyone who believes in the spiritual way. 10. On our first visit to Marion, Bruce Ellison had repeated what he had told me once before: I don't want to know who killed those agents, and I don't ask. But I do know Leonard didn't kill them. I don't think it. No. It. I asked him why, if that was true, a statement of innocence had been made so rarely by the defense attorneys at the trials. Because the attorneys didn't know, Bruce said. We just didn't know at Cedar Rapids, or at Fargo, either, and these guys never once tried to persuade us. Of all Indians that he has worked with, Ellison respects the West Coast group the most. They're honorable and they're consistent and they're real strong about drinking no bullshit episodes. I just like working with them. We discussed the likelihood, in the light of the new evidence, that Leonard was doing time for one or more young Indians who were being protected by the Oglala community. Apart from the damning circumstantial evidence of the West Coast group's possession of the agent's weapons, the government had had a much stronger case against at least 2 and perhaps as many as 6 others than it had had against Peltier, Robideau, and Butler. In the appeal, Ellison said, "We'll simply point out the evidence already in possession of the government which it ignored or suppressed to avoid prosecuting local Indians. We'll call no witnesses, offer no new evidence, that tends to incriminate others. We didn't do it at Fargo, and we're not going to do it this time, either. Leonard wouldn't permit it. I never killed them agents," Leonard said toward the end of our first visit, looking me straight in the face, without a blink. I never even fired at them, not directly. I just kept shooting over their heads, trying to keep them from firing at us. He was restless once again, as a man is apt to be when stating a truth that he knows may not be believed. When the guard came to the booth to escort me out, Leonard stood up to shake hands. "Even if you can't help me," he said, "I hope your book will help my people. That's what I'm in here for, and that's what I'm working for, and that's what's most important. But it's also important that you know I never killed them agents." We were both aware that a man who hoped for a new trial could scarcely say anything else, and anyway, my personal opinion of his guilt or innocence was of no importance. What was important not only to Peltier but to all Indians was that this man receive a fair trial in the U.S. courts. 11. Nevertheless, I told Leonard I believed him, and I did, and I do. Chapter 19. Pahasapa. The Treaty, the Supreme Court, and the return to the Black Hills. Right now, today, we who live on the Pine Ridge Reservation are living in what white society has designated a national sacrifice area. What this means is that we have a lot of uranium deposits here, and white culture needs this uranium as energy production material. The cheapest, most efficient way for industry to extract and deal with the processing of this uranium is to dump the waste byproducts right here at the digging sites. Right here where we live. This waste is radioactive and will make the entire region uninhabitable forever. This is considered by industry, and by the white society that created this industry, to be an acceptable price to pay for energy resource development. Along the way they also plan to drain the water table under this part of South Dakota as part of the industrial process, so the region becomes doubly uninhabitable. The same sort of thing is happening down in the land of the Navajo and Hopi, up in the land of the Northern Cheyenne and Crow, and elsewhere. We are resisting being turned into a national sacrifice area. We are resisting being turned into a national sacrifice people. The costs of this industrial process are not acceptable to us. It is genocide to dig uranium here and drain the water table, no more, no less. Russell Means. On April 4, 1981, a caravan of 20 cars, carrying sacred pipes, sweat lodge materials, teepee poles, cold weather equipment, stoves, and food, departed from Porcupine, bright red flags waving, and traveled through Rapid City to Victoria Creek Canyon, about 12 miles southwest of Rapid City, in the Black Hills. Here a camp was established on federal land, in what was perceived as the first step in the reclaiming and resettlement of Pahasapa. 1. The legal basis of this action was the undisturbed use of the Black Hills guaranteed to the Lakota in the 1868 Treaty, as well as the American Indian Freedom of Religion Act of 1978 and a federal law relating to the free use of wilderness sites for schools and churches. On a day of light snow, the Indians set up tents in a canyon bend, where striking red cliffs rose to the ponderosa pines on the spring sky. There was good running water here, and a small pond. Naming the camp for Raymond Yellow Thunder, the man from Porcupine killed in Gordon, Nebraska, in 1972, Dakota AIM proposed to the government a permanent alternative energy community for which it would ask federal cooperation, and on April 6, spiritual leader Matthew King, a descendant of Crazy Horse, filed a claim with the U.S. Forest Service for 800 acres of surrounding forest. Asked if he thought the Indians would be allowed to stay, King declared, "This is our land." A Forest Service spokesman blustered, "We have the legal muscle and the law enforcement muscle to evict them very quickly," and Sheriff Mel Larson conferred with the FBI. For want of a better plan, 2 van loads of heavily armed agents showed up at the camp gates, apparently in a show of force. Asked to state their business, they said, "Turkey shooting." Other armed agents in camouflage costumes were seen prowling the Rimrock and High Pines, on the lookout for suspicious signs of terrorist activity around the cook tent. But unlike Wounded Knee, the Camp Yellow Thunder occupation had the support of many whites right from the start, not only those in the Black Hills Alliance, which served the camp as a communications center, but the American Friends Service Committee, several church groups, and many private organizations and individuals across the country. With so much attention from the media, the authorities decided upon an indulgent attitude, not wishing to risk bloodshed on color TV. Russell Means, who had moved to Yellow Thunder from that BIA concentration camp at Kyle, had made it plain that the Indians would not go without a fight. Dakota AIM's dramatic move revived the spirits of the traditionals, whose Black Hills land claim had been stifled by the courts. In 1977, more than a quarter century after the claim was filed, the U.S. Court of Claims had finally affirmed the Indian Claims Commission conclusion that no valid agreement to cede the Black Hills had ever existed, the abrogation of 1877 notwithstanding, and that the hills had been taken without compensation, as the Indians said. The Dakota Nation was promptly offered $17.5 million, the estimated value of the area in 1877, and a modest fraction of the more than $1 billion worth of gold removed from the Black Hills by the Homestake Mine, which to this day accounts for half of U.S. gold production. The traditional Lakota refused this ignoble offer, having maintained throughout that Pahasapa was not for sale. They demanded the return of the hills themselves. The tribal council chairman of the 7 Lakota bands, persuaded that they could do better, refused it, too. In 1979, the Court of Claims, holding the federal government responsible for the most ripe and rank case of dishonorable dealing in our history, decided that the Lakota were also entitled to 102 years' interest, or a total of $122 million. This much improved offer, more precisely, a judgment advertised as the largest settlement ever offered by the Indian Claims Commission, worked out to approximately the equivalent of a second-hand car for each eligible Indian for land that is estimated to contain billions of dollars in uranium, in addition to gold, copper, molybdenum, and other precious minerals. 2. The Justice Department, protesting that the payment was too high, appealed the decision before the Supreme Court on the basis of its archaic Lone Wolf decision of 1903, in which it was held that Congress had plenary power over Indians and could, in effect, abrogate treaties with Indians at will. The Justice Department also cited the THIRD decision of 1955, which had catered to the termination mood in Congress by removing all constitutional protection from Indian title or Aboriginal title lands in no way applicable to this case, since title to the Great Sioux Reservation had been signed over by the U.S. government itself. The Sioux tribal councils were attracted by the larger settlement, but the traditionals continued to hold out for the return of the Black Hills. More than 3/4 of Pahasapa, or about 1,320,000 acres, was classified as federal or state land, which could be returned to the Indians without causing hardship to private citizens. The traditionals' views were ignored, however. It was only because the award had been contested by the Justice Department that the case was turned over to the Supreme Court. In June 1980, when the Court of Claims judgment was affirmed by the Supreme Court. 3. It was contested by traditionals of the Oglala Sioux tribe of Pine Ridge Reservation. This group, led by Louis Badwound, sought a temporary restraining order prohibiting the government from paying out any part of the award. The request was denied in September 1980. Meanwhile, Washington attorney Arthur Lazarus continued to press for a monetary settlement, even though his own contract with the Oglala Tribal Council had expired in 1977 and had not been renewed, despite his urgent request to be reinstated. Acknowledging that the majority of the people he wished to represent would have preferred land, Lazarus, who was claiming as a fee over $10 million of the Indians' money, expressed great satisfaction with the Supreme Court decision. On May 20, 1981, he and two associates were awarded $10,595,493, the nothing short of sensational result of what Lazarus himself hailed as a unique accomplishment in the annals of American jurisprudence. The case had been won by the wealthy lawyer and lost by his poverty-stricken clients, and for once, Dakota AIM and the Oglala Sioux tribe joined forces, threatening a malpractice suit in contesting this immense payment to a lawyer who had prosecuted the claim for money without proper authorization and without the understanding and consent of the Dakota people. The Indians' complaint, put in the form of a motion before the Court of Claims, was speedily dismissed without hearing or explanation, and on this sordid note, a claim first filed in 1923 came to an end. 5. Al Trimble, who was head of the tribal council when Arthur Lazarus was fired, does not excuse the lawyer's misrepresentation of his clients or the massive fee, but he points out that for many years Lazarus and his firm had done honorable and competent work that had the full support of the tribal councils. Most of the people in those days wanted money. Many of the older Indians who now repudiate the money and are holding out for the return of the Black Hills were pretty shifty characters back in 49, 50. They sold off a lot of our land, and I can still remember all the talk about getting our Black Hills money. The AIM people have to be given credit for renewing the people's awareness of what the Black Hills meant. Under the auspices of the International Indian Treaty Council. 6. Founded by AIM in 1974, the Lakota had presented their treaty case to the United Nations in Geneva, charging the United States with unilateral violation of treaties made with Indian nations. But the United States no longer respects the autonomy of the Indian nations and will not accept outside jurisdiction in domestic issues. Still, international pressure affects the U.S. government, and a favorable decision in European tribunals would increase the chances for international recognition that the traditional Indians now seek. 8. They're listening to us in Europe now, Madonna Gilbert says. We're going there again and again, and we're going to give them the hard facts. We're not going there just to play Indian, in beads and braids. Among those stirred by the return to Pahasapa was Chief Frank Fools Crow, now 91, who had withdrawn his spiritual support of AIM just a few years before. When certain members of the Oglala Tribal Council dutifully deplored the occupation, Chief Fool's Crow said he was reminded of those Indians who betrayed Crazy Horse. The government is always making laws, so many laws, every day new laws. Then they break every one. They use the law to cheat people, but that is not the Indian way. We have one law, God's law, to live on this earth with respect for all living things, and to be happy with what God has given to us. Matthew King agreed. Respect is very important, this elder said. Respect is our law, respect for all living things. That means we cannot harm the earth or the water because we have respect for the place of those things in the world. We could not kill all the buffalo because that shows no respect for why the buffalo are here. Heart, body, mind, and soul all together with the world, that is the Indian way to live. You see, these hills are our church, the rivers and the wind, and the blossoms and the living things, that is our Bible. Nature is God, God is nature. Our whole life, our government, our religion, comes from watching these things. 9. But in a dispute over tactics, Madonna Gilbert and Lorelei Means had withdrawn the support of Warren from both Camp Yellow Thunder and the Black Hills Alliance, causing a hard break in the Means family. Then Oglala Sioux Tribe attorney Mario Gonzalez questioned the precedent that had been set by filing a claim to a restricted part of Pahasepa, since this seemed to acknowledge federal ownership of Indian land. Bill Means retorted on behalf of AIM that the laws meant nothing anyway, and that Camp Yellow Thunder was a traditional alternative to the ruinous programs of the BIA and a first step in the ultimate return to Pahasepa. This position was endorsed by Vine Deloria, Jr., who called the Yellow Thunder idea a realistic alternative to all existing federal programs for American Indians. It builds directly on the innate strengths of the traditional element of each tribe, which has long been neglected and shunted aside in favor of assimilationist groups which promised much and delivered little. Indian people everywhere see in this effort the first and best means of returning social and community institutions to the hands of the traditional Indian people. For that reason, this project is one of the most progressive proposals to be received by the federal government in the last century of Indian relationships. The Black Hills occupation had excited all 7 bands of the Lakota Nation, and in June, the traditional elders at Standing Rock announced their intention of establishing a ceremonial sweat lodge and spiritual center at the beautiful site of ancient petroglyphs in Craven Canyon, in the southern hills. Reversing itself, the Oglala Tribal Council announced that it, too, wished to establish a camp in the Black Hills. While few believed that this would really happen, it was felt that an implicit endorsement by a tribal council of a political action by Dakota AIM was sure to reverberate all over Indian country. Al Trimble, now director of the Indian Center in Rapid City, was not so sure. There's something very unhealthy about this tribal council move, in my opinion. They're up to something. Stanley Looking Elk worked closely with Wilson in the old days, and he tried to give Wilson a job when he got in office. He still works closely with the Wilsons, and he's still trying to get some of those goons reinstated. What is particularly pitiful is that conditions are rapidly returning to what they were before Wounded Knee. The BIA is still undercutting any tribal attempt at independence. They're even trying to restore the BIA police force, and a lot of the same old faces are still there. Anyway, it's going to take more than camping permits and agreeing to be good little Indians before anybody is going to pay this tribal council occupation much attention. One hot early morning in late June 1981, Russ Means hailed Bob Robideau and me in the streets of Rapid City, laughing and talking. Even before he reached us, he had just come in from Camp Yellow Thunder, dressed in a rough shirt and rubber boots. "We're back in the Black Hills," he shouted, "and now the goddamn tribal council wants to get in, too. 8 years ago they were shooting at us. Now, look." He laughed gleefully as he shook hands, and Bob laughed, too. There's solidarity in the Oglala people for the first time in years. Did AIM do its job or didn't it? Means demanded, and Robideau said easily, "We did it, man." I wondered if the job were over. The organized violence seemed to have subsided, Yet the violent deaths went on and on and on. The previous Christmas, their old partner Milo Goings had been killed in a knifing by his woman, with Ted and Bill Means among his pallbearers. He was buried at Wounded Knee, where he had been the first Indian casualty in 1973. In March, their old friend Evelyn Bordeaux, who had been in the Means party on the night of the shooting in the Longhorn Bar, who had opened her Rapid City house to the West Coast group and carried Joe Stuntz's body from the Rapid City Hospital back to Oglala, had died in a head-on collision with a drunken driver in the Northern Hills. In the past fortnight, Ted Means's 11-year-old daughter, Kimberly, had been run over by another drunken white man while participating in the Run for Freedom marathon on behalf of Dick Marshall and other Indian prisoners in South Dakota. A few days later, Hank Means had confessed participation in a robbery assault that ended in the death by heart attack of a respected local priest who had supported the Black Hills Alliance, and because he was Russell's oldest boy, the local papers were making the most of an already unpleasant case. 10. Despite his exhilaration about the occupation of the hills, Means looked haggard and unshaven, but when I ran into him a few days later, he was dressed up in his Russ Means outfit and was clearly his old freewheeling self again. The previous day he had led a shake-up of the Black Hills Alliance that had eliminated all but one white person from the board, and when I said I thought it was too bad that the alliance had lost its biracial balance, he snapped harshly, "I've been in this from the start, so there's not a goddamn thing you can tell me about it." Well, I said, we weren't going to have much of a conversation if I couldn't express my opinions. Russ laughed cheerfully, switching gears, and went right on handing out the word as if nothing had happened. Indian people recruit and organize through example, he informed me. If you want to be an Indian, you have to act Indian, not just talk Indian. The tribal council occupation, if they go through with it, is a natural continuation of what we started, so we strongly support it. It's going to wake up tribal councils all over the country. The Indian people had to take this action, because as far as the US government is concerned, the Black Hills negotiations are all over, finished. That was clear as soon as Lazarus got his payoff. They've delivered the money to the Interior Department to distribute, and they've washed their hands of the whole thing. The only legal recourse we have left is the international courts. But meanwhile, we are back in the Black Hills. We're there, man. And we have them in a bind. The only way they can get us out is wipe us out. The tribal council occupation was scheduled to take place on the anniversary of the Custer Battle, in the Wind Cave National Park in the Southern Hills. It was from Wind Cave, according to one legend, that the Lakota first appeared in Pahasapa. The following day, June 26, a commemoration ceremony would be held in Oglala in honor of Anna Mae Aquash and Joe Kills-Wright Stunts. John Trudell, who came in from California for the ceremony, has worked hard for Peltier's defense committee in trying to raise public support for a new trial. In his view, this case represents the death of the Constitution, and like many Indians, he believes that the government agents intend to have Leonard Peltier assassinated. For Trudell, at least, this assassination talk is not just the usual radical propaganda. On February 11, 1979, he burned an upside-down American flag on the steps of the FBI building during the vigil for Peltier in Washington, D.C. 12 hours later, Tina Trudell, her mother, and the 3 Trudell children were burned to death in an arsonist's attack upon their house on the Duck Valley Reservation in Nevada. There is no evidence that the two events were connected. In fact, there is no evidence of any kind, since the FBI made no investigation, despite clear jurisdiction under the Major Crimes Act. But as in the case of Anna Mae, the atmosphere of anti-AIM violence encouraged by the FBI may well have given courage to the unknown killers. Like many AIM Indians, Trudell wears a red windband, jeans, and vest, and he also wears a small bone necklace, black-rimmed spectacles, and a weird psychedelic shoulder tattoo of a grinning death's head crowned in feathers, inscribed Candy Man. He is small, brown-haired, olive-skinned, with a kind of feral restlessness, intensified by relentless eyes in a shaman's wise quick face. While considering joining Bob Robideau and me on a trip south to observe the tribal council's invasion of the hills, Trudel parroted a Stone Dame warrior asking directions from the state police. "Hey, man, I got the guns and bombs here, man, so like, where is the goddamn camp at?" And this cool humorous style, together with his charismatic mix of born-again Indian spirit talk and anti-white man fervor, has made him a model for Indian youth, which would like to restore the traditional spirit without going back to the blanket of the past. He is also a kind of angry jester for the rich revolutionaries of the entertainment world, although Trudel himself is not jesting. When I got sent up for 60 days, that time in Fargo, I was approached by another inmate, some guy I didn't know, and he started talking about my public statements. "You can't go around talking that shit," he says, "you'd better get out of the country. You don't know these crazy bastards, they could kill your wife and children." Well, I was suspicious of that guy's so-called warning even at the time. That was a message John Trudel was supposed to receive. Sitting on a river rock in the Black Hills dark canyon, arms wrapped around his knees, he was quiet for a moment, then spoke in a different voice. "I know who did it, and I know how they did it. What I still don't understand was why it was so unnecessary. But it was arson, and it was deliberate an assassination. Those people did a terrible thing, they should think a long time about what they did. I'm not mentioning any names, but they will be dealt with, you can count on that." After Tina Trudel's death, when Peltier escaped from Lompoc prison, Trudel, Dino Butler, Steve Robideau and others went to Canada for a Peltier rally and, because they feared for their political and personal rights and safety, decided to ask for political asylum. "We knew the prejudice was just as bad up there," Trudel admits, "but we decided on it as a political gesture." Trudel and Butler remained in Canada until Peltier's trial in Los Angeles, and since then, both men had avoided staying anywhere for very long, or letting people know where they were going. Trudel no longer had reason to doubt that somebody might wish to neutralize him, and as for Butler, they'll be gunning for Dino for the rest of his life because they think he killed 2 pigs and walked away. A few months earlier, I had gone to California to see Butler, who with Bob Robideau and Trudel had set up a Peltier Defense Committee office in Los Angeles. But Butler had not been seen for several weeks, and Robideau would only say that he was underground somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. From Los Angeles I went to San Francisco to see Dennis Banks, then to Rapid City to meet Nilak Butler. Nilak had not yet arrived, but Steve Robideau, who had opened a Defense Committee office in Rapid City, had sent a message suggesting a visit to his house, which has no phone. "Tell him not to eat before he comes," the message read, "and ask if he eats dog." A tall, soft-voiced man who is now in spiritual training, Steve is open and friendly, anxious to communicate, but his brother Jim, who turned up while we were talking, studied me for a long while before he spoke. Jim Robideau was at Wounded Knee and spent several months in prison for the Custer riot. On that bitter February evening, well below zero with white winds of snow whipping in over the plains, his face looked hard and guarded, he shifted restlessly, as if hearing some disturbing sound he could not locate. Finally, however, he settled down, and accepted a good supper. "The Peltier case is just one case," he said, describing the material he is assembling on anti-Indian practices in the courts. "If you took all the Indian cases in the state, you'd find that the pattern is the same." In recent years, Steve Robideau has been running sweat lodge ceremonies, and he served as informal spiritual leader during Peltier's court appearances. Starting in Vancouver, this year he would lead the memorial service for Anna Mae Aquash and Joe Stunts to be held at Oglala on June 26. He has also been taking correspondence courses in his spare time to complete a college degree in Indian studies. Leonard, he said, had been learning the spiritual way ever since 1973, when he had joined most of the AIM leaders in their first sun dance, and he has been teaching other Indians in prison. Leonard was always ready to do something for Indian people in trouble, even when he's in bad trouble himself. Hey, he says, we can't let em get away with that. He was always ready to do anything. If he couldn't find no other way to help, he'd go cut their wood. Listening, Jim Robideau laughed out loud for the first time, a wide-open laugh that banished his guarded expression. Yeah, Jim said, he's really like that, man. Steve Robideau said we would not know Butler's whereabouts until Nilak turned up in Rapid City, and John Trudel, whom I spoke with next day on the phone, knew nothing, either. He believed, however, that Dino would be accompanying him to New York sometime in March. But Dino never reached New York, nor did Nilak show up in Rapid City. She returned to Vancouver, where, on February 23, 1981, Dino and his cousin Gary Butler, aged 23, had been arrested by the Vancouver police. A wild car chase had followed an attempt by the police to detain the Butlers for questioning. It was alleged, briefly, that the Indians had their eye on a local bank, and supposedly the Butlers had fired at their pursuers with the .357 Magnum handguns that were located in their car, which was demolished when it crashed and overturned. In a near miracle, the two men escaped almost unhurt from the flattened wreck, but they were seized 2 blocks away and jailed in Ocala prison on charges of attempted murder of the pursuing officers, as well as weapons charges and negligent driving. On the day after the arraignment in Vancouver, the state authorities in Oregon announced the pending indictment of both Butlers for the murder of Donald Peer, a Georgia-Pacific Lumber Company employee killed in Toledo, Oregon, on January 21. The year before, Peer had been among several men investigated on complaints by Indians of Butler's Tututni band that he had been looting traditional graves and selling the artifacts. A month after the death, the Oregon State Police were still acknowledging that they had no good leads to the killing, having stated repeatedly that there were no local suspects and that outside people seemed to have been implicated. The Butlers were never mentioned, far less accused, until they were arrested on the Vancouver charges, but the fact that they had been traveling well armed, and that they had fled when the Vancouver police approached them, encouraged the Oregon authorities to name them as the only suspects in Peer's murder. Of course they split when those pigs started looking them over. Nilak Butler said when she met me in the spring at Vancouver Airport. Gary was wanted on escape charges in Oregon, and anyway, they don't need no excuse to bust someone they want as bad as Dino. Those guys had to run, they had no choice. Since then, she said, they had been jailed without bond, awaiting trial. The police had dropped the early allegation that these dangerous criminals had been eyeing a bank when first approached. Apparently their Vancouver offenses were being minimized to remove obstacles to extradition to the United States, or so it appeared to their attorney, Judy Godoy. We don't know why the Oregon authorities are lying low since they first announced their indictment, unless it's because they haven't got much of a case. So far, they haven't actually indicted Dino and Gary nor filed for extradition. All they did was make a fuss at the time of the Vancouver charges to influence the atmosphere up here. They really got the police and the authorities hyped up about dangerous killers, just as was done in Peltier's case, and they're going through all that leg chain stuff all over again. But the prosecutors also know that after the Peltier case, all that fabricated evidence, people up here are better educated, the public might assume that U.S. evidence in the Peer killing is fabricated, too. They'll have to put together an airtight case to get away with extradition a second time. Even if they can't put a case together, the U.S. authorities may go through the motions of indicting the Butlers and filing for extradition when the trial comes up here in Vancouver, just to help the local prosecution with publicity. Nilak is small and ebullient, in braids, with a round pretty face that she can turn squinty-eyed and mean when something upsets her. She is articulate and fiercely loyal to the struggle of Indian people in general and to a certain Tututni Indian in particular. At supper in a Chinese restaurant downtown, she filled me in on Dino's situation, and afterward we continued our discussion on a bus ride to East Vancouver, where the Butler support group is located. On the bus, an excited young man asked us, Are you talking about the butlers? I saw them arrested on TV. One of them was this good-looking guy. Strange looking, he had something in his eyes, some kind of power. Nilak winked at me and nodded. Dino, she murmured. The young man said, it really got to me. And when they took him into the police car, he looked back at the camera, and I saw something. He frowned, groping for the word, some kind of deep resignation. A tall, handsome young woman who is carrying Butler's child was cooking fish for young Butler supporters perched on scavenged mattresses that filled the hall and doorways of the small apartment. When people hear my name these days, they think I'm Dino's sister. Nilak said later, rolling her eyes, but there was no note of bitterness or complaint. Dino and I, we're not together anymore, but we work well together, and we'll always be partners, no matter what. We've been through too much to let anything personal get in the way. She was silent again for a few moments, then burst out resentfully, that's what people don't understand about us, and that's why I hate it when people talk of a feud between Kamuk and Anime. I lived with those two women, and there was no such thing. It was all exaggerated by people who didn't know jack shit. Kamuk and Anime were both strong women. Very strong women, and they still trucked together after that, and they got busted together, too. Sure, Kamuk was upset, that's natural, but she never let on about it, never laid it on the rest of us. She took care of her feelings by herself. The next morning, Nilak drove me to Burnaby, just east of Vancouver, where Ocala Prison sits like an old-fashioned dark red brick fortress on a long slope overlooking the Fraser River Valley and the dark rainy mountains of British Columbia. She would wait in the prison parking lot while I was inside. Any message? I said, and Nilak smiled sleepily, with a big yawn. Hello, she said softly to the man in prison. On the wallboard behind the guard at the outside gate was a warden's memo ordering a thorough search of today's visitor to Durrell D. Butler. In the visiting room, a small well-made Indian in green prison fatigues took my hand limply and did not look me in the face. There had been warnings that this silent man might not talk to me at all, and for a time he just stared down at the table. His long braid and thin mustache gave him an old, Asian look. The round unblinking eyes and sad expression conveyed the appearance of deep resignation observed by the young man on the bus, but there was also that stillness of someone who knows where he is going and does not look back. Dino Butler had no real reason to trust me, and his wary silence was intensified by the presence of a big prison guard who stood over us, arms folded on his chest, alert for the first sign of evil doings. But after 10 minutes or so, the guard withdrew from the room and did not come back, and we both relaxed, and gradually Butler began talking of his own accord, describing his childhood and the drinking that had led to most of his arrests, his prison experience, his redemption by AIM, together with some reflections on Oglala, arriving eventually at his present troubles, which could put him in prison for the rest of his life. After I got out of jail, back in '76, I avoided getting involved with my Tuni people. The white man spells that Tututni, but my grandmother told me that the old people called themselves Tuni. The law was on the lookout for me after Cedar Rapids, and if I went to my people, they would be hassled and disrupted at a time when the last Indians in the Rogue River country, there was some small tribes there, and we got terminated, and our good timberlands got terminated. Two were trying to reorganize themselves and get back a little land for what they were calling the Siletz Confederacy. 11. Anyway, I kept hearing about this white man over in Toledo who was boasting on the job about the easy money he was making robbing graves, maybe $600 every time he went out. He was working for this big lumber company, and he didn't know that the guy he was boasting to was married to one of our people. Then two elders caught another white guy digging and confiscated his equipment and filed a complaint with the police. There was an investigation, but the local police did nothing, or the state police, either, so the grave robbing continued. Maybe the pigs themselves got in on it, we think so. Anyway, this guy from Toledo was one of those investigated, and now the police are saying that he had promised to give back all the things he stole, and that the 2 medicine bundles they found in the back of our car were part of what he intended to give back. That's their excuse for trying to hang this thing on me and Gary." Butler sighed. "Well, I feel that the spirits are with me still, or we wouldn't have got out of that car alive, and Gary's learning the spiritual path, and he's fasting now to protest the leg chains and all the rest of the harassment. Those chains just represent their hatred for the Indian people." Although Butler makes no secret of his detestation of the looting of Indian burial grounds by greedy whites, his feeling of outrage and anger on this subject is shared by Indian people all over North America. 12. And is no evidence of any participation in Pierre's death. Having no right to ask if he had any knowledge of the killing, in which 3 men were reportedly involved, I asked instead for his first impressions of the former Kelly Jean McCormick. Butler fixed me for several seconds with those round dark eyes, as affection for Nilak and warm mirth softened his gaze, then a delighted grin burst on his face, the first time he had smiled since we met. "I think she fell head over heels in love with me," he said, and laughed aloud, so infectiously that I burst out laughing, too. I warned him that Nilak was right outside the prison, that I would ask for her side of the story, and he laughed some more, nodding his head, as if he could just hear her indignant response, and could hardly wait. When the guard came for him, Butler stood up and shook hands, looking me full in the face for the first time. In the corridor, as he turned the corner toward the cells, he stopped short, turned halfway around, and gazed back for a long moment through the glass window of the closing door, as if to seal our meeting, as if to say, "We have trusted you, now be responsible." Whatever it was, the small figure in the prison corridor with the big guard starting to agitate beside him was sending word, and I recalled what Leonard had once said about Dino, that somehow they communicated best when sitting face to face and saying nothing. 2 months later, I received a wry letter from Ocala. "All of a sudden we have been declared a high security risk, and that's why the quick change in our custody and treatment. We are up on death row where Peltier was held. Our doors are not only locked in the conventional way but have chains welded on and padlocked. I heard 5 different versions of why I might be here, and as lies go, they make no sense at all. The reason we're here is, we never gave them any reason in 6 months to put us here, so they created the lies. To subdue our spirits and morale. We are not allowed religious ceremonies, and everywhere we go, we have to wear shackles on our hands or on our legs, if not both. Incidentally, we have refused to walk into their courts with their shackles of hate and racism, so they choose to drag us in and out. So that's how it goes nowadays for me, nothing out of the ordinary. Take care. Dino." Headed south for Pine Ridge on June 23, Bob Robideau followed the open rangeland road that leaves the highway at Hermosa, curving southeastward and crossing the Cheyenne at the frontier of the Badlands desert country assigned nearly a century ago to the Oglala. Though he doesn't say so, it seems clear that Bob feels most at home in South Dakota, where he made his commitment to the Indian people in 1973. He would like to find a home in the Black Hills. A mountain bluebird crossed the road where it turned to dirt and gravel, and a little farther on, a prairie falcon. Crossing dry plains between lines of silvered posts, our way descended to a green feather of cottonwood where White Clay Creek flows into the White River. Red Shirt Table, Lone Man's, then Oglala, a solitary store and a few cabins lie scattered out from the green water tank that marks the brown and treeless tract called Oglala Housing. Bob pointed at the turnoff by the store, which sits out on the decrepit county road known as Highway 18. "That's where them BIA cops pulled us over, on our way back from Colorado late that August," he said. "I told everybody to get their guns ready, and I remember Mike Anderson saying, 'Leonard ain't gonna like this,' and I said, 'Leonard'll like it fine.' But I was able to persuade the cops that we were strangers, just looking for an old friend there in Oglala Housing, and so a shootout was avoided." Heading east, Bob turned off at the junction of Highway 18 with the loop road, the BIA School Road, that circled back west around the shootout area. He stopped where it crossed the narrow culvert under the road, closed off now by spiderwebs and weeds, through which the group had escaped into the open hills after the shootout. It was hard to believe that people crouched among these scraggy cottonwoods had gone unseen by the cars passing on this road. At the pumpkin seed house, from where Coward and Stalled had made their fabulous sighting, we tried out a pair of good binoculars on the people convening at the little cabin across White Clay Creek. We could make out no one. Then we followed the school road out to Highway 18 east of Oglala and returned to the Jumping Bull property by way of the dirt track across the pasture. At the little cabin, in a kitchen full of people, Ellen Moves Camp laughed with pleasure at the sight of Rabido. She makes no secret of her admiration for the outside Indians who risked their lives here on Pine Ridge. There's so many things that still come back to me about that day. Grandpa Harry was down there at the corrals loading them steers at 5:30 that morning, and I remember little Joe saying how he would stay home that day and wash his clothes. He never got the chance. And later Grandpa Harry said he found a lot of blood down the hill a ways that couldn't have come from anyone but Joe. They must have dragged him up there to where Grandpa and Grandma seen him, which is why he had all them leaves and sticks stuck in his hair. I had heard this tale before, and so had Bob, and when we did not comment on it, Ellen Moves Camp, who is lively and humorous, shrugged and sighed. It didn't matter. 2 days before that, I warned Leonard that something was going to happen. I seen too many of them people standing in bunches and shooting guns around. Her son, Sam Moves Camp, the young medicine man named in the Dog Soldier teletypes as a co-conspirator, said, "There are 4 qualities very important to the Indian people: bravery, generosity, fortitude, and knowledge, and Leonard had all of them. He's a fine man." Everyone nodded, and 2 people repeated, "A fine man." And Ellen Moves Camp said, "Leonard was never a troublemaker, he always tried to stop trouble before it got started. He took a lot of time, and he saw all sides, he was never a vicious man. Leonard is truly big-hearted, kind-hearted." Bob Rabido nodded without comment, and Sam Moves Camp said to him, "Mom was fasting for you guys, and praying, that's how she felt about it." "Well," Ellen said, "the AIM people stood up for us until our own men could stand up for themselves. And the West Coast bunch didn't drink, and they didn't fool around, they were hardcore, and we knew that we could count on 'em." As she spoke, a handsome Indian in a red shirt who had gone outside when we arrived reappeared in the doorway. He paused there a moment, as if uncertain about entering, and Ellen Moves Camp said, "Here's the hardcore now." Despite the sardonic harshness of her tone, her expression was affectionate and sad. She watched the man in the red shirt come to the table and stick out his hand. "I'm Louis Moves Camp," he said. He glanced at his mother and his brother, who were looking away, and then he said, "I'm helping my people now, best way I can." In the silence, Louis Moves Camp chattered rapidly about Arco Oil Company attempts to acquire leases on reservation land. But nobody commented, and he said bravely, "I'm an Indian by the way I look but not by the way I act. I drink and I use drugs and I don't like people." When the silence continued, he said in a strange voice, "It used to be an honor for an Indian to go out and steal horses, now they throw you in jail." At this, everyone laughed hard. To put Louis at ease, he was doing his best, and his persistence showed courage. But soon he got up and went out again, and he did not come back. "Even the goons call themselves AIM people now," somebody said. "Instant aimers," Ellen exclaimed, setting out coffee cups. "Well, they have a pipe, and they are praying it's a start." Sam Moves Campside. "And maybe their children will take it on from there." Though he gazed down at the table, I had the feeling he was speaking to me. Our main problem is to forget the past, help people improve, don't call another man a thief or rapist. We don't agree with the priests here, who won't bury a bootlegger. Their job is to pray for them, not to refuse them. Moves Camp raised his eyes to mine. "One of these days, everything will turn, it's slow but it's coming. For the last 2 years, here in Oglala, we have had sun dances again. We have to re-educate the people to Indian way, Don't choose this table over this man. He rapped the table because you can make another table but you cannot make this man again. The white man will learn, too, they say, but we're not supposed to teach him everything at once, he must redevelop in a natural way. At Oglala Housing, Russell Loudhawk, an alert wiry man with a worried expression, verified an interesting story about the day of the shootout that had been told to me by Dino Butler. Cora Shellwoman was that old lady's name. She's dead now, but she told me twice that there was a lot of activity in the hills up around her place that morning and that those armed men just stood around waiting for something, and she said they left there fast, soon as the shooting started. Russ Loudhawk shrugged, as if to say, if you don't wish to believe this, that's up to you. In the room with Loudhawk were his son Sam and 2 Indians from Camp Yellow Thunder. One was a dark lanky Indian with long wild hair and a dead eye and a broad mouth set in an involuntary grimace, a metal arm hung down from his left shoulder. This man had come home in one piece from hard combat in Vietnam, only to nearly lose his life after a car crash in 1974, his left arm and an eye had been lost in an explosives accident here in Oglala 2 years later. Reminded of Nilak Butler's story of the car crash, he made a harsh sound that might have been a laugh. They drove me up to somebody's trailer, and they were in there drinking beer while I was outside in the cold, bleeding to death. That's that June Little, they said. Let him die. Beside June Little sat a heavy-set silent Indian who watched me with no sign of expression. This was Kenny Kane, a Means lieutenant jailed after the Sioux Falls courthouse riot, and one of the Indians accused with Robideau and Butler of the hacksaw blade escape attempt from Rapid City Jail in April 1976. Kane and Little had come to see the Loudhawks about the proposed occupation at Wind Cave National Park by the Pine Ridge Tribal Council. The Tokala, or Kid Fox Warrior Society, a full-blood group restored in 1977 in a religious ceremony led by Harry Jumping Bull, to resurrect and maintain the dying Lakota language and traditions, had been reactivated after the Camp Yellow Thunder occupation, and Russ Loudhawk, who was now tribal council representative from the White Clay District, was making sure that the council participated in this last desperate fight for the Black Hills. June Little doubted that Council President Stanley Looking Elk would defy the warnings being issued by Governor Janklow, who had tried to laugh off the Camp Yellow Thunder occupation but had told the media that any attempt at a second occupation would be stopped. Little believed that the entire Oglala community, Grandma Jumping Bull included, should abandon this spiritless government housing and move into the hills, with or without tribal council participation. I'm going to take Stanley up there this afternoon, Russ Loudhawk said, and pick a site, and try to figure out the best way in. He looked worried again, shaking his head. I'll have more trouble with the FBI's over it. They're still after me about the shootout, you know, trying to prove that I went in there with horses and took my boys out. I didn't ask whether he did or not, and he didn't volunteer the information, and in a sudden silence, Sam Loudhawk, a big quiet man who had not spoken, left the room and went into the kitchen. We still think about Leonard here, and pray for him, Russ Loudhawk told Steve Robideau, breaking the silence. And the spirits say that he will get out of prison. But Indian troubles are not over, we still have a very long way to go. The men nodded, and fell silent again. Then June Little spoke, looking at no one. Skins have a lot to relearn, he said, a lot. We got too far away. Although they knew that Steve Robideau would not have brought here a white man whom he did not trust, Steve himself was still an outside Indian, and anyway, the local people were suspicious and afraid of too much close attention to Oglala. As late as May 1977, FBI agents had visited June Little to question him about the death of Anna Mae, in an ongoing campaign of harassment against Oglala suspects whom, for one reason or another, they had not brought into court. According to the FBI report, Little had become abusive, telling them not to return without an Indian policeman who had jurisdiction. Now he stretched out his long legs, gazed at his boots, then said in a low matter-of-fact voice, "Whatever the Wasikis did, it's going to come back on them." June 25, the anniversary of the Custer Battle, was a day of high clouds and bright sun. From Hot Springs, in the southern hills, the road led north into Wind Cave National Park, a rolling grassland that flows down into Buffalo Gap from the dark ridges of ponderosa pine on the east slope of Pahasapa. The grazing animals, the hawks, the yellow coneflowers and sweet clover, the seago lilies, bellflowers and wild rose, made one wonder how this country must have looked in the lost days when the first Lakota came to it across the plains. The various entrances to the hills were very rough and rugged, but there was one very beautiful and easy pass through which both Buffalo and Lakota entered the hills. Every fall thousands of Buffaloes and Lakotas went through this pass to spend the winter in the hills. Pte Tatayapa. It was called by the Lakotas, or Gate of the Buffalo. Today this beautiful pass is denuded of trees and to the white man it is merely Buffalo Gap. 13. Pronghorn antelope wandered near the road, and a car full of young Indians drove off into the meadow for a better look at an old solitary bull bison, up to his knees in the rank grass. No Indians would show up at Wind Cave before afternoon, even if Stanley-looking elk did not lose his nerve, everyone said. You know Indians, Bob grinned. Take 'em all morning to get it together. But by early afternoon more than 100 people were already at the site, on an open hillside near a tract of pine by the buffalo corrals at the north end of the park. To the music of transistor radios and Lakota drums, tents of every shape and size were being set up within walking distance of a portable latrine, and Looking Elk, a round-faced man with close-cropped hair and a certain resemblance to Dick Wilson, sat on a camp chair near a trailer, laughing uneasily and shaking his head, as if still unable to believe that a tribal council had invaded a national park without a permit. First they promised us there would be no police, but of course them white man promises never meant too much, so we snuck up on 'em Injun style, took 'em by surprise. If Russ Loudhawk was a woman, now, I would have kissed him. Stanley almost had a heart attack, Loudhawk said later, his boyish face lit up by a fine smile. He said. So. Because that night when we come up here to look things over, there were cops all over the place on the main roads, and we had to figure they were getting set to stop us. So I decided to take the people in real early, using the dirt roads up through Buffalo Gap, the buffalo trails and cattle trails that have been there since the old days. About 15 cars came up over the hills, we was in here around about 7 a.m. And sure enough, there was a big bunch of state police and sheriffs, even FBI. We really took 'em by surprise. They were facing the wrong way, toward the main road. Loudhawk laughed in real delight. Well, they didn't know what to do. There we were, already on federal land, and they realized that the state had no authority to move us out. The Oglala tribe intended to remain in the Black Hills after its 2-week permit had expired, in order to force a hearing in federal court on its right to be there. The following week, the Wind Cave site was named Crazy Horse Camp, and June Little, Kenny Kane, and others moved over from Camp Yellow Thunder to make sure that Looking Elk didn't lose his nerve. We're not in the hills for a weekend or a month, we are here to stay. 14. Said Yvonne Starr comes out to a Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Interior for Indian Affairs. 15. Sent out from Washington to try to head off an embarrassing confrontation with the government. You can't help us, this well-meaning man with Choctaw blood was told by Elder Matthew King, who waved a cane at him. You know that. You are part of the government. I don't believe anything you say. Chapter 20. Red and Blue Days. The white people have to surrender their arms to the Great Spirit. This purification is coming real soon, and all the guns and gold will melt. The Holy Spirit, the atom, the power of God, will melt those guns and tanks and poison gases they create. They will be standing by themselves. When the time comes, there won't be no amnesty. We're going back to the beginning of time. I have no fear, I have no slightest fear whatsoever. Even if I have to face death like Chief Bigfoot, it's very beautiful. We hold the key to eternity, where it is beautiful and it is everlasting for everyone. That's where we're going. We're going home. And finally, we will be back in the Great Spirit's hands again, grandmother's arms again. She'll cradle us in her arms again. Wallace Black Elk. A. T. Oglala, on June 26, 1981, the people prepared the feast and giveaway that would take place after the memorial for Joe and Anna Mae. There would also be a naming ceremony for the baby born in recent weeks to Steve Robideau and his young Oglala wife. At the little cabin, a fire pit was filled with wood, and a cauldron heated, and soon a red pickup truck arrived with a dead cow on the bed. The cow was skinned out by a crowd of cheerful amateurs armed with dull knives, while others fetched wood and hauled water for the cooking fire. Then the cow was axed and hacked into ribs and quarters. At a table set up among the small trees west of the cabin, Rosalind Jumping Bull and Angie Long Visitor worked side by side, carving the beef into small pieces, and Ellen Moves Camp, directing the butchery, called out to Bob Robideau's former wife, "Come on, Andrea. Be a nice little Indian woman and help with all this meat." In the hot dry sun, Jean Bordeaux walked hand in hand along the bluff with Nilak Butler, who had come all the way from Vancouver for the memorial. In Vancouver, trying to tell me of Jean's mother's death in March, Nilak had become flushed and upset 3 months after the event. Evelyn was returned to the earth on the first day of spring. In Rosebud she went home. Steve Robideau introduced me to Leonard Peltier's pretty children by a former Oglala wife named Audrey Shields. Next month, this little boy and girl would enter the steel doors of Marion to see their father for the first time in 4 years. Emerging from the outhouse, John Trudel found himself confronted by a knot of people. "Okay, folks," he yelled, "office hours are over," and everyone laughed. Trudel took his infant daughter from her Lakota mother and patted her asleep upon his shoulder. Observing him, Steve Robideau said, "My brother John lost 5 people, and he's still working hard. That's strong. And you know what Tina was working on when she was killed? Water and water problems. And that is what's starting to happen all over now, problems with water." From the south side of the little cabin, the whole area of the shootout could be seen. On the lower edge of the hill pasture where it meets the river wood along White Clay Creek, young Indians were stripping timbers for the cooking fire from what was left of the old Jumping Bull corrals. Sitting quiet in the hot prairie grass up on the bluff, hearing the grasshopper's wild ringing that must have filled the taut silences between shots at this same hour of this same day, 6 years before, I tried once again to sort out all the accounts and piece together what had actually taken place. The FOIA documents, still coming in, had clarified government methods and conclusions and made it plain that Peltier had been railroaded into jail. Yet the two critical events, how the shootout with Kohler and Williams actually began, and how it finished, remained almost as obscure as they were that day when Edgar Bear Runner and the BIA superintendent walked down the slope to that unmarked grassy flat where the bodies lay. If, as the government tried to suggest, agents Kohler and Williams chased Sam Loudhawk's red and white van onto the property, then the lot of people around referred to early in the agent's radio transmissions might have been onlookers in Oglala housing, where the van had been driven earlier that morning. More likely, they were near the little cabin, which before the shootout served as political, cultural, and social center for AIM activities in the White Clay district. Here the traditional people would convene for sovereignty discussions, sweat lodge preparation, and other matters. There was never no ambush, Leonard says. There were always a lot of people around, coming and going, and a lot of 'em visited our camp. Not that just anybody could drive in there to the Jumping Bulls, even though the security wasn't obvious, know what I mean? But one time 2 guys stayed 2 days and I never even knew it. And there were people living there whose names have never been mentioned, not even in the FOIA documents. When we talked in Vancouver, Dino Butler had proposed a theory of how the shootout actually began. This is just my opinion, and I can't prove it, but I really think this is what happened. The FBI knew we were organizing the Oglala people toward independence, toward sovereignty, which meant resistance to the mining leases. They wanted to clear out the last pocket of real resistance on the reservation, but they didn't know exactly where we were. It could have been Ted Lamay's, the Jumping Bull place, maybe Wallace Little's. They knew Joe was one of us because they'd seen him at Custer for more than a week as a bodyguard for Banks, and that morning they spotted him in Oglala housing when he went down there for a shower. They trailed the van back to Jumping Bulls, but they still didn't know just where the camp was, so after a while they started a little provocation. Maybe they wanted to invite a warning shot, because they had people all around that area waiting to come in and back them up. So it sounds like they were ready to go in and wipe us out. All they needed was the excuse of that first shot. Anyway, those two agents ran into a lot more firepower than they expected, and when the backup people heard all that shooting, they just didn't go in until they got more reinforcement, and by that time, it was too late. Peltier agrees with Butler's theory. In fact, he says, it was me who assigned Joe to be Banks's bodyguard, now that I think of it. Anyway, we knew we were a big threat to the government, being in that area, and we knew that they knew why we were there, because all we talked about to the Oglala people was self-sufficiency, the need to farm our own lands, the different stages on the way to sovereignty. This was our conversation with everybody. Though Butler had been careful not to say so, Leonard told me that he was also in the van that went down that morning to Oglala housing. We were getting ready to go to Cedar Rapids on the support group for Crow Dog's sentencing the next day, but something was wrong with the ignition on the van. It didn't always kick over, so about 9:30, I took it into a guy called Ears in Oglala housing. And I was under the van when these two cars came in real fast, screeching around from house to house. And Ears says, "Look at that. If any skin drove around here like that, they'd bust his ass. What the hell gives them pigs the right to come into our community and go squealing around like that?" So anyway, Ears located a crossed wire. I felt like an idiot that I never found it, and after them agents left, we stood around a little while and bullshitted about a big deer he had seen a few times, and how to hunt it, and then we went on back to the farm. We weren't gone from Jumping Bulls more than an hour and a half, and we must have been back another hour before we heard the first shots. Despite Mike Anderson's unwilling testimony that the red and white and orange and white van had been pursued onto the property just prior to the shooting, Peltier's contention that the van returned at least 1 hour earlier is supported by the government's own witnesses, including Norman Brown, who said he was with Joe Stuntz down in the camp when the shooting started. Lawrence Doley White Eyes testified at Cedar Rapids that he had been interrogated by the agents in Oglala around 10 a.m., or about the same time that Peltier and Ears saw the agents' cars go squealing around the housing. Also, John Stewart was prepared to testify that Peltier and others in his group had left Dorothy Brings Him Back's house at about 10:30 a.m. and that Jimmy Eagle had turned up sometime after, alerting them to the showdown that would soon occur. Stewart's tale fits the story told at Cedar Rapids by James Harper, according to which one agent came earlier to the Jumping Bulls and promised to return when told to leave. At Cedar Rapids, neither side pursued the question of whether or not the agents had made an earlier visit to the Jumping Bull property on the morning of June 26, but evidence of such a visit crops up here and there in the accounts, and an FBI summary sent to Special Prosecutor Hultman on January 14, 1977, indicates that before Peltier's trial it had become part of the official version of events. According to this account, the agents arrived at Doley White Eyes' residence between 10:15 and 10:30 a.m. and stayed for no more than 5 or 10 minutes. Thereafter they drove to the Harry Jumping Bull property, where they stopped at a house where Wanda Sears and Wallace June Little, Jr. lived. Shortly after 10:30 a.m. they probably remained there for 5 minutes or less and, thereafter, drove to the Pine Ridge Indian Police Office, where S.A. Kohler was observed at 11 a.m. Sometime after 11:15 a.m. and no later than 11:50 a.m. S.A. Williams reported observing and following a red and white vehicle. Between 11:30 a.m. and 11:50 a.m., both of their vehicles and the agents were observed near the bottom of the hill below the Wanda Sears residence. Also in this time frame, Williams radioed that 3 men were getting out of a Red Scout with rifles. This document raises a lot more questions than it answers. Was Mr. Hultman supposed to assume that this red and white vehicle was none other than Peltier's red and white van? Was it also identical with the Red Scout, very different in appearance, from which the 3 men emerged with rifles? And precisely who observed the agents and their vehicles near the bottom of the hill below the Wanda Sears residence between 11:30 and 11:50 a.m.? There is no evidence of any such observation, or not, at least, in the documents released so far, which leads one to suspect an unidentified informer whose report may be the basis of other documents as well. Finally, this report skirts the nagging question of why the agents traveled 12 miles back to Pine Ridge Village, only to turn around shortly thereafter and drive to Oglala for the second time that morning. In the absence of a definite answer, I arrived at an explanation of my own. By June 1975, the FBI was unquestionably aware of Peltier's presence on Pine Ridge. Therefore it seems likely that the agents identified not Joe Stuntz but Peltier himself, or at least his van in Oglala housing, and that they decided that backup units would be necessary before any attempt at an arrest was made. Having trailed but not chased the van out to the Jumping Bulls, Agent Williams might have proceeded to Pine Ridge, 12 miles farther east, to coordinate support, leaving Kohler behind on Highway 18 to make sure that the van did not leave the farm. Whether or not Kohler and or Williams entered the property, this would explain why Williams separated from Kohler, and also the mid-morning return into Pine Ridge. There he conferred briefly with Hughes and Price at 11 a.m. On his way out of town a few minutes later, Price observed Kohler coming in, and another FOIA document records a subsequent interview with both Kohler and Williams in the Law and Order Office of the BIA with an officer whose name is blotted out but who may be identified by other details in the report as either Glenn Littlebird or Robert Ecoffe, probably Ecoffe. Stated that during this conversation, he told agents Williams and Kohler not to go out to the Jumping Bull community alone, and that they should wait for a couple of units to assist them. He finished his conversation with agents Williams and Kohler, at which time he and his partner left the Law and Order Office and drove to Batesland, South Dakota, to check out the burglary report. Added that both he and left prior to agents Williams and Kohler advised that he thought agents Williams and Kohler were going to wait for his return, and that both agents Williams and Kohler would accompany him and his partner along with another unit to the Jumping Bull community. To date, the activities of Kohler and Williams in the period between this interview and the first radio transmissions are unaccounted for. The Indian police must have departed from Pine Ridge shortly after 11 a.m., since they had traveled 26 miles east to Batesland and had already checked out the burglary report when they heard the distress calls on their radio and took off for Oglala. In addition to headquarters radios, a number of BIA and FBI automobiles were tuned in that morning to the FBI frequency, yet no communication between the two agents was reported until shortly before 11:55, at least 3/4 of an hour after they were last seen in Pine Ridge, a very long time to be out of contact with a working partner on a search, unless the two were together in the same car, or had left their cars, perhaps to talk with someone. The alternative explanation is that the two were in communication, and that the transmissions that led up to the shootout have been suppressed. On July 9, 1975, The Washington Post described an exchange between Williams and Kohler in which one agent advocated pursuit of a red pickup truck. The other told his partner to make sure the gas tank was full. An FBI spokesman at Pine Ridge confirmed that they were after a truck and said there was no particular reason that the truck incident had not been announced earlier. The South Dakota Law Enforcement Communications Department tape recorded the conversation between the slain agents prior to the shootout and recorded their plea for help after the gunfire began. South Dakota Attorney General William Janklow, whose office oversees the Law Enforcement Communications Network, confirmed that the state did record the FBI communication but declined to say what was on the recording. He said the FBI had asked him to keep the information confidential. Why was the FBI unwilling to release these tapes, which would have resolved all the conflicting versions of the transmissions? What do these tapes reveal? Why were the defense attorneys told later by the state police that no such tapes had ever existed, even though the state attorney general had confirmed their existence? Who is lying here, and for what reason? Assuming that those tapes do not exist, or reveal nothing, assuming, in short, that the radios were silent, then Williams and Kohler, in the same car or separately, must have stopped somewhere to speak with someone. And if so, there is some reason to suppose that that someone was the old Eagle spotter Marvin Stalt, whose SWAT team just happened to be on maneuvers in the area on the day of the shootout, and who, as it turned out, was the first unit to respond there for assistance, according to Stalt's own testimony to the grand jury on November 24, 1975. Is Stalt saying he was there ahead of Agent Adams? Was Stalt's five-man SWAT team the group of armed men waiting in the hills that was reported by old Cora Shellwoman? Was it this group, perhaps, that observed the agents and their cars near the bottom of the hill below the Wanda Sears residence between 11:30 and 11:50, and were they carrying out this surveillance after consultation with Kohler and Williams? Linda Price heard Agent Williams say, "We are following a red vehicle, you want to keep an eye out for it." If we was Williams and Kohler, then who was you? Could you have been Stalt and the SWAT team? Or was it BIA Police Chief Dale Eastman, whose location just prior to the shootout is not recorded? If Stalt's unit was the first on the scene, then, like Gary Adams, he arrived well before the death of the two agents. By his own account, Stalt approached up in my police unit, up to Jumping Bull Hall, trying to get down in there. I drove up as far as Jumping Bull Hall and there were people beginning to shoot at me. I was receiving heavy rifle and pistol fire from that area. So I requested assistance. I was told to pull back. I think that order probably came from Dale Eastman, he was in charge at this time. Just a week later, on July 2, 1975, Marvin Stalt quit the BIA police for good. Not long thereafter he moved away to Denver. Queried about this strange circumstance by a grand juror, Stalt claimed, not at all persuasively, that he had left the BIA police because those two agents were my friends. He went on to say that he had known beforehand of a buildup by militants, under cover of the Jumping Bulls anniversary, and had warned his superior to be leery of that particular area, but Eastman didn't check far enough into it, I would say. Stalt indicated that, in addition to his grief and exasperation, he had been persuaded to depart by threats, although the source and nature of these threats was not made clear. On June 26, 1976, during the Cedar Rapids trial, Stalt was approached in Denver by a private investigator hired by the defense team, which had learned that the government had discarded the man who spotted Eagle as a prospective witness for the prosecution and was curious to find out why. Stalt told the investigator that he had been acquainted with the two FBI agents who were killed, that they had worked with the FBI on other matters prior to this incident, that these two FBI agents were known to him as being arrogant and abusive, that they were to serve as a backup unit to the two FBI agents, that the FBI agents were aware of the explosive atmosphere which existed at the time and in fact were pre-warned about the same. Mr. Stalt expressed that it was his belief that the FBI was testing the situation at Pine Ridge, that he knew that there would be trouble. That they heard the distress call come over the air from the two FBI agents, that they were unable to assist the two FBI agents because of the heavy gunfire. 2 days after this report was written, the investigator told the defense team over the telephone that Stalt had referred to Kohler and Williams as badasses, and that Stalt was very frightened, saying that his life was in danger from both sides, but particularly from the FBI. On July 7, the investigator telephoned again to say that Stolt would not answer additional defense team questions, or talk at all, except to repeat that he now feared for his life. In 1977, Stolt was subpoenaed by the defense to appear at Fargo, where, to judge from the extreme evasiveness described earlier, he was still frightened. Defense attorney Lowe had promised that Stolt would produce some surprises, but on the stand, as we have seen, this stubborn witness refused to cooperate, taking refuge so often in "I would rather not answer" that the defense gave up on him very quickly. However, he denied having criticized the agents. All he had said was, "I told them they'd get in trouble if they went down there." Asked whether he thought the two were troublemakers, Stolt said, "I'd rather not answer that." He did say, however, that he had been warned that making an arrest in that community would be very difficult, and that the FBI knew all about the AIM camp on the Jumping Bull land, which was common knowledge. Stolt's testimony, very interesting despite itself, encourages still more interesting speculations. He acknowledges warning Kohler and Williams. When and where did he do so, and under what circumstances, since the two agents seem to have operated as a team for less than 24 hours, from the period after 4 p.m. on June 25, when they set off for Oglala in search of Eagle, until approximately 12:10 p.m. the next day, when they were killed. Thanks to BIA officers Ekafe and Little Bird, the late afternoon of June 25 is well accounted for. Did Kohler and Williams encounter Stolt that evening when they took Charles, Draper, and Anderson into Pine Ridge for identification? Or did they meet him the next morning after their brief visit to Pine Ridge up near Old Cora Shell Woman's place, perhaps in that period when their activities are still a mystery, at least to those not privy to those tapes? In that case, what did the agents say to Stolt, and Stolt to them, and why was he so certain they would get in trouble down there? Who appointed Stolt's SWAT team as a backup in case of trouble, and why were those BIA roadblocks in place so quickly? Why is there no report about this crucial meeting during which Stolt says he warned the agents, assuming that it took place at all? And finally, why did the agents require warning, since the explosive atmosphere in the Oglala community had been well known since March? Taken together, Stolt's accounts bear out the reservation view that with the contempt for Indians that characterized FBI operations on Pine Ridge, Kohler and Williams ignored the advice of the Indian police, invited a warning shot through nervous or aggressive behavior, then shot it out in the expectation of immediate support. And in fact, their backup units arrived in good time, only to retreat again in the face of gunfire from an unknown number of AIM terrorists and local Indians, not wishing to get killed on a white man's errand. If this account is roughly accurate, and if Stolt was held accountable for the retreat, it might also explain his sudden retirement from the BIA police and his move to Denver. Bob Robideau, in vest and cowboy boots, long black hair blowing, moved restlessly from group to group, settling nowhere. Finally he squatted on his heels against the cabin side, gazing out over the river woods of White Clay Creek. Sensing something, I intruded on his privacy, asking him what his feelings were, being back here on Jumping Bull land on June 26. Bob gave me a brief wary look, then let a silence hang on this stupid question, which he recognized as an effort to smoke him out. After a time, he said shortly, "I don't feel no different." Why? After many days together, in California as well as South Dakota, this man and I understood each other pretty well. For Leonard's sake, as long as there was hope of a new trial, he had to be careful about what he told me, and trust to my good sense in what I wrote. Once that trust was established, he had been as candid as he could be under the circumstances, which had changed considerably with the appearance of the FOIA documents. The defense committee and the attorneys felt that the time had come to tell the truth about Oglala, or at least most of it, and Bob had been speaking much more openly about the shootout than he had 14 months before, on that cold April day when we first visited this property. I was on security the night before, Butler had told me in Vancouver. It was a very long night with a lot of rain, and I was tired, so I slept late, I remember the young girls were cooking pancakes. Norman Brown came and woke us when he heard the shots, and he ran up ahead of me. By the time I got going, and came up out of the woods, the long visitors were already on their way out, and I told them which way to go. They were hurrying toward the road, maybe a mile across that field, and the way they were moving, even with the kids, that distance could not have taken them more than 10 minutes. Later they said that a car came along right away and picked them up, and that just down the road toward Pine Ridge, there was a big van parked, and someone was handing out weapons to white lawmen. So that was already happening within 15 minutes after they left the compound. By the time I got up there, Adams and the BIA cops had already arrived, and the two Normans were shooting in their direction. There was a lot of automatic fire coming from the cars, and Norman Brown got pinned down by the outhouse. I could hear the bullets whack into the wood. Norman hollered at me that they had him trapped, so I let off a clip to keep their heads down while he ran for it. I was shooting an M1.3006 with the top clip that day. At that time, them agents could still have got away without any trouble. Saying this, Dino had seemed vaguely regretful that they had not done so. When I mentioned the reported crossfire that might have held them there, the trial evidence that one or more people were shooting at them from around June Little's cabin, he shook his head. There was no one shooting at them from June's cabin. All those shell casings over there were old ones, used for target shooting a few days before. So the agents could have gone back out that way, but they didn't. And the reason they didn't was because they thought that people were coming in there quick to back them up. When I repeated this account to Rob Ido, he nodded in confirmation. He was silent a moment, as if making a decision, then spoke out quickly in a flat, even tone, as if he wished to get something over with as quickly as possible. Leonard was down there by that big elm near where them junked cars used to be. He never moved from that place during the shootout. I was up there by that old car past the green shack. Dino was over by that woodpile. Joe and Norman Charles were near him, and another guy whose names are not going to be mentioned. They were here and here. Hell, there were Indians all over. What we couldn't understand was why them two men stayed right where they were, down in that field. They couldn't have picked a worse position in the first place. The least they could have done was back them cars down into the woods. That would have been easy. Or at least run for those corrals, where they had a little cover. They didn't even try to take cover. The most they did was kneel down alongside their car. The rest of the time they just stood there, right out in the open. Of course, we was quite a ways away. Asterisk. But even so, it's just amazing that they lasted as long as they did. I remember that one of them was trying to get into the car for some reason, probably the radio. By that time, I had taken that .44 from Joe, and when I let off a clip of 5, that agent raised his rifle and let go at me. I didn't ask him who had fired the first shot. By his own account and those of others, he had not been up there when it happened, and knowing this man's instinctive discretion, I felt it was conceivable that he had never asked and did not know. If he did know, and the truth would have helped Leonard, he would have told me. Not counting poor Bear, the only known first-hand account was still Mike Anderson's rooftop story, but in the light of Anderson's earlier versions, there was no good reason to believe it. On the other hand, the evidence suggests to me, at least, that Kohler and Williams had indeed been chasing one or more vehicles, and that whether or not those being pursued stopped at the Y fork above the junked cars, the agents pulled up in that vulnerable place down in the pasture because they heard a warning shot or came under fire. If there is another persuasive explanation of the location and position of their cars, I cannot find it. Not that this means much in terms of Peltier's guilt or innocence, since even if it could be shown that the red and white van was the vehicle in question, and that Peltier was driving it again just before noon, or even that Peltier emerged from the car and started shooting, no connection has ever been established between this event and the executions of the agents perhaps 15 minutes later. In the absence of any contradictory account from the defense from the start, there has been total silence on this subject. It seems probable that the Indians started the shooting. Why? They did so, of course, is another matter. No onus is necessarily attached to the first shot. Perhaps the beginning of the fatal episode was trivial, but whatever the details, there seems to be no doubt that the agents repeatedly invaded hostile territory, sparking an impulse to drive off these hated intruders who had already been warned away at least once before. I imagine a wind of anger and a yell, a warning shot. When Kohler and Williams stopped short in the pasture, someone may have fired in grim fun, not yet deadly serious, and instead of retreating, the agents fired back, without even improving their exposed position. And by the time they realized that the situation was out of control, that the backup cars, if they heard them come, had already retreated, long-haired figures were running here and there along the rim, shooting down at them from more vantage points than they could cover. In a few wild minutes, Kohler had received that shocking wound, and Williams could not or would not desert him. The details, the degree of bravery, the precise order of events are lost. But attention that had been gathering on Pine Ridge for almost a century burst like the lightning in the huge black skies of the summer thunderstorm the night before, and 3 men died. With both agents wounded and one down, Robideau says, he ran down the slope to the edge of the tree line where Peltier was stationed and suggested that they take the 2 as hostages. Cars were already arriving on Highway 18, they would soon be surrounded, and some sort of bargaining power was needed if they were going to survive the day. When Peltier agreed, Robideau went back up to fetch Butler, after which the 3 made their way down through the thick woods, then northward in the cover of the neck of trees, not far from the agents' cars, unable to see any sign of the agents but covered by the Indian guns on the rim above. They began to make their way toward the cars, taking advantage of the scattered cover of small trees. Bob gazed at me like a poker player raising his eyes over his cards. It was now, he said, that a red truck came down the road fast from somewhere up around this cabin. At the cars, it slowed down, maybe even stopped, though I never heard anyone get out. We couldn't see, because the truck was on the far side of them cars, but we heard the shots. Then the truck took off again up the hill, got the hell out of there. Taken aback by this unexpected story, I stared at him. He didn't flinch. I asked why the defense attorneys had not revealed this, since S.A. Adams's report of the red pickup that fled the area at 12:18 seemed to confirm it. We discussed it, Robideau said calmly. But there was no way to prove it, not without getting them others into trouble, and anyway, it was decided that it was better to keep us out of the area of the cars entirely, not only because of aiding and abetting but because it might have been too hard for a jury to believe what really happened. When I grunted, still a little dazed, Bob said, "You see. How had that truck escaped through the BIA roadblock? Hell, there was people passing through them roadblocks all day long. They didn't really have 'em set up right, and we think that's because them agents jumped the gun before the rest of 'em were ready." I supposed aloud that Williams must have thrown his gun down before stripping off his shirt without unbuttoning it and trying to tie a tourniquet on Kohler. Perhaps he had waved that white shirt first in sign of surrender. Robideau shrugged. "I never seen no sign of surrender," he said. "But of course that could have happened while we was down there in the woods. Maybe that's why we never seen their heads show in the windows of the car when we were creeping up there, trying to get the drop on them. If I had known they had surrendered, I would have hollered for a ceasefire. We would have taken them prisoners, taken them hostage, like I said." Asked what the group would have done with 2 hostages who were probably bleeding to death, and who certainly could not have been taken along on an escape, Robideau gazed at me, unblinking. "I don't know," he said, after a while. Trying to ease a sudden tension, I suggested that for a jury there would be a big difference between wounding the agents in a long-range exchange of fire and going down there to finish off the helpless men. What I wanted to hear, I guess, was some sort of moral disapproval of the execution, because try as I would to understand the event in historical and sociological perspective, it was still horrifying in terms of the live victims. I could not get Ron Williams's last minutes out of my mind. That panic, apparently intensified by the sight and sound of his maimed partner, which was so painfully evident on those radio transmissions, the knives of terror in heart and temple as the depthless hole of the rifle muzzle rose before him, as his hand flew up before his face in the shocked realization that he was about to be killed. Right now. By another man as crazed and frantic as himself. The long black hair, the sweating forehead, the wild eyes quenched by the rifle stock. No. As Jack Kohler, mercifully unaware of what was happening, sat slumped against the car, the light already fading from his eyes as the barrel of this gun or another turned toward him. As it had so many times before, this recurrent scene or something like it fled through my mind in that long moment while Robideau and I considered each other. But Bob had no intention of claiming innocence for himself or for his partners, as in Dino's case, his wonder that the agents had not fled while there was time had carried an overtone of vague regret, but he was not going to let either of us off the hook by making excuses. In fact, he looked at me as if I were just obstinate. From the Indian's viewpoint and increasingly from my own, any talk of innocence or guilt was beside the point. All the Indians who were here that day were warriors, and the nameless figures in the red truck were no more guilty than he and Dino and Leonard, because no Indian that day was guilty. The only thing that might have been questioned was the judgment of those men, and Robideau refused to question even that. None of us was innocent, he said finally, referring to the three who were finally prosecuted. We fired on the agents and we hit the agents, we participated. But we didn't kill them. According to one veteran police reporter, Bob Robideau has the eyes of a killer. I've been around guys like this for a long time and I know the eyes of a killer when I see 'em. Perhaps what he is referring to is a kind of lidded ex-con look that reveals nothing. Once Bob relaxes, his eyes open wide in disconcerting youthfulness. He has a good sense of humor and laughs at himself often, never attempting the mildest excuse for messing up in the course of his youthful burglaries, and taking complete responsibility for such fiascos as the badly fitted tailpipe that caused the near-fatal explosion on the Kansas Turnpike. He gives an impression of bare honesty even when, to protect others, he is not telling the truth. That you suspect he may be lying does not bother him, since he knows that you know that he has no choice. It is not the eyes of a killer that one sees but a certain deadliness of intent that makes one wonder if his cousin Leonard is only referring to Robideau's thin build when he calls him Razor. After a pause, I asked if those men in the truck had finished off the agents so that there would be no witnesses, no one left to point a finger at the Indians who had participated in the shootout. Robideau shook his head. I don't think they did it to eliminate witnesses. I think they just did it out of years of pent-up frustration and rage about not being able to do anything about the hopeless kind of lives that they were leading on this reservation. For the first time since I had known him, Bob Robideau, in a very controlled way, was upset and angry, his body was restless, and his voice had taken on a subtle thickness. I've never killed anybody in my life, he said, and I hope I never have to, because I hate the idea. But if I have to, I can do it, and I could have done it that day. We were just sick of being pushed around, we didn't care about them agents. They were shooting at us, and we shot back. We went down the hill from the little house, on the pasture road toward the corrals which the agents had descended that day to the place they died. A great blue heron lifted on slow summer wings out of White Clay Creek, and the noisy killdeer cried, "Kee-dee, kee-dee," from the fields near the pumpkin seed cabin on the far side of the trees. The old corrals were sagging with disuse. Everything's grown up quite a bit, Bob said, inspecting the narrow neck of woods that he and Leonard and Dino used as cover in trying to sneak up behind the agents. Then he walked out, as he had 6 years before, to the foot of the steepening slope below the cabin where the white overtan Colorado car and the green Rambler had sat in the dead heat of midday summer. From this low place, all the two agents could have seen was the silvered wood of the root cellars in the long grass of the ridge line, and the dark doorway of the leaning outhouse on the bluff, and the shivering dark leaves of the trees that shaded the Jumping Bull's white cabin, and the silhouettes of long-haired figures running down the hot pale sky of the Dakotas. Everywhere, wild roses were in bloom. Lots of sage here now, Bob said. We had it pretty well picked clean when we was here, had to go all the way to Lone Man's for it. Near the Y crossing between the green shack and the wood stands a big elm with a depression all around the base of the trunk where Peltier had lain during the shootout. Not far downhill from this tree, inside the wood edge, is another large elm, very likely the one climbed by Eastman and Waring when they first saw the Colorado car. On this tree is tacked a weathered blue tin sign, #13. Exquisite. That advertised some unknown long-gone product. Asked where the red pickup truck had come from, Bob glanced at me, then shrugged his shoulders. "There you go with them questions again," he said. I pressed him a little. Had he seen it earlier? Could have been up around the houses. I wasn't too aware of what was going on up there. From the time I come up from the camp, I was concentrating on them two guys down in the pasture. And I stayed pretty much over there on the south end, by the green shack. I never went among the houses until after them agents were dead. Anyway, the first time I saw that truck was when it started coming down the hill. Those other people up on the hill, so far as I know, they never saw who was in the truck because it cut back up the hill way over the side of the Jumping Bulls and then went out. When the red truck had gone, the three men crossed the pasture to the agents' cars. A shotgun was leaning against the rear bumper, and there was a rifle on the ground. I didn't really look at them two bodies, but I noticed they was laying right beside each other by the left side rear wheel of the car. While Dino and Leonard was searching for weapons, I was gathering up whatever I could find. On the green car, in front, the radio was still going strong, and we could hear what was coming down on us. I figured we would have to leave here quick, and that we better know just what the FBI's were up to. I don't think I even asked Dino and Leonard. I just loaded the guns in the back seat and got in that car and drove straight ahead up over this hill and down toward our camp, flat tires and all. By that time there was a lot of cars arriving on the highway, and them guys up there was running around, trying to cover all sides. Probably they never noticed me drive off. Draper was already down at camp, and I assigned him to listening to the radio while I headed back on up the hill to tell Leonard and Dino that there was law coming at us from all over, that we better get out while we still had a chance. Not that I really thought we had a chance. Butler, Robideau, and Peltier were still down at the cars when Joanna Elido entered the property. I first seen her up there by that woodpile, Bob remembered, and she started coming down the hill past them old root cellars. She got down maybe 50 feet before we waved her off. We were headed that way. He pointed toward the Y Fork and our camp, so she kind of angles down across the slope to meet us. I guess maybe that was when I was moving that green car on its flat tires. Anyway, I seen Leonard get angry. Leonard don't get excited too often, but when he does, you can see it from a long way off. When I got back up to the compound, Robideau said, "I seen this woman over by the cabins," and I went on over. She was asking if anyone on either side needed medical attention because there was an ambulance out on the road. Leonard was all hyper after what had happened, same way I was, and he calls over. "No. Kind of rough, no, nobody needs medical attention." And he told someone to get her out of there. But I guess she had looked over the edge of the hill on her way in, and she wanted to go down there and see if them agents needed medical assistance. She started to insist, and he got mad, yelling, "Nobody down there needs medical assistance, because they are dead. What we need here now is ammunition." And that was the truth. Our bullets were almost gone. Nobody tried to explain to Elido that they had not killed the agents. Robideau said, she had seen them down there at the cars, and even if they had felt like accounting for themselves, they did not really expect to be believed. However, he told her that everyone was upset and that she should not take Leonard's anger personally. She understood that, but she was pretty upset, too, and I had to cool things out a little. I said, "Look, it's okay, but there's nothing you can do, so just get out of here." Some of them Oglala women didn't like her so much there was some kind of a personality problem, but she never said one word to the feds about who she had seen in there, or what, even though she spent 8 months in jail. Leonard was still very distracted, and when he saw I was carrying one of the agent's revolvers, he asked me to try it out, although I told him it wouldn't carry very far unless I fired it up in the air. After we looked the situation over, we headed back down to the camp, leaving Joe and Norman Charles behind to keep an eye on everything until we got organized. Then Mike and Norman Brown come in, and Wishy took off up the hill to tell Joe and Norman Charles we were ready to go. Leonard still had this idea that we were going to make a run for it in the van. I think that was part of the same crazy state of mind that made him yell like that at Joanna Ledo. I mentioned the account of S.A. Dean Hughes, in which the Indian who was hit was apparently wearing a white shirt. This seemed to confirm what some people had said, that Joe Stunts had never put on that FBI jacket in which the agents said they found him. Yet the FOIA documents include reports from at least 3 people who saw him wearing it before he died. One of these people, accompanied by a deputy sheriff, had gone up on a butte to observe the firelight. About 2:30 p.m. he saw an Indian in a green jacket killed. The Indian in the jacket and another man in a white t-shirt were shooting toward an area where he knows that Bureau of Indian Affairs officers were located at the time. The man in the green jacket was firing what he believes was an automatic weapon. When he was struck, this man dropped immediately to the ground. The man in the white t-shirt dropped his own weapon, picked up the automatic weapon, and left the scene. He said he understands the FBI recovered a shoulder weapon by the dead Indian but said this is not the weapon the man was actually using. On July 3, an unnamed Indian who lived near the Jumping Bull property informed the agents that he had been mending fence on the morning of June 26 when he heard quite a lot of shots, both shotgun and rifle or pistol. When he left to go check on his family, he could hear a voice yelling for help, sounds like a scream. This voice was vague and appeared to be quite a long way off, coming from the direction of the gunshot sounds. Subsequently he led some lawmen to a hill across from the shooting scene where he could see a man in a white t-shirt and another in a dark-colored coat standing by a green shack. Both of these men were shooting at something. As he watched, he saw the man in the dark-colored coat go down. He is not sure whether the second man was shot or if he knelt down to check on the man on the ground. Joe put that jacket on, Bob said. Him and Norman Charles come down after the shooting. Norman found that rifle clip they took off him the day before, and Joe took that jacket. It was Norman Charles who was wearing a white shirt that day, and who probably dove down when he was shot at, making BIA officer Gerald Hill think he had hit him. The Indians do not believe that Hill killed Joe, they believe he was killed by S.A. Gerard Waring, drilled through the forehead by the only man in Hughes's squad with a sniper scope, and that the FBI gave Hill credit for the kill. He boasted of it to Gary Adams because, from a public relations point of view, it looked better to have that Indian killed by an Indian. We walked along the grassy slopes west of the old fields on the plateau which have not been planted since the elder Jumping Bulls moved away. Along this bluff the long visitors had fled, and Jimmy Zimmerman, hands high, had first been spotted from the highway. Off to the northeast was a high white butte, called Onogeza or Last Stand, according to Sam Move's camp, who came down the hill to join us. Onogeza had been the refuge of Red Cloud's people, who retreated up there, fearing the worst, after news came of the massacre at Wounded Knee. We were going back to Pine Ridge, because we thought there was peace back home, but it was not so. While we were gone, there was a fight around the agency, and our people had all gone away. We crossed White Clay Creek and soon we could hear many guns going off. So we struck west, following a ridge to where the fight was. It was close to the mission, and there are many bullets in the mission yet. While we were over at the mission fight, they had fled to the Onagachi and were camped on top of it where the women and children would be safe from soldiers. Afraid of his horses came over from Pine Ridge to make peace with Red Cloud, who was with us there. Our party wanted to go out and fight anyway, but Red Cloud made a speech to us something like this: "Brothers, this is a very hard winter. The women and children are starving and freezing. If this were summer, I would say to keep on fighting to the end. But we cannot do this. We must think of the women and children and that it is very bad for them. So we must make peace and I will see that nobody is hurt by the soldiers. The people agreed to this, for it was true. So we broke camp next day and went down from the Onagaji to Pine Ridge, and many Lakotas were already there. I did not know then how much was ended. When I look back now from this high hill of my old age, I can still see the butchered women and children lying heaped and scattered all along the crooked gulch as plain as when I saw them with eyes still young. And I can see that something else died there in the bloody mud, and was buried in the blizzard. A people's dream died there. It was a beautiful dream. And I, to whom so great a vision was given in my youth, you see me now a pitiful old man who has done nothing, for the nation's hope is broken and scattered. There is no center any longer, and the sacred tree is dead. 2. At a grassy knoll just at the wood edge, the slope falls off steeply to the cottonwood flats along the creek. Here's where I left that car, Rabido said over his shoulder, and kept on going down into the woods. In the cool shade of the big cottonwoods, in long fresh grass, he uncovered the old hearths where Dino's teepee and the cooking fire had been located. Sam Move's camp offered us a handful of wild currants and showed me a plant called kidney tea, good for the stomach. Wild grape and poison ivy grew where sunlight pierced the heavy leaves of summer. By the creek bank was the stone circle where the small sweat lodge had stood. The skeletal lodge frame of cottonwood saplings, splayed and sagging, had been almost reclaimed by underbrush and humus. Across the creek, the wood margin was narrow, letting in sunlight from the fields that ascended gradually toward the school road. Along the creek the pale clay mud was crisscrossed by the sharp prints of raccoons, and near the water was a tree gnawed long ago by beaver. I told Sam about the big footsteps in the creek heard on the night before the shootout by Gene Bordeaux and Jimmy Zimmerman and Norman Brown, and he nodded, saying, "That was a sign, a warning. There is your big man standing there, ever waiting, ever present, like the coming of a new day," Pete Catches had told me 2 years earlier, here on Pine Ridge. He is both spirit and real being. He had slapped the iron of his cot for emphasis, but he can also glide through the forest, like a moose with big antlers, as if the trees weren't there. At Little Eagle, all those people came, and they went out with rifles and long scopes, and they couldn't see him, but all those other people at the bonfire, he came up close to them, they smelled him, heard him breathing, and when they tried to get too close, he went away. He didn't harm no one. I know him as my brother. I wanted to live over there at Little Eagle, go out by myself where he was last seen, and come in contact with him. I want him to touch me, just a touch, a blessing, something I could bring home to my sons and grandchildren, that I was there, that I approached him, and he touched me. It doesn't matter what you call him, he has many names. I call him brother, CIE, and that's what the old people would call him, too. We know that he was here with us for a long time. We are fortunate to see him in our generation. We may not see him again for many generations. But he will come back, just when the next ice age comes into being. On our return, Bob paused at the top of the hill, hands in hip pockets, and gazed around the Jumping Bull land, as if there were something he could not quite remember. Then he shrugged his shoulders and walked on. At the Black Hills Survival Gathering last summer, we seen some of them people who were here that day. They just nodded to us, and kept on moving, didn't want to stop and talk about old times. Nobody talks about it much, even me and Dino, and that's probably best. Only particular incidents, if there was something funny about it that we didn't understand. Maybe it's distasteful to us, or maybe because there is no need to talk. We were there, we seen it, we done what we had to do, why talk about it? When the work was finished, the women changed into fresh clothes, and everyone went over to the grave site, which lies a few miles down the road on Wallace Little's property, overlooking the little ranch in the valley below. From here there is no sign at all of the bunkers discovered by the FBI investigators in early June 1975. As the mourners gathered, a fast food wagon pulled in among the cars to sell the Indians a few sticks of water ice in the dry heat. The glistening confection came in patriotic colors, a hard chemical red, white and blue. The previous day, a fence had been erected, setting off the AIM warriors' graves from those of the Little family. Rosalind Jumping Bull said that the remains of little Joe and Anna May would probably be moved to the Jumping Bull land, where the community felt that they belonged. "We'll have to talk to the medicine men first, of course, because it has to be done right," she said. The medicine man Billy Goodvoice Elk, who had buried Anna May and assisted at Joe's burial as well, would be here today. A good-natured person who likes to laugh, Mrs. Jumping Bull regrets all her angry words when the place was ruined and her family harassed by the U.S. government after Oglala, and like almost everyone in this community, she feels grateful to the young AIM Indians who stood up for the local people on that day. "Joe was a real good person," Jean Bordeaux sighed, "the same way Anna May was a good person, and Tina Trudel. They gave everything to everyone and never asked questions, never complained, as if taking care of other people was what they were there for. It's funny how people like that are always the ones to get killed." Bare to the waist, his feather-tipped braids bound with ribbons of red and blue, the red of the day and the blue of skin. The Sky Steve Robideau welcomed the people, and Billy Goodvoice Elk gave a ceremonial invocation in Lakota. With 3 other Lakota singers, long black hair blowing against the white bluffs of the Badlands, the medicine man commenced a sad high-chanting song to the hard pound of the plains drum, while Robideau made the ritual purification, taking the sacred pipe from its rack before the ceremonial fire and lifting it to the blue sky in the 4 directions. In the midday sun, in the good scent of dried cow dung and fresh grass, the transparent flame of the small fire made the green earth around it dance and shimmer, as a meadowlark sent its sliver of sweet song down the south wind. The wind quickened the red, black, white, and yellow flags at the corners of the graves, and the green flag that honored the Earth Mother. The red flag represents the east, and the sun rising, and the spirit of day. The black flag is west, land of big mountains and dark weather and the sacred rain of evening and darkness and the spirit of death. The yellow is south, the warm soft winds, the warmth that brings growth and harvest, and the white is north, the home of the giant Wazi-Yahu's icy breath brings cold and death, and the purifying snows that turn the autumn browns to green again when the land awakens in the spring. O you, sacred power of the place where the sun goes down, where we shall journey when that day comes to us. Hei-hei, Tunkashala, Wakantanka, Grandfather, Great Spirit. Give to our people your red and blue days, that they may walk the sacred path in a Wakan manner. O you, Grandmother and Mother Earth from which we have come, you are Wakan, nourishing all things, and with you we are all relations. 3. Robideau spoke of the sacrifices made by Joe and Anna May, and also by Dallas Thunder Shield and Bobby Garcia, who had paid with their lives for trying to help Leonard, and also by the family of John Trudel. He offered the latest news of Leonard and Dino, who sent greetings from prison. 4. And told of the fight against uranium contamination of their land and life by the Dine Nation in the US and the Dean in Canada, of the Six Nations people and many others now struggling for sovereignty, and of the support that Indian peoples of the Americas were receiving in the tribunals and world courts of Europe, and he spoke of the patience needed by reborn Indians such as himself, who were lost in the cities and want to come back home. John Trudel also talked about those Indians who had wandered away from their people's traditions and from the healing spirit and power of the earth. Moving restlessly, lifting his hands, he exhorted the gathering to give up the greed of the white man's way that had corrupted them, and return to the spirit of sharing and self-sacrifice that Joe and Anna May had died for. He warned the people of the 10 years of trouble that were sure to come, trouble of the kind that their grandparents had known, because this government is our enemy. It is owned by the money makers, and they don't care about us, and that is the reality. They want to assassinate us, they did it to our ancient ones, and they are doing it again today by different methods. If we are to continue to survive, to endure, we must keep our spirit connection to our people who came before us. In this earth is where our power lies. The next generation, their spirit will be more strongly connected to the earth than ours. Many of us were lost out there, we made many mistakes, we became dependent on the white man poisons, alcohol and chemicals, and it weakened our spirit power. But our little ones, they will have their power with them. This is what we want the young ones to understand. We do not engage with the US government over ownership of land, because owning land is white man talk and white man values. We engage with the US government over the natural creation. We are a part of the natural world, and the white Americans are the enemies of the natural world. Across from me in the circle of silent Indians stood a white woman named Candy Hamilton, a friend of Anna Mae and, for a time, a permanent decade on the reservation, where she has good friends. Candy had come all the way from North Carolina for this occasion, and as Trudel spoke of the white enemies, I wondered what she might be thinking. Earlier I had mentioned to Bob Robideau how disturbing it was to feel oneself as I did at times part of an unwanted and despised group, not just a stranger but an intruder, a Wasaku, even an enemy, and we had agreed that if all white people were exposed to this experience, race problems in America might diminish quickly. White people just can't handle being disliked, Bob said, and burst out laughing. Nilak Butler, dressed in a long skirt, was offering a message from Dino, which concluded, June 26, 1975, was the day I became a red man. It was the day that truth was born in my mind and heart, uniting me with my spirit and the spirits of all our ancestors. It was the day I learned about life without death. There was no fear in me for the first time in my life, and I knew I could never die, for the fear of death no longer limited my perception of life, which is everlasting. That is what my brother Joseph taught me that day, and I know he has not been lost in the past but awaits me in the future. I know that I can continue on no matter what burden I must carry. I will always stand with honor and dignity in the dust of my ancestors upon Mother Earth amongst my people all people. I shall never be defeated by our enemy, that is my freedom. That is what Annie Mae taught me. We must always fight for what we believe in. We must never tire in our fight. It does not really matter how we fight, what matters is what we are fighting for. It is our right to live, that is our first right. That is why we fight for our unborn, for it is through them that our nations live on. If we have to shed blood for them, the unborn, it is only right. As it was right on June 26, 1975. Despite her tough talk and fierce squint, Nilak is gentle, easily moved, though her voice never faltered. She was flushed with emotion as she finished reading and strode away from the sacred fire with her head high. She is a brave-hearted woman, as the Lakotas say, and a generous one. I wish I could do some of Leonard's time for him, says Nilak wistfully, I really do. And a lot of people feel that way, because he really stood up for us that day. Cecilia Jumping Bull, now nearly 80, came to the fire in a blue shawl and print dress and black laced shoes. Standing straight and still, the old lady spoke strongly to her people in their native tongue, which not all of them understood. Her words were translated by Melvin Blacksmith, who told me later, I am Grandma's son in the Indian way. Mrs. Jumping Bull thanked everyone for coming from so far to honor little Joe and Anna Mae. 6 years ago, these boys lived on my land. I used to talk to them every day, especially their leader, Leonard, warning them that they must be very careful. The old lady described her return from Gordon, Nebraska, on that summer evening just 6 years before, how young girls at the roadblock up the way toward home had told her and Grandpa that their house had been shot up, and how, arriving at the ruined house, they had found a big crowd of armed white men standing around the body of little Joe in 3 circles like you are standing now. I became angry. My thoughts went back to World War II, when my son got killed for America, got killed for these people who ruined my house and killed this boy. When the ambulance came to take him away, I told them he had died for his people, and they treated me roughly. I have a right to be proud because I took care of these boys. I'm getting old now, and when I am gone, I hope that the people here today, and the AIM people, will bury me, and honor me. In this way, The old woman talked for a long time in the soft harmonies of her language, standing stone still without once shifting her feet, hands folded on her breast as she gazed outward toward the high white monument of Onogeze, on the southern rampart of the Badlands. In another quadrant of the circle, Bob Robideau stood beside the mother of his son. We met each other's gaze without expression. Although respected here, he had not spoken to the gathering, and somehow I felt certain he would not. Earlier that afternoon, he had nodded toward a high ravine in the White Hills to the northeast, where dark green pines, black in the summer sun, rose to a point on the blue Dakota sky. That's where old Noah Wounded's cabin was. Back up in there, maybe an hour's walk. When I come in, Leonard was sitting there with the old man, and he says, "Noah wants a picture of a buffalo, can you do it?" Because Leonard knows I've been drawing since I was 5. So I looked at that old man a minute. Then I said I could, and he gives me an old ragged piece of paper and a broke-up pencil, and I made the picture. Old Noah's dead now, I often wonder what he did with it. Bob paused to consider his words carefully, making absolutely certain that I understood. You see, I didn't do that buffalo picture just because he wanted it. I did it because I realized that that buffalo was very significant to that old man in some old-time way. Epilogue. In the spring of 1983, 2 months after this book's first publication, the author and the Viking Press and also some South Dakota booksellers were sued for libel by former Governor William Janklow for $24 million. In January 1984, both author and publisher and attorney Bruce Ellison were sued by Special Agent David Price of the FBI for $25 million, or $49 million in all. Since Price had assured me in our lengthy interview that he never made a move without the approval of his superiors, and since an FBI agent's salary could never pay for the very expensive attorneys he retained, it was assumed that the FBI itself had sponsored his suit in order to lend some sort of credibility to the suit by Janklow, and that both suits were intended mainly as chastisement and harassment as well as a means of keeping this book out of circulation. 8 years of litigation and 8 court decisions, all the way to the United States Supreme Court, have borne out the original opinion of Vikings attorneys that the book was free of libel, yet the legal costs to the defendants and their insurance company have already exceeded $2 million, in addition to the losses suffered when the publisher withdrew the book. And because other publishers were intimidated by the threat of suit, there had never been a paperback edition or a foreign one, despite the great interest in the Peltier case in Europe. The main victim of these intimidation suits has been Peltier himself, who was deprived of his main organizing tool in his fight for justice. Nevertheless, the Peltier case has stubbornly refused to go away. In April 1982, Peltier's lawyers filed a motion for a new trial in the U.S. District Court in Fargo, North Dakota, charging government suppression of exculpatory documents and knowing use of fabricated evidence, the peculiar ballistics data and the poor bear affidavits to obtain a conviction, thereby ensuring that Leonard Peltier would be denied due process of law. On December 30 of that year, Judge Paul Benson refused a motion that he remove himself from the case, which had been assigned him under odd circumstances in the first place. Benson also refused to order the release of the 6,000 additional Resmas documents that the defense had never seen, citing national security among other considerations, an absurd restraint in this rural South Dakota case unless he meant that the accumulating loss of faith in the integrity of the U.S. Justice Department might cause the citizens of our disillusioned nation to feel insecure. The next day he denied the defense motion for a new trial. Meanwhile, the case had drawn the attention of political and religious leaders all around the world. On August 17, 1985, 50 congressmen led by Representative Don Edwards, a former FBI agent who was chairman of the House Subcommittee on Civil and Constitutional Rights, signed an amicus curiae brief in support of a new trial for Leonard Peltier, who was also attracting public support from Amnesty International, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, Ramsey Clark, and a number of well-known religious leaders, including Dean James Morton of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York City and Bishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa. With his youth passing into early middle age, Peltier was doing his best to maintain his morale by keeping busy in prison, despite a mild stroke that has caused the loss of 80% of his sight in his left eye. He sent me a handsome beadwork belt buckle that he had made, then a spirited painting of an Indian that, as it turned out, had been done by a fellow inmate. But soon he sent along 2 pastel sketches of me done by his own hand, and since then his work has progressed rapidly. Peltier's work may be seen these days in a chapel of St. John the Divine dedicated to Leonard by Dean Morton, and other paintings they get better every year are sold to raise money for his Defense Committee office, which after his transfer from Marion to Leavenworth in 1985 has had its headquarters in Lawrence, Kansas. As if impressed by the extent and fervor of Peltier's support, the Court of Appeals accepted a motion for oral arguments on a new trial, which took place in St. Louis in October 1983. On the eve of the hearing, I joined Peltier's young attorneys, Bruce Ellison, John Privatera, and Lou Gurwitz, as they brought Bill Kunstler up to date on their latest findings in the FOIA documents. Kunstler had just arrived by plane after a long day in court in New York State, and the meeting in his hotel room was already underway as he brushed his teeth and put on his pajamas. It was agreed that Leonard's case could not hope for a fair hearing from a court that had already ruled against him several times, and Kunstler intended to denounce U.S. justice for the record in order to hold the judges responsible for their adverse decision and establish a basis for a later appeal. But the next morning, as he addressed the bench, the wily Kunstler sensed at once that the judges were open and attentive. His hands flew up to straighten his tie and smooth his radical silver mane, his glasses slid down from his hair to the point of his nose, and he spoke earnestly, shifting his strategy as he went along. From my front row seat it appeared that his inspired performance had utterly routed prosecutors Crooks and Hultman, and on April 4, 1984, the appellate court, which had earlier criticized Judge Benson's trial restraints on the increasingly mysterious ballistics evidence, which clearly hampered the defense in its efforts to point out the inconsistencies, returned the case to the same judge for a hearing on the new evidence, specifically the FBI teletype of October 2, 1975, which, contrary to prior testimony by an FBI expert, stated that the Wichita AR-15 allegedly used by Leonard Peltier during the shootout could not be linked to the critical .223 casing found near the bodies, the one Crooks had called perhaps the most important piece of evidence in this case. The evidentiary hearing ordered by the appellate court commenced on October 1, 1984, in the Federal District Court building in Bismarck, North Dakota. Across the aisle from me on the plane from Minneapolis sat a small man in a black suit who looked familiar, and coming up the ramp in Bismarck, he was right behind me when I was greeted by Bruce Ellison and Bill Kunstler. Ellison said, "You and Curly have a nice trip together." Kunstler greeted Curly Hultman warmly, they even hugged, and when I teased him about this over supper, he shrugged and said, "It's not affection, really, it's more like enemy soldiers who have shared so many of the same battles that a bond develops. In the beginning I wouldn't speak to those people, but I couldn't keep it up, we're human beings, after all." He laughed, recalling a remark made by John Lowe at the Cedar Rapids trial, where Hultman had seemed so inept. "If this is a battle of wits," Lowe had said, "they're sending in someone who's unarmed." Peltier supporters, rattling into town in ancient autos from all over the north-central states, were mostly quartered in tents on the grounds of a local college, where, on the sunny afternoon of September 30, Russ Means in his customary finery was addressing the first arrivals. Steve Robideau asked me to say a few words to the gathering, and afterward I went over to greet Means, who lounged on a park bench with his new wife, a pretty teacher at the Navajo Community College. Russ much prefers teasing to being teased, and one Indian had told me he was cross about this book's reference to his Russ Means outfit, which had made him the most photogenic AIM leader in the whole country. Sure enough, his expression was so cold that I didn't offer him my hand, knowing that, in front of onlookers, he would ignore it. Nevertheless, I said, "Hello there, Russ," and after treating me to that famous glare in which his mouth hangs open in a half snarl like a bear with its balls caught in a thorn bush, he said, "Hello, Peter," and let fly with a hard jibe about the $49 million in lawsuits brought against my book by Price and Janklow. I was pleased to find old friends in Bismarck, Winona LaDuke, Nilak Butler, and Faye Brown. I talked a while with Danny Blackgoat, whose mother, Roberta, is a leading elder among the Big Mountain Navajo, with Willard Thundershield, brother of Dallas, who was killed under such strange circumstances during the Lompoc escape, with Jim Messerschmidt, who has published a detailed analysis of the Peltier trial, and with Leo Peltier, whom I'd met the year before while visiting his son in Marion. The following day, outside the courthouse, Edgar Bear Runner introduced me to his father, Oscar, and his brother Dennis. Edgar said that when he entered the Jumping Bull Farm as an emissary on the day of the shootout, he had purposely stalled around down at the cabins. I knew these people were running for the hills, and needed all the time they could get. I guess the feds would call what I did a crime, but they were my people, and I'm glad I did it. That evening at the Bismarck Library, we held a public forum to help educate the Bismarck citizens about the case, and the first to speak was Nellie Red Owl, aged 82, who with other elders had attended the reception in Washington, D.C. I am here to pray for Leonard, Nellie Red Owl told the Bismarck audience. It isn't right. There was no jails among our people. We are not here on this earth to be in jail. Mrs. Red Owl, who lives in Batesland, just east of Pine Ridge Reservation, worked as a servant for Farmer Orville Schwarting at the time of the Oglala shootout and gently deplored the aggressive behavior of an FBI agent named David Price during the search for Jimmy Eagle, charged with removing a pair of cowboy boots from Schwarting's son. The evidentiary hearing under Judge Paul Benson began the next day, October 1, on the fourth floor of the federal building, under what Peltier's lawyers would agree was possibly the highest security ever seen in a U.S. courtroom. A special operations group of 30 U.S. Marshals, in big square civilian suits cut to camouflage bulky hardware, not only small arms but walkie-talkie radios and earphones, had been brought in to supervise security in the court building. The entire fourth floor, served by a separate elevator, had been sealed off from the public, which was admitted only to a limited number of seats in small, carefully monitored groups of 5 that had passed through 2 electronic screens. Even nail files had been confiscated, no Peltier buttons or even Peltier t-shirts were allowed. In addition to the swarming SOG, 2 security dogs there to sniff out bombs were stationed by the courtroom door as people came and went. From 9 to 13 marshals, including the burly 3 who sat directly behind the defendant, were posted around the small windowless courtroom, glaring intently at the galleries for sign of terrorists. Peltier's journeys between prison and court were supervised by roof snipers and a helicopter. All Bismarck police were on full-time duty for the course of the hearing, together with a pair of FBI agents from Rapid City. The defendant, dressed in a handsome burnt orange shirt, a beaded deer hide vest, and new blue sneakers, looked trim and cheerful after his long fast of the past winter. He was smiling and waving inobtrusively to his relatives, friends, and supporters as they entered the courtroom 5 by 5. When I flashed the fine bead belt buckle he had made, Leonard grinned broadly. We turned for the entry of Judge Benson, whom Peltier had not seen since the day of his sentencing. Paul Benson is a picture book judge, with a high brow under snow-white hair, a broad thin-lipped mouth, and pale eyes behind severe glasses, as if almost as blind as justice is supposed to be. From the first he kept his back to the defense table. I never saw him look at Peltier, not even once, yet he seemed determined to appear genial and open to the defense arguments, permitting himself an occasional twinkle, not only at his own wry observations but at Kunstler's skill in making the prosecutor appear foolish. Lynn Crooks, a thick-set balding man in thin silver mustache and thin silver glinting glasses, addressed the court in a petulant voice that remained full of complaint throughout the hearing. "Methinks he doth protest too much," Kunstler said at one point, when Crooks had belabored an objection far too long, and Judge Benson, who clearly thought so, too, put his hand up to conceal a smile. S.A. Evan Hodge, the big, bulky head of the FBI's Firearms and Tool Marks Division, was presented to the court by Crooks as an eminently qualified technician, and he came bulwarked by a pile of records and a breast pocket full of pens, as well as a sniffing expression that seemed to suggest that this hearing was a waste of his precious time. All I ask is to get back to the lab. Apart from referring to Jeanette Bissonnette as Jacqueline Bissett, Hodge was a calm and steady witness, yet startling details kept escaping him, including the fact that he had testified before the grand jury on November 24 and 25, 1975, just prior to Peltier's indictment, and that he had not written but merely signed the ballistics affidavit used to help extradite Peltier from Canada. The defense attorneys were outraged to learn that such critical information had been withheld until 7 years after the trial, and all the more so when they were told that no record of Hodge's testimony to the grand jury was available, even though this testimony was a basis of Peltier's indictment. Mr. Crooks, who is not easily embarrassed, attributed the government's illegal failure to deliver all pertinent documents to the defense to simple courtesy, or, in Crooks's parlance, a reluctance to dump paper on them. Mostly, Kunstler chose to emulate Judge Benson's genial manner, but on occasion he had Crooks and Hultman jumping up and down in indignation that their notorious honesty had been impugned. With Evan Hodge, his irony was mild, and very rarely did he raise his voice as he led the witness ever more deeply into trouble. Hodge took frequent refuge in the bulging notes of the devoted technician rested from his duties, blunting all questions with that dull bewildered sniffing, as if oblivious to the discrepancies, illogic, and lack of common sense in his own procedures. Confronted with the urgent teletypes from the FBI field offices to compare all .223 casings to the Wichita AR-15 that his superiors were trying to link to Peltier, Agent Hodge said he'd received no instructions to prioritize any of the items that he and his sole assistant, Joe Twardowski, had to deal with, and did not, in fact, get around to examining the most important piece of evidence in this case until almost 7 months after he'd received it. The damaging teletype of October 2 referred, said he, to the group of 6 or 7 casings located up near the greenhouse. Why these were prioritized rather than the only .223 casing found anywhere near the agent's bodies he could not explain. Hodge was so persuasive in his bumbling as to provoke a dispute among observers, during the court recesses, as to whether he was totally incompetent or attempting to confuse the issue. The conclusion seemed to be that both were true. Even Judge Benson, toward the end, stared at poor Hodge in cranky disbelief. From the point of view of the defense, it didn't matter, either way, as Kunstler was busy showing for the record, the testimony of this witness, the most crucial testimony in the Fargo trial, was invalid. It seemed that Judge Benson had no choice but to order a new trial. At midday on October 2, on the courthouse steps, the prayer to the 4 directions, followed by chanting on the sacred drum, was led by Oscar Bear Runner, who prayed to Wakan Tanka in the Lakota tongue. Throughout the day, and all night, too, Indians and whites walked quietly up and down in front of the courthouse, bearing a feathered and beaded staff topped by an eagle's head. The vigil was augmented by the quiet drum and chanting of Jun Sanyuzutsa, a Buddhist nun of the Nichiren sect who had been stoned, kicked, and beaten with a stick by an angry white man in Rapid City just the week before. Jun San, a tiny person with shaved head and merry face, had refused to press charges, sending word to her assailant that she would be happy to make friends, and inviting him to share her Eastern cooking. Awaiting the afternoon session, I talked a little with Bill Means, who had been working as an investigator for Vikings lawyers on the Rosebud Reservation, gathering evidence to fight the Janklow suit. He told me now that Bob Burnett had died of a heart attack the week before. Means was disturbed that the name of Leonard Crow Dog's brother-in-law, Al Running, whom he knew well, was appearing in the FBI documents obtained through the Freedom of Information Act. According to an FBI teletype to 9 field offices in regard to the weapons recovered from Bob Robideau's car outside Wichita, Al Running has advised that Super Colt .223 AR-15 rifle is probably weapon utilized by Leonard Peltier to kill deceased. After supper I sat with the lawyers while they went over Hodge's reports and lab notes one last time. Hodge had testified throughout that only he and his assistant had examined the Resmas material, and when John Privateera spotted what appeared to be notations in 3 different handwritings, Kunstler made a note to inquire about this the following day. The next morning, after Hodge claimed once again that only he and his assistant had examined the ballistics evidence, Kunstler brought up the matter of the unidentified notations, requesting that a handwriting expert inspect the documents. Overexcited, Crooks accused the defense of trying to prolong the hearing by searching for needles in a haystack. He called the request absurd. However, Judge Benson granted the request, and the hearing was suspended until this point could be resolved. In front of the courthouse at midday, Kunstler was giving a report to Peltier supporters when a U.S. Marshal poked his head out of the door and said that Judge Benson wished to reconvene the hearing. Already rumors were abroad that what the local papers called a bombshell was about to explode in Benson's court, and Peltier's supporters, on the point of leaving town, regathered quickly in the courtroom, where Agent Hodge was put back on the stand. According to Crooks, Hodge's assistant, Joe Twardowski, after the hearing was adjourned, had joined Crooks and Hodge in the corridor, saying, "Those were your notations, weren't they?" To which Hodge responded, "I thought they were yours." By his own account, Crooks demanded to know whose handwriting it was, and neither knew. Faced with tests by a handwriting expert, Crooks was anxious to avoid the charge that Hodge had perjured himself under oath, and now, led by the flustered prosecutor, Hodge stated carefully that he had misspoke himself. The prosecution had stubbed its toe leaving the courtroom, Crooks acknowledged, claiming that this would not affect the eventual outcome. He challenged Kunstler to cross-examine Hodge right then and there and get this thing over with. But the defense knew that Hodge's misspeaking, compounding all the ambiguous and missing evidence and teletypes, was much more damaging than Crooks wished to admit, and Judge Benson had no choice but to agree. He could not end this hearing until the identity and role of this unknown person with access to critical resmas evidence had been explained. He ordered that the third man be identified and that the defense be permitted to take a deposition from him. The citizens of Bismarck, cold and hostile to the Peltier support group organizers only a month before, now came in numbers to the federal building to join the Indians in the celebration. Everyone was reminded of Cedar Rapids, where the contrast between the Indians' quiet dignity and the Justice Department's crude police state tactics had won over a reactionary and fearful town. In November 1984, the FBI announced that the third party was a field agent named William Albrecht, a man apparently so circumspect and self-effacing that Hodge had never noticed him at all. In a deposition, Albrecht testified that he had identified himself to Hodge on Hodge's first day back at work after the Bismarck hearing. Why a month passed before the FBI revealed this to the court was not explained. Albrecht also said that in the fall of 1975, he had worked for 2 months as a lab trainee under Hodge's daily supervision, and that his first analysis was of that critical .223 casing that the FBI claimed was found near the agents' bodies. Far from clearing up the ballistics inconsistencies, the Bismarck hearing had made them appear worse, yet Benson, unbudged in his view that justice had been done in the case of Leonard Peltier, refused to order a new trial, and another year went by. On October 15, 1985, in oral arguments before the appellate court, Kunstler recapitulated the grave discrepancies in the government's case. With its ballistics evidence in tatters, the government knew it could never prove what Crooks had trumpeted to the Fargo jury in order to convict Peltier at any cost, and as early as 1982, well before the evidentiary hearing at Bismarck, it had begun a cautious shift in its references to Peltier, making him out a mere aider and abettor. This came out in the open once and for all at the oral arguments before the appellate court in 1985, when Judge Gerald Heaney reminded Crooks that in his closing polemic to the Fargo jury he had identified Peltier as the man who came down and killed those FBI agents in cold blood. To this Crooks responded with a tacit admission that justice interested him much less than a conviction. "I'm a trial lawyer. I go for the best I can," he said. When Judge Donald Ross brought him back to the same point, Crooks exclaimed, "But we can't prove who shot those agents." Crooks had told the truth at last. Knowing the truth, would the Fargo jury have convicted Leonard Peltier? Attorney Kunstler assured their honors that had the jury been aware of the trial's many distortions and discrepancies, it would certainly have returned a different verdict. And the court's opinion, delivered at last on September 11, 1986, almost a year after hearing oral arguments, concluded that the government withheld evidence from the defense favorable to Peltier, which cast a strong doubt on the government's case, and that had this other evidence been brought forth, there is a possibility that a jury would have acquitted Leonard Peltier. The court implicitly acknowledged that the Justice Department had used dishonest means to effect Peltier's conviction, yet, like Benson, it denied his appeal for a new trial. A petition for a rehearing en banc, filed October 30, was refused just 2 months later, forcing his attorneys to apply to the U.S. Supreme Court. On October 5, 1987, when the Supreme Court refused to hear his case, Leonard Peltier's long battle in the halls of justice came to an end. A few weeks after the Supreme Court decision, Peltier was interviewed in prison by Maria Shriver on Sunday Today, the first television show of significance to break the barrier that the U.S. media seemed to have set up around this case. Peltier told Shriver, "I never killed anybody, I never killed anybody in my life." Congressman Don Edwards, a former FBI man, informed millions of Americans of his serious doubt about some of the ballistics information, and both he and Dean James Morton of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine spoke out as they had done for years in support of a new trial. Shriver also interviewed prosecutor Crooks, who declared that Peltier was basically a thug. "That's all he ever was, that's all he'll ever be, a murdering thug." Crooks persisted in this line of thought on CBS's West 57th, which aired in September 1989. Commenting on Judge Donald Ross's opinion on the worthless Poor Bear affidavits, Crooks explained that what Judge Ross was saying was that we should have spotted what a fruitcake Myrtle Poor Bear was right from the start. Crooks strenuously defended the prosecution's use of the Poor Bear affidavits. "Basically, I don't really know and I don't really care. I don't agree that we did anything wrong, but I can tell you, it don't bother my conscience one whit if we did." Senator Daniel Inouye, who in recent years has been investigating Peltier's case, was outraged by the program on West 57th, particularly the prosecutor's arrogant refusal to repudiate U.S. government use of fabricated evidence. When I conferred with him in Washington, in a meeting arranged by Peltier's dedicated spokesperson, Yvonne Bushyhead, the senator vowed that he would help in any way he could, including a personal intercession at the White House. Judge Gerald Heaney of the Eighth Circuit Court, interviewed on the same show, acknowledged that the FBI withheld from the defense a good deal of ballistics information which might have been helpful. "I felt a degree of discomfort with our decision because of the Myrtle Poor Bear incident, and because the ballistics expert had not made available to the defense the information that he had at the time of trial." Judge Heaney acknowledged that under the circumstances, a jury might well have arrived at a different decision, but said these circumstances fell short of the judicial standard required in ordering a new trial. "It was," he said, "the toughest decision I ever had to make in 22 years on the bench." In this interview, and also in the National Law Journal, Judge Heaney expressed the view that the FBI was equally responsible for the deaths of the FBI agents. With judicial remedies apparently exhausted, Peltier's one chance was to win the support of the media and public in his struggle for a pardon or parole or even exile in Canada or Russia, and the most promising means appeared to be a feature film. As early as the summer of 1982, the actor Robert Redford visited my house to read the unfinished manuscript of this book, and later he visited Peltier in prison. He also went to Washington to hear the FBI's point of view, which apparently convinced him that, in the absence of hard proof of Peltier's innocence, a story involving the killing of 2 young agents might stir up more controversy than he cared for. Peltier's friends started all over, and in early 1991 director-writer Oliver Stone was developing a script, intending to produce and perhaps direct the feature movie, while Redford's company was producing a feature-length documentary. Despite his growing fame in Europe, Peltier was still almost unknown in the United States. On several occasions over the years, 60 Minutes had called to express interest in his story, but each time it backed off, leaving the impression that the most powerful show on television had no stomach for the right-wing uproar that was sure to follow. In October 1987, in Los Angeles, actor Peter Coyote organized a benefit concert, Cowboys for Indians and Justice for Leonard Peltier, featuring such stars as Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson, Joni Mitchell, Jackson Browne, and Robin Williams. On U.S. Justice Department stationery, the local FBI special agent in charge denounced the concert to the media, and police picketing frightened away most of the customers. Mysterious bomb threats were telephoned to the amphitheater before the concert began. The following summer, police volunteers from all over New England picketed a Willie Nelson concert in Providence, Rhode Island, declaring that Nelson's music was no longer suitable entertainment for the American home. Because of the timidity of the American media, Peltier is far better known in Europe than in his own country. In 1986, he was given the Human Rights Award of Spain's Human Rights Commission. In April 1988, William Kunstler discussed political asylum in the USSR for Peltier with Soviet officials, including President Mikhail Gorbachev, who in December of that year gave a copy of his book Perestroika, inscribed to Peltier, to an Indian delegation led by Russ Redner. The signatures of 12 million Soviet citizens have been sent to the White House, demanding clemency for Peltier, who was useful to the Soviet government for propaganda purposes. These petitions went unreported in the U.S. media. Meanwhile, a large contingent of Canadian parliamentarians led by MP Jim Fulton of British Columbia was supporting a motion in the House of Commons that called for annulment of extradition proceedings and Peltier's return to Canada, on the ground that the United States had fabricated the Myrtle Poor Bear affidavits to ensure that extradition in the first place. In the summer of 1988, lawyers for the Leonard Peltier Canadian Defence Committee prepared a brief to the Supreme Court of Canada requesting a new extradition hearing. At the hearing, the Canadian prosecutors acknowledged that the Poor Bear affidavits were fraudulent, and the matter was referred to the Ministry of Justice, which has stubbornly avoided a decision. Since then, Mr. Fulton has come to Washington to meet with U.S. congressmen, and an interparliamentary effort backed by all three Canadian parties and led in the United States by Senator Daniel Inouye is presently underway in support of a review of extradition treaties that might compel the United States to return Leonard Peltier to Canada. In early December 1989, at a Peltier benefit in Seattle, I spent time with Bob Robideau for the first time in years. He laughed, recalling our first trip to Oglala together back in 1981 and the revolver he had shoved beneath his car seat. "You didn't know it," Bob said, "but you were my bodyguard." We discussed Norman Brown and Wish Draper, who had recently sworn in affidavits that they had been coerced and terrified by FBI agents and prosecutors into testifying falsely against Leonard Peltier, whom Brown, at least, regarded as his teacher. "If I could take the place of Leonard Peltier," Brown said, "I would do so without hesitation in charge of the International Leonard Peltier Defense Committee, in Lawrence, Kansas." Robideau introduced me to Bob Free, a small, big-browed Indian with a fine smile for whom Leonard had served as bodyguard way back on the Trail of Broken Treaties March in 1972. With Sid Mills, Free had been a leader of the Northwest AIM Group, and also a participant in the Alcatraz occupation. After the Oglala shootout, he had traveled with Peltier on the West Coast and in Canada. Free said that Mills and Peltier had known each other as teenagers but became close friends after the Fort Lawton demonstration, when they had fought the MPs side by side. Sid Mills, a respected leader in the fishing rights struggles in the Pacific Northwest, had quarreled with Dennis Banks on the Trail of Broken Treaties and again at Wounded Knee, where one of the Northwest group, a Pima Indian named Angel Martinez, was anxious to shoot Banks and have done with it. By the time Free and Mills left Wounded Knee on horseback, the Northwest group had split off from AIM and to this day considers itself separate, though it remains loyal to Leonard Peltier. In this group's opinion, Peltier has been let down by the AIM leadership, which did not consider him a leader because he did not cut a public figure, could not grab a mic and take over a hall, but led by generosity and quiet example. According to Ramona Bennett, another Peltier admirer on the Northwest Coast, Leonard was not a malnourished, damaged kid like so many urban Indians. His strong character derived from an extended family structure both on and off the reservation. He ran a good business and always loved and respected elders and children. After the rally, Free took me to the house of an Indian writer named Barbara Means Adams, who was living in the Pine Ridge community in June 1975. That day, she told me, she was telephoned by Gladys Bissonette, who was worried that her grandson Jimmy Eagle was somehow involved in some terrible shootout underway out at Oglala. Barbara Means sent her cousin Doris Schott out to investigate in Barbara's maroon Plymouth sedan, and when Doris returned after dark and hid the car, Jimmy Eagle was with her. Doris had driven Eagle and 3 friends out of the shootout area and parked down by the river dam until after dark. Jimmy Eagle, who entered Barbara Means's house with a high-powered rifle and stayed 10 days, had informed Doris that he had killed 2 federal agents in the shootout. If Barbara Means's story is true, as it appears to be, then Eagle turned himself in on the cowboy boot offense shortly after leaving the Means household, a move he seems unlikely to have made had he actually been the man who killed the agents. Yet he claimed again to be the killer almost as soon as he reached jail, a boast that earned him his original indictment in the Resmus case. Like Marvin Redshirt, who testified against Skyhorse and Mohawk, Eagle's confessor, convicted rapist Gregory David Clifford, was placed in the Federal Witness Protection Program. He has subsequently run over a male cousin with his car and attempted to strangle his girlfriend, Nurse Mary Ann Dalton. She is still comatose in a nursing home 10 years later. Like Redshirt and many others who served the Bureau's patriotic purposes, Clifford enjoyed a strange immunity from prosecution until his true nature could no longer be ignored. In 1989, he was indicted for stabbing a Miss Jerry Patton 18 times before dismembering the body. He has since been convicted of first-degree murder. As for Eagle, Bob Free said that he had been sentenced to 5 years in Leavenworth for a near-fatal assault on his uncle over some car keys, but for some reason was afraid to meet with Leonard, who had asked to see him. Whether or not Eagle confessed the killings to Gregory Clifford, it appears that he boasted of them to these Pine Ridge people, yet once again, his confession was untrue. That night in Seattle, Rob Ido told me that the man who had killed Agents Kohler and Williams, he had not seen him in years, had turned up at Bob's house in the Pacific Northwest. I was introduced to him in the fall of 1973, just after Pedro's funeral, Bob would write me later. He had earned respect in the American Indian movement on the Trail of Broken Treaties, at Wounded Knee, and during the Custer confrontation. Though he chose not to take a leadership role, he could easily have done so. Leaders like Dennis Banks looked to him for advice and direction because they respected his intelligence and his level-headed contemplative approach to the issues we were faced with at that time. The hardest struggle for him, as for the rest of us, was the conflict with our own people. To take a stand against Dick Wilson and his GOON squads meant that our enemy had succeeded in turning us inward and against one another. Though he recognized the necessity of resistance, he chose to take a supportive role because he could not stomach the idea of fighting his own kind. On February 17, 1990, in a small house in the Pacific Northwest, I was talking with Bob Robideau when he lifted his gaze to acknowledge someone behind me who had quietly entered the room. A small, husky figure passed us without a word and slipped into a chair against the wall. The man was faceless in a dark blue woolen hood pulled all the way down to the collar of a black windbreaker. Opaque black glasses covered his eyes and black gloves hid his hands, excepting a long strand of raven hair that fell from beneath the hood. The only parts of him that were exposed were his nose and a small line of brown olive skin bared at the wrist. It was this man who, on June 26, 1975, killed FBI agents Ron Williams and Jack Kohler on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. In the summer of 1988, disturbed that Leonard Peltier had already spent 13 years in prison for the agents' killings, with no end in sight, X had come to Bob Robideau and offered him permission to name him as the killer to the FBI. However, he said, he felt no guilt and did not believe he deserved to go to prison, and if subpoenaed would deny that he had done it. Robideau might have agreed to this proposal if he'd thought it would help Peltier, but he knew that even with a full confession, signed before witnesses, X would place his life in jeopardy for nothing, since Leonard's conviction for aiding and abetting would not be overturned even if the authorities could be convinced that another man had pulled the trigger. Some years ago, Bob and Darrell Butler, acquitted together in a separate trial, considered making a false confession of the killings as a last desperate measure to help Leonard, reasoning that they could not be tried twice for the same crime. They decided against it, having been persuaded that they would place themselves in danger to no purpose, and that Leonard would be helped only by the truth. Since Bob and Dino had been willing to lie to help their partner, I asked Bob how he could be so sure that this man was not lying, too, and Bob said simply, "I saw him do it." Robideau, Peltier, and Butler had known for 15 years who killed the agents, but because X had been on a mission for the AIM group on that hot June day when 2 FBI cars followed his red pickup truck onto the Jumping Bull farm, and because the agents had provoked the fatal shootout, they agreed with X that no crime had been committed. X first met Leonard on the trail of broken treaties, and has worked closely with Northwest AIM ever since. Early in our first talk, X said to me, "Probably you can figure out just who I am. It would be better if you didn't." I admitted I was curious, but assured him I would ask no questions intended to seek clues to his identity. Because he was tense and I was, too, I tried to ease things for us both by assuring him I wasn't there to judge him, and that I mainly agreed with the jury foreman at Robideau's trial, who had said that in the light of the reign of terror on Pine Ridge, the jury would have voted for acquittal of Butler and Robideau even if persuaded that these young Indians had participated in the killing of the agents. We also discussed Dick Wilson's death, just 2 weeks earlier, of enlarged kidney and heart failure, and here X denounced the talk of assassinating Wilson that took place in that desperate winter of 1975. "I never believed in Indian killing Indian, no matter what," he said. "Wilson was used and corrupted by the white people, the same as all the rest. I never thought violence of that kind would get us anywhere, and anyway, if anyone was to take out Dickie Wilson, it should have been his own Lakota people." In a deep whispery voice the hood looked bulked by something wrapped around his mouth. X told me how Peltier and Butler had requested him to bring explosives from Rapid City to their camp for use in making hand grenades and other weapons. On the morning of June 26, with the explosives loaded into a friend's pickup truck, he headed south, then east across the reservation. As they passed the large water tank at Oglala Housing, they noticed 2 late model cars that turned onto the county road and followed them eastward toward the Jumping Bull farm. "That's a country of rolling hills," he said, "and they weren't following too close, 'cause we lost track of 'em a time or two behind the rises." X and his partner turned off into the westernmost of the several long dirt roads onto the property, and as they neared June Little's cabin, they saw the 2 strange cars turn off the county road and follow them onto the farm, no longer a working farm but a group of shacks and cabins strung out along a bluff that overlooks a lower pasture and corral and thick woods leading down to White Clay Creek. Seeing the cars, X and his partner waved to June Little and kept going, following a grass track over the bluff and down the hill into the pasture and uphill again to the Y fork in the farm road. There they stopped, not wishing to lead the unknown cars down to the AIM camp in the river woods or back uphill into the Jumping Bull community off to the east of the little cabin. We were naturally apprehensive because we could have received a 10-year sentence for illegal possession and or transport of explosives. I usually made these deliveries at night and we couldn't be certain who these people were. Since Indian autos are rarely new, they already supposed that these were white men, whether lawmen or rancher vigilantes they did not know. The pursuing cars came down the long and muddy farm road from the highway and paused at the little cabin, where one driver was seen to speak briefly to June Little, after which, a little faster now, they came lurching down the hill and across the pasture. We decided to stop and confront the situation. We had to deal with them. X and the driver got out of the red pickup, holding semi-automatic rifles. There were AR-15s all over the res, after Wounded Knee, he said. "We never raised those guns. I've been around enough to know that pointing a gun is considered to be assault, but we wanted 'em to see weapons, as a warning, 'cause we were on Indian property now, and we weren't going to let M chase us around. Anyway, when they saw those guns, they stopped immediately. The two cars halted in the middle of the lower pasture, one behind the other, and two white men got out and took weapons from their trunks. Then one of them raised his weapon to his shoulder, and we jumped behind the truck, and when he fired, we responded with a burst over their heads. I asked X if he was certain the strangers had fired first, since the rumor was that the Indians had opened fire with a warning shot. He shook his head. There was no reason for us to fire first. We had a truck full of explosives. The very last thing we wanted was a firefight. He acknowledged that the white man might not have fired toward the pickup, and that the shot might have been some sort of signal. At the racketing of gunfire, armed Indians appeared out of the cabins. There was others got into it, I don't know who. At first it was just covering fire so people in the cabins could get away, just like Wounded Knee. We could have killed lawmen at Wounded Knee if we had wanted to. While this first exchange was taking place, the men with Peltier, grabbing their guns and running uphill from their camp by the White River, were still some distance away. With bullets flying, X and his partner jumped back into the pickup and drove it up behind the cabins, where they quickly unloaded the boxes of explosives from the bed. Dynamite doesn't go off easy, but the caps do, and one stray bullet could ignite the whole damned thing. Anyway, we didn't want to be caught with the explosives. So we dumped everything except some packets hidden in the door panels. There was no time to remove those. It's hard to look for a Phillips screwdriver when you're being shot at. By this time, though they didn't know it, the men and young boys from the AIM camp had joined the fight, having taken up positions on the bluff, whereas most of those Indians living in the cabins had fled into the woods and across the fields. X and his partner drove the red pickup over toward June Little's cabin, planning to head out, but about that time, a car came onto the farm from the county road, and we fired a few rounds at its tires to stop it where it was. We hung around a little while, trying to see what we could do to help. It was us those men had followed in here, and we thought we ought to help to get them out. At that point, we looked down at their cars and saw that both of them were out of commission. By now, both agents had been wounded. Their fire had subsided, as had the Indians, though sporadic shooting was taking place between the Indians behind the cabins and the gathering lawmen. X decided that the only hope was to take hostages. We wanted to stop the shooting quick, trade our way out of there. He sighed. I always respected the law, he said at last. Shooting it out with the FBI was the last thing in my mind, and anyway, the way things were on Pine Ridge at that time, with all the rancher vigilantes, we couldn't be certain they were lawmen. But from the moment those first shots were fired, it didn't matter who they were, it was one man dealing with another. Only later did it come over me, my God. Authority. Bob Robideau nodded, still mystified as to why the strangers, hopelessly outnumbered, had not retreated, or at least sought cover in the nearby woods that descended from the pasture to the river. The only conclusion seemed to be that they were expecting reinforcements, and, in fact, the reinforcements gathered swiftly. Within 10 minutes, the lonely county road a half-mile to the north was lined with cars, and soon the farm would be surrounded. There was a terrific sense of hurry, X said. The situation had to be resolved quickly. A few weeks earlier, in Seattle, Bob had wondered why the two men in the red pickup came down the hill to take the agents hostage, since he and his partners were doing the same thing. They must have seen us from up there by the cabins, because we were right out in the open. We had left the woods and were coming up on those cars from behind. The next thing they knew, the red pickup was coming down the hill. He saw the man in the passenger seat and an AR-15 sticking out the window. Neither X nor his partner recalled seeing the three men sneaking across the pasture from the woods. They were concentrated on the two men by the cars. Both of them looked like they were out of it, X was saying. I sure didn't expect any resistance. The red pickup drew up almost alongside and X jumped out with his AR-15. One of them was sitting on the ground, leaning back against the car door with his rifle across his lap. He never moved, but he didn't look dead, his eyes were open. The other was kneeling in the pasture grass a few feet away, bent over with both hands between his legs, rocking in pain, like he'd been kicked in the groin. I was about to say, "Don't move and you won't get hurt," something like that, but I never had time, because when he seen me, he made some kind of a grunt, maybe he cussed, and raised both hands, holding a handgun, and he fired at kind of an angle, down into the ground. Later I wondered if he fired prematurely, or even by mistake, but there wasn't time to figure things out, because after he fired, he kept on coming up with that damned gun. And he never said anything. If he did, his voice was drowned out by his gun, and anything further was drowned out by mine. I only fired 2 or 3 rounds, him once and the other feller twice. X said after a pause, "I'm not a person who gets rattled easily. Just the opposite, in fact. But I have quick reactions," X was saying, "and I've always been good with a rifle, and I wasn't going to give that guy a second shot. I never even raised my gun, I fired from the hip, because he was only a few feet away, it was point blank range. The other one was armed and might be shooting, for all I knew, but I didn't even have time to think, I can't afford to take a chance. I swung around in the same motion, shot him, too." It was revealed in the trials that the second man, Jack Kohler, was already near death from loss of blood, but all X saw was a man sitting up, and the man was armed. I didn't shoot those men because I was angry or nervous. I wasn't mad at them. I wasn't. If I'd wanted to kill them, I could have done that easily, from a safe distance, without risking danger in any way. In his distress, X was breathing heavily behind his hood. I fired because I couldn't afford to wait for a second shot, from either one of them. If our positions had been reversed, he would have shot me, I know that much. So the other guy's eyes were open. Yes. Was he looking at you? Yes. But he never made a move of any kind. No. X shifted unhappily. I thought the first one was incapacitated, too, and he'd just shown he had the capacity to kill me. Shooting them was just fear and quick reaction, all in one motion, instantaneous, a split-second response. It was self-defense, then. There was no element of anger. I'm absolutely sure it was self-defense, though I understand why others might question that. Sure, I was apprehensive, partly calm, the way you are in combat. But I wasn't angry. We weren't fighting because we hated white people, but because we loved our own. It was only later I felt angry. I thought, you stupid bastards, coming in there where you were warned there would be trouble, then starting a shootout with women and children in those cabins, and then not getting the hell out while you still could. You got yourselves killed, and got Joe Stunts killed, and you spoiled the lives of so many good people. X ran back to the red pickup, where his partner was freaking. Remembering the man's terror, X shook his head. The poor guy wasn't one of us, he wasn't a long-time MER or anything, he was just drawn into helping us by my enthusiasm. And here he was, mixed up with 2 dead bodies. I stayed over there by the green cabin till we went down to take hostages, Bob reflected. I never saw that red pickup at all until it was coming down the hill while we were sneaking up across the pasture. In Seattle he'd told me they were blocked by the agents' cars and couldn't see just what was happening. All we knew was, a few shots were fired, and the red pickup took off back up the hill and went on out of there. But now he acknowledged he had recognized X as the man in the passenger seat when the red pickup truck came down the hill. The red pickup went out past the little cabin and left the property by the east road past Jumping Bull Hall. They did not take the west road they came in on because they would have been exposed to fire from Agent Adams and the BIA police crouched behind the law enforcement cars stopped in the farm road. There were already roadblocks on the paved road, X said, but they weren't set up right. We were ready to shoot our way out, but nobody tried to stop us, and we went back to Rapid. I don't mean it was over for me. It isn't over for me even today. I stayed visible and I stayed active, and tried to avoid seeming paranoid. Here you are in a friend's house, with another man who is in sympathy with your predicament, having to hide behind a hood like some sort of terrorist. How does that make you feel? He shifted in his chair, and barely nodded. He said he had never gone underground. I am hiding in the light, but one way or another, since those few shattering seconds in that hot noontime 15 years before, he has been condemned for life to wear a mask. I think of myself as a good person, and I don't feel guilty, X said in his rasping whisper. I never lied or stole or betrayed a friend. X saw Leonard again not long after the Oglala shootout. I was very apprehensive about my part in it, but Leonard seemed pretty relaxed. He didn't know then that they'd singled him out. I guess we were both surprised when he got convicted, but even then everyone felt sure that the conviction would be overturned on appeal, because they didn't have anything on him. They had to fabricate everything they had. We sat quiet a while before I asked him if he hadn't worried that one of the many men involved in the shootout would identify him. He shook his head. We didn't stop to talk to anybody while we were in there, and anyway, there were very few who could identify me. Leonard and Dino, who asked me to bring in the dynamite, were the only ones who expected me that day, and we used that red pickup, which nobody would associate with me. Since then, I haven't talked too much about it. Robideau smiled thinly at that understatement, but the man behind the wool mask wasn't smiling. You can't confide in anyone, cause you never know when they might get mad at you and turn you in. In a way it's kind of a relief to be talking about it to somebody, it eases some of that bad pressure. I want to say right now, he said, that I don't feel any guilt about what happened. It was self-defense. I'm talking to you now and trying to help because I admire Leonard, and so long as he's in prison, there's unfinished business, but I don't feel guilty about Leonard being in prison instead of me. I feel a responsibility, that's why I'm here, but I don't feel responsible. It is the government that is responsible, not just for the victims but for all the unseen victims. Leonard's children, for example, how about them? The agents' families are provided for by the US government, but how about our Indian families? Leonard's children have to get by the best way they can. Yes, I feel bad for Leonard, but I don't feel guilty. Any man there might have done what I did in that situation. Leonard knows that, too. At the time the Jumping Bull camp was set up, we took a vow as warriors and sun dancers that we shared all risks together in a sacred way, and that if one of us got in trouble, he would not point the finger at someone else. In the 13 years he has been in prison for something he didn't do, Leonard has never asked or even hinted that I should come forward. X's story was bound to reassure the influential people whom we were trying so hard to interest in Leonard's case, especially the more cautious supporters in show business and politics who insisted that Leonard be innocent, not merely framed. In early August, in the Rockies, a second meeting between X and me was filmed by Oliver Stone and a small crew. Though we took great pains with the precautions, X had his loaded AR-15 in the back room, just in case. I'm never going to prison, he told me, just as he had in the Pacific Northwest. I'll never turn myself over to them. I'd rather die quickly fighting than die slowly in their prisons. When I reminded him that no matter how carefully we disguised his face and voice, someone seeing the film who knew him well might still identify him, hood and all, he nodded, seemingly resigned. I pray, he said, that anyone who would recognize me would seal their lips, and give me a chance to help Leonard in this way. If this doesn't help him, I may have to expose myself even further. After 8 hours of conversation, I had picked up more about X than I cared to, despite the hood and the black gloves. With a little effort, I could probably identify him, and apparently he thought so, too, and so did Bob. That was another clue right there. But hearing him out, my curiosity had been displaced by a calm feeling that it was more important to have some sense of the man he was than to know his name. The man who killed the agents was persuasive and articulate, a man concerned for and committed to his people, and a man who is taking a brave risk, very much aware that I may have to expose myself even further. The reason I have chosen to come forward," he has written in a recent statement, "is that I genuinely want to do what I can to bring about the release of Leonard Peltier. As much publicity as possible has been generated to try to bring about freedom through public pressure. With all this goodness of intent and hard work, nothing has affected Leonard's release. Even though I have chosen to talk to a few chosen individuals regarding this matter, I do not intend to expose myself in such a way as to jeopardize my life and freedom without a possible chance of defending myself. My position is very frustrating at this time because to demonstrate the legitimacy of my statements puts a noose around my neck. I don't feel selfish in thinking this way because I am not the one who did a wrong." In a recent interview, Leonard Peltier said that he would expect X to deny his confession should he ever be arrested. "I hope he's never identified. I don't want him to come forward completely, where he may end up going to prison. There is no guarantee I would be released even if he did. Our struggle was legitimate. We didn't make, imagine, or create the conditions that Indian people have to live with. This is a good man who is very committed, still working hard for our people. If it had been left up to me, I wouldn't have ever let him come out as far as he now has. This is true enough." Years ago, Peltier harshly criticized Bob Robideau for describing to me the episode of the red pickup truck, fearing that it might cause trouble for his friend X, but Bob habitually pays less attention to his cousin's wishes than to what he believes might help to set him free, and Leonard himself does not deny that X's account has helped refire interest in his case. On June 7, 1991, Senator Daniel Inouye made a second overture to President Bush in regard to a commutation of Leonard's sentence, citing not only the exculpatory evidence of X's statement but an extraordinary letter he had received in April from Eighth Circuit Judge Gerald Heaney, who had written the opinion in United States v. Peltier that denied Leonard Peltier's appeal while strongly reflecting the court's very serious doubts about the case. There is a possibility that the jury would have acquitted Leonard Peltier had the records and data improperly withheld from the defense been available to him in order to better exploit and reinforce the inconsistencies, casting strong doubts upon the government's case. Yet we are bound by the Bagley test requiring that we be convinced, from a review of the entire record, that had the data and records withheld been made available, the jury probably would have reached a different result. We are not so convinced. At the time of his letter to Senator Inouye, Judge Heaney was still unacquainted with X's testimony. Even so, he remained uneasy about what he had called in the West 57th television interview the toughest decision I ever had to make in 22 years on the bench. While insisting he had seen no new evidence that would alter that decision, he supported the senator's intercession with the president and suggested other aspects of the case that the president may see fit to consider in determining whether he should take action to commute or otherwise mitigate the sentence of Leonard Peltier. First, the United States government overreacted at Wounded Knee. Instead of carefully considering the legitimate grievances of the Native Americans, the response was essentially a military one which culminated in a deadly firefight on June 26, 1975. Second, the United States government must share the responsibility with the Native Americans for the June 26 firefight, in which both government agents and Native Americans were killed. Third, the record persuades me that more than one person was involved in the shooting of the FBI agents. Fourth, the FBI used improper tactics in securing Peltier's extradition from Canada and in otherwise investigating and trying the Peltier case. Fifth, Leonard Peltier was tried, found guilty, and sentenced. He has now served more than 14 years in the federal penitentiary. At some point a healing process must begin. Favorable action by the President in the Leonard Peltier case would be an important step in this regard. I authorize you to show this letter to the President if you desire to do so. This eloquent and conscientious letter from one of Peltier's own judges is a strong argument that reconsideration of the case is overdue, yet despite the apparent manipulation of ballistics evidence exposed in the Bismarck Federal Court in 1984, Judge Paul Benson showed no signs of relenting. In late 1990, Peltier's lawyers had petitioned for a new trial, citing outrageous government conduct leading to miscarriage of justice, as exemplified in the numerous abuses that had come to light since the original trial. A second issue was government tampering with jury, among other things, excessive security measures inducing a climate of fear that intimidated both judge and jury into bias against the defendant. Subsequently, the defense demanded that Judge Benson remove himself from Peltier's case, citing, among many instances of judicial bias, his refusal to admit such critical defense evidence as the FBI reports of the red pickup truck and the fabricated Poor Bear affidavits. Benson refused to recuse himself, assigning a local magistrate to preside over a hearing on the issues. In July 1991, Benson's protégé, Judge Karen Klein, dismissed without an evidentiary hearing all of the defense issues except the one based on the government admission that although it had tried Leonard Peltier for first-degree murder, naming him from start to finish as the man who came down and killed those agents in cold blood, it did not really know this to be true. To the utter disgust of Peltier's attorneys, who had spent months preparing evidence and locating witnesses, Judge Klein's decision came down only 4 days before the hearing, which had been scheduled for July 29, 1991. The upset defense obtained a postponement until October 2. In September, Judge Klein ruled that the defense could bring no witnesses to the hearing, which was now to be limited to oral arguments by the attorneys. It was also decreed that Peltier himself could not attend. The Benson court's continuing bias astonished nobody on either side, and Peltier's defense attorneys returned to Bismarck in a militant mood, determined to denounce the whole proceeding. Since nobody had serious hope of a favorable decision, the strategy was to establish the record for a later appeal to the Eighth Circuit Court. By October 1, 1991, when I traveled to Bismarck on the eve of the hearing, the CBS show 60 Minutes had already aired the story of Leonard Peltier, emphasizing Oliver Stone's disturbing footage of the interview with X concerning the killing of the agents. This footage, in combination with Senator Inuya's concern and Judge Heaney's strong arguments for commutation, had at last persuaded the most powerful show on television to handle this controversial story. NBC's new program Exposé was also preparing a Peltier story, and sent a film crew to Bismarck for the hearing. The New York Times and WBAI Radio had reporters present, Amnesty International had sent an observer, and the event was well covered by local newspapers and TV as well as by some Swedish and German press. Meanwhile, director Michael Apted was completing a feature documentary on Leonard's case, and Oliver Stone and his associates were moving forward with a feature film. One day Leonard telephoned me to say that somebody was putting him up for the Nobel Peace Prize. Happy and confident for the first time in years, he laughed when I assured him that he'd never get it. The numerous Indian and white supporters who convened at the United Tribes Technical College outside Bismarck on the evening of October 1 were excited by all the new attention Leonard's case was receiving in the media, especially the 60 Minutes story that had appeared 9 days before. Already FBI Director William Sessions and U.S. Attorney Lynn Crooks had fired off angry letters of protest to CBS, and Prosecutor Crooks, interviewed by a reporter, denounced X's account as a hoax, a fraud on the American people. Apparently the FBI did not agree. On Friday evening, September 27, 6 FBI agents had forced their way into the Indianapolis apartment of Oglala suspect Kenny Kane, who later telephoned Bob Robideau and then Bruce Ellison, saying the agents had come in real hard, putting a pistol to my throat and pushing me against the wall. Kane claimed he recognized one of the agents as David Price, who had questioned him about the red pickup truck that Kane had used a few years after the Oglala shootout. For over an hour Kane was interrogated and vaguely threatened some of you could get hurt, and he reported that on 2 occasions an agent said something like, "We know that Peltier is going to go free, but somebody is going to take his place." The hearing was held on October 2, 7 years almost to the day after the ballistics farce in the same courtroom. With Peltier absent, the authorities dispensed with most though not all of the grotesque security procedures that had marred that hearing, and the large audience, mostly Indian, was orderly throughout. Peltier was represented by William Kunstler, Bruce Ellison, and a new attorney, Eric Seitz. Introducing his associates, Bill Kunstler pointed out that the middle seat at the defense table had been left empty, in protest of Peltier's absence. A sacred eagle feather was laid upon the table at that place. Bruce Ellison made a formal offer of proof on the outrageous behavior and intimidation issues dismissed by Judge Klein, presenting the court with 3 volumes of documents together with videotapes of interviews made with the missing witnesses. He then read a statement to the court by Leonard Peltier, who accused it of following prosecution orders in the summary dismissal of 2 out of 3 issues as well as in forbidding his own presence at the hearing. In his conclusion, Ellison inquired, what sort of due process permits this man to remain in prison for so long for a crime he did not commit? Eric Seitz then addressed the single issue left before the court, but not before attacking the magistrate for unprincipled behavior in throwing out the other issues just prior to the original July hearing, and with them a good deal of his own hard work. Judge Klein, a small, smart, composed woman, warned Seitz against hurling insults at the court. Seitz then proceeded to argue the main issue, pointing out just how Judge Benson's evidentiary rulings at Peltier's trial had excluded much of the exculpatory evidence of self-defense that had won an acquittal for Peltier's co-defendants in Cedar Rapids. He also cited recent interviews with Peltier's jurors, who all agreed they had convicted Peltier because the prosecutors had persuaded them that Peltier himself had perpetrated the bloody killings, pictures of which Crooks had brandished before the jury as the only testimony of the 2 dead agents. In his summation, Seitz concluded that the government's pursuit of a theory it was not able to prove had so tainted the evidence and so obstructed the defense as to deny Peltier a fair trial on this ground alone. We know, he said, how difficult it is to recommend a new trial, but that is the just thing to do. We urge you and we challenge you to grant Mr. Peltier a new trial. Before breaking at midday, Judge Klein had inquired as to why the defense had waited 5 years to file a motion based on the change of theory by the government, and Seitz acknowledged that this was a good question by disassociating himself speedily from defense team lapses that might have occurred before his time. Asked about this during the break, Kunstler acknowledged that we were a little slow in recognizing the fact that the government had proceeded on just one theory. It took a while for that to percolate, and meanwhile we were preparing for the Supreme Court hearing that never came. In his rebuttal to Ellison and Seitz, Prosecutor Crooks contended that the defense had no real legal issue but was using the court and media as a public forum. Since aiders and abettors in a first-degree murder case are punishable to the same degree as are the principals, the defendant's guilt may be established without proving that he committed every act, and anyway, said Crooks, the government had argued alternatively, never specifying and never asked to specify his theory of the case. For the defense to isolate its 1985 statement as proof of a change in government theory was preposterous, Crooks complained, since the government had retreated to the aiding and abetting theory at least as early as 1982 rather than in 1985, as the defense contended a technicality, since both dates were many years after the trial itself. He then proceeded to rehash the prosecution's original scenario of Peltier's guilt, which he still clings to, despite the testimony of Mr. X or someone else. My personal perspective is that he went down and blew those agents' heads off. All evidence pointed to that. But we didn't prove it. Taking the stand when Crooks had finished, Kunstler immediately informed the court that everything Crooks had said in his rebuttal had been irrelevant, since the Eighth Circuit Court had already determined that premeditated murder by Leonard Peltier had been the government's theory of the case and the basis on which Peltier was prosecuted at the time of trial. The subsequent abandonment of this theory was precisely why this hearing had been ordered. The prosecutor, in effect, was asking the court to contest the ruling of 3 Eighth Circuit judges. You can't do that, Kunstler said in his big voice, and Judge Benson can't do that. You are bound by law to abide by the finding of your superior court. I don't think you have anything to decide or recommend except whether or not to order a new trial. Kunstler's statement was so eloquent and strong that even Lynn Crooks could come up with no objection, and as for Judge Klein, she now sat forward, wide-eyed and attentive. Throughout the hearing, all agreed, she had asked good questions, and she appeared to listen carefully to Kunstler's closing statements about the negative effect of the Peltier case on public perception of American justice both at home and abroad, and how contrary this perception was to the image of an America we could be proud of. Though Ellison and Kunstler were agreed that Judge Klein seemed more intelligent than Judge Benson, he just had his marching orders. One could never tell from a judge's manner how she or he might rule. With all this new attention from the media, it behooved Judge Klein to appear open and reasonable, and anyway, it was Paul Benson who would make the final decision about a new trial, no matter what this magistrate recommended. The government is bound to appeal any new trial order. Since it had to fabricate and manipulate so much evidence the first time, and since most of that dishonest evidence has been shot down, what could it possibly hope to win with, next time around? However, a new trial might be preferable to recognizing the Canadian claim that our government had used false documents to ensure Leonard Peltier's extradition, in an era when the United States feels free to enter other countries and take prisoners, as in the Noriega case and others. It might set an awkward precedent to acknowledge its transgression of an extradition treaty. A new trial might also be preferable to the Senate hearings on government misconduct in the Peltier case that Senator Inouye has threatened to convene, perhaps as early as the spring of 1992. For the first time in the 15 years of his ordeal, Leonard Peltier's case was becoming known in his own country. Having been denied relief in the federal court system, he had won a great battle in public opinion, and the government could no longer hope that this case would fade away. Since Peltier has already served 15 years for a crime he did not commit and for which his co-defendants have never served a single day, a commutation of the draconian sentence imposed upon him by Judge Benson is long overdue. Now is the time, as Judge Heaney remarked, for the healing process begin. It is up to the President of the United States. Afterward. By Martin Garbus. The republication of In the Spirit of Crazy Horse marks a great victory against a new kind of censorship, the attempt by present and former public officials to suppress books that criticize them or disagree with their policies. Libel suits are the vehicle for this censorship, and they can be just as effective as government injunctions or physical threats. A libel suit stopped Peter Matthiessen and his publisher, Viking. After the initial hardcover publication of In the Spirit of Crazy Horse, lawsuits blocked all subsequent paperback and foreign editions. Mathiessen's story disappeared from the bookshelves for 7 years. The printing of this new edition is thus a joyful occasion for those of us who care about the dissemination of ideas, no matter how controversial, and worry about any erosion of the rights guaranteed by the First Amendment. It is a defeat for former South Dakota Governor William Janklow, for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and for FBI Special Agent David Price, all of whom tried to stop this book by filing suits in 3 states, waging an 8-year litigation, and calling and threatening booksellers and book buyers. It is also a defeat for all those who wish to keep this country in the dark about abuses against its citizens in the past and present eras. But any rejoicing over the Mathiessen case must be balanced by concern over other efforts to diminish the scope of the First Amendment. Milkovich v. Lorraine Journal Co., decided in June 1990 by 7 U.S. Supreme Court members, led by Chief Justice William Rehnquist, jettisoned the last 35 years of case law, as well as state and federal court decisions that have allowed journalists full freedom to express opinions. Writing his final dissent, Justice William Brennan, who is no longer with the court, warned that if libel laws compel the news media to fear a suit each time they publish opinions on a politician's honesty and intelligence, for example, then freedom of the press and open political debate will cease. He also rejected Rehnquist's original intent argument. According to Brennan, the framers of the Constitution could not have anticipated the nature of the modern media, so the standards of 1789 cannot be applied to freedom of speech today. Justice Brennan's concern is understandable, for it is only a short step from the original intent argument to the complete reinstatement of criminal libel, a crime of criticizing the government that plagued this country until 1964, when the Warren Court finally declared it in violation of the First Amendment. Even if lawsuits ultimately fail in court, they can be deadly. the cost, time, and harassment value of extensive litigation can compel publishers and authors to delete controversial passages from books critical of government officials and their policies. The libel suits against Peter Matthiessen and Viking were unsuccessful. But the result might have been very different if the author and publisher had not been as well known and respected as they are. Therefore it seems worthwhile to look briefly at In the Spirit of Crazy Horse, the objections to the book, the defense of it, and the court's rulings. The Janklow suit. Harassment against In the Spirit of Crazy Horse began even before most copies had been shipped by the publisher. In early 1983, William Janklow, a powerful figure in South Dakota politics and twice elected governor, asserted the book libeled him. He called stores and Viking, threatening huge damage suits if they put the book on sale. Understandably, many stores were terrified and removed the book from their shelves. Others did not. Janklow then filed suit against Viking and Matthiessen on May 19, 1983, naming 3 South Dakota bookstores as co-defendants. He sought $24 million. In his complaint, Janklow alleged that the book portrayed him as, among other things, morally decadent, a drunkard, a racist and bigot, and an antagonist of the environment. Janklow further claimed that Mathiessen's recounting of historical charges and accusations leveled against him by the American Indian movement, together with other factual errors, too numerous to include, were prepared either with a reckless disregard for the truth or with actual malice for plaintiff. On June 13, 1984, South Dakota trial judge Gene Keene issued an opinion granting Viking's and Mathiessen's motion to dismiss Janklow's entire case. Judge Keene found that Mathiessen's reporting of the historical charges made against Janklow was fair, balanced, and protected as neutral reportage in evolving First Amendment doctrine that affords protection to reporting of charges. Janklow appealed. The next year, the Supreme Court of South Dakota reversed the dismissal, refusing to adopt the privilege of neutral reportage in South Dakota. Rejecting briefs submitted by a host of amici curiae, including the Association of American Publishers, the Freedom to Read Foundation, the American Society of Journalists and Authors, and the American Booksellers Association, among others, the High Court of South Dakota sent the case back to Judge Keene for him to rule on whether there was any evidence of wrongdoing by Viking and Matthiessen. The booksellers then successfully extricated themselves from the case. And on June 25, 1986, Judge Keene granted the booksellers' defendants' new motion for dismissal, stating, "Here is no allegation, affidavit or other assertion by the plaintiff that the publishing company and the author are anything but reputable. The author in this case has a reputation which is well known. He is not known to be a sensationalistic or scandalous writer, as those words might be defined, nor does the publisher fall into a similar category. Certainly the statements that are made fall within the area of opinion and the expression of opinions by the author. The calling up of booksellers and book distributors and expressing a view that something in the book may be false is not adequate. If anyone who felt that he was libeled in written material could stop distribution in such a fashion, it would have a chilling effect upon book distributors and book publishers." Janklow did not appeal the decision dismissing the case against the booksellers but chose, notwithstanding Judge Keene's words, to press his suit against the author and publisher. After 5 years of acrimony and endless depositions, Judge Keene again, in 1988, dismissed Janklow's case. Again Janklow appealed to the South Dakota Supreme Court. But in a 4-1 decision the majority said the First Amendment required dismissal of Janklow's $24 million suit against Viking and Matthiessen. Janklow, after stating he would pursue the case as long as he lived, chose not to take it to the United States Supreme Court. The Price suit. FBI Special Agent David Price filed his complaint in January 1984, shortly before the deadline for a libel suit. Price focused on the book's recounting of events leading up to a gunfight between FBI agents and a few members of AIM residing on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. 2 FBI agents and an Indian were killed, and Leonard Peltier, a member of AIM, was later convicted on 2 counts of murder. David Price was one of the principal FBI agents on Pine Ridge. Price said that Mathiessen defamed him by charging that he and other FBI agents engaged in illegal conduct. According to Price, the book contained allegations that agents induced witnesses to commit perjury and obstructed justice in the Peltier case and others, that they were racists and killers, and that they were corrupt and vicious in their treatment of the Indians on the reservation. Price also disputed Mathiesen's conclusion that Peltier's conviction may have been a miscarriage of justice because of FBI misconduct and that the Bureau's actions were part of a larger conspiracy to crush the Indian movement. Price tried to impugn Mathiesen's sources by pointing out that some of them were AIM members who had been convicted of criminal acts for the occupation of Wounded Knee. He called their supporters and lawyers gangsters, hoodlums, and liars. The legal proceedings cost Mathiessen and Viking substantial sums. In addition, Mathiessen, his editor Elizabeth Sifton, and Viking spent a miserable 7 years in a lawsuit that one judge characterized as acrimonious. There were 4 different decisions by 4 different courts in 2 states dismissing the various claims before the case reached the U.S. Supreme Court. Price originally filed suit in state court in Rapid City, South Dakota. He probably reasoned that the jury would be dominated by white ranchers and that he could play to considerable anti-Indian sentiment with the hope of securing a multimillion-dollar verdict against a New York author and publisher. The defendants, however, objected to the attempt to get the case tried before a friendly jury, claiming they should not have to go to trial in South Dakota. When the defendants won the point in the South Dakota State Court, Price unsuccessfully pressed his case in the South Dakota Federal Court before the trial was finally transferred to Minneapolis, perhaps the best city in the United States in which to defend such a case. Jurors there are knowledgeable about Indian affairs and, over the years, have shown concern for freedom of the press. Judges in Minneapolis have been more skeptical of government claims than those in South Dakota. In a trailblazing decision, Judge Diane E. Murphy of the Minnesota Federal Court upheld the author's and publisher's position and dismissed most of the claims in the case. But she felt compelled to give Price an opportunity to come up with proof that few of his claims might have some merit. After allowing Price 2 years of investigation and questioning of the author, however, Judge Murphy dismissed the remaining claims. Her decision upheld, for the first time, the right of an author to publish an entirely one-sided view of people and events. Writing in the New York Times on January 15, 1986, Herbert Mitgong asserted the 33-page ruling would encourage greater freedom for authors, less fear and suppression in publishing houses and broader availability of books on controversial subjects. In her decision, Judge Murphy wrote, Viking recognized that responsible publishing companies owe some duty to the public to undertake difficult but important works. Judge Murphy cited the need for great leeway in an author's right to his opinion. The book deals with historical events, she said, but does so from a very pointed perspective. The book's tone and style suggest that the statements in question are opinion. Furthermore, Judge Murphy said, an author has the freedom to develop a thesis, conduct research in an effort to support the thesis, and publish an entirely one-sided view of people and events. The reader, she added, not only expects to find opinion but probably is in active search of opinion. Judge Murphy said it was understandable that the FBI agent was distressed by parts of the book. But it is not for this court to balance his distress with the right to freedom of speech vigorously asserted by defendants, she declared. The Supreme Court has already struck that balance with respect to public officials, and in the absence of clear and convincing evidence of actual malice with respect to a statement of fact concerning plaintiff, the balance tips in favor of free speech. The First Amendment must be given its fullest force when public officials seek to suppress criticism and debate. The conduct of such agents in exerting their federal authority is a matter of legitimate public interest, Judge Murphy said. Speech about government and its officers, about how well or badly they carry out their duties, lies at the very heart of the First Amendment, she declared. She pointed out that the book contained an enormous amount of this kind of speech and that it is this form of speech which the framers of the Bill of Rights were most anxious to protect. Criticism of government is entitled to the maximum protection of the First Amendment. Price appealed, and a year later a federal appeals court heard argument in St. Paul, Minnesota. As in Janklow, the court received amicus briefs, this time from William Starrin, Kurt Vonnegut, John Irving, Alfred Kazin, and Susan Sontag of Penn, the Society of Poets, Essayists, and Novelists. On August 7, 1989, the United States Court of Appeals for the Eighth Circuit unanimously affirmed all of Judge Murphy's rulings. In his decision, Judge Gerald Heaney, writing for the three-judge panel, also lent the weight of the appellate court to the expansive reading of New York Times v. Sullivan, the landmark case decided by the Warren Court that held that the First Amendment precludes most libel suits by public officials. In 1964, the Sullivan decision dramatically changed libel law by requiring government officials and other public figures who sue for libel to show that the material in question was published with actual malice, with knowledge of the falsity, or with reckless disregard for the truth of the charges. Judge Heaney said, "The motivating factor in the court's analysis was protection for criticism of public officials and speech regarding issues of political concern. The New York Times standard was constructed in light of three truths about public speech. First, false statements would necessarily occur in the course of a vigorous public debate. Second, absent protection for even false statements, destructive self-censorship would result. Third, the legal standards for defamation must protect defendants from the self-censorship imposed by threats of litigation. The court felt that debate on matters of public concern should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open. It may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. The Federal Court of Appeals in Price and the highest state court in Janklow resolved an extraordinary conflict in libel law, whether or not it is libelous to repeat the unproven charges and countercharges made during a political controversy. Price relied on the previously accepted law that repeating a false accusation, even against a government official, could be libelous. But I argued on Viking and Mathiessen's behalf that some of the accusations reported were true, and that, in any event, reporting the historical fact that the accusations were made was necessary to show the Indians' view of people and events. I said a writer discussing government officials must be free to present the views of government critics. Janklow and Price sought to make a distinction between so-called responsible critics, members of Congress, the New York Times editorial page, or court records, all of which Mathiessen quoted, and sources whom Price described as leftists, AIM members, and their sympathizers. This distinction between good and bad sources had been accepted by some courts. The question of whom writers may quote without fear of libel pervades all writing about controversial matters involving living people. Unless authors can quote as yet unproven accusations and both sides of controversial events, they cannot report and analyze the historical record. Judge Heaney and his colleagues agreed with our view that even if a government official could be injured by such reports, to suppress them would unduly inhibit debate on issues of public significance. They also recognized the importance of a national standard, rather than a different set of rules for each state. For if a book or newspaper or television show could be suppressed in a particular state by the threats of a libel suit, the national media would avoid controversial subjects. Judge Heaney wrote, "Sometimes it is difficult to write about controversial events without getting into some controversy along the way. In this setting, we have decided that the Constitution requires more speech rather than less. Our decision is an anomaly in a time when tort analysis increasingly focuses on whether there was an injury, for in debating this case we have searched diligently for fault and ignored certain injury. But there is a larger injury to be considered, the damage done to every American when a book is pulled from a shelf, as in this case, or when an idea is not circulated. In its entirety, Crazy Horse focuses more on public institutions and social forces than it does on any public official. The sentiments it expresses are debatable. We favor letting the debate continue." The Price decision upheld the federal standard and indeed expanded it by clarifying the right of authors and journalists to quote sources on both sides of a dispute, however hostile or disreputable the sources may be. Price made two separate applications to the United States Supreme Court to have Judge Heaney's decision reversed. Both times the court refused to hear him. We can hope the landmark decision and the values it expresses will be followed by other courts. The Price case could become a standard for courts to embrace as an alternative to the kind of decisions the Supreme Court will probably hand down in the 1990s. Had Price and Janklow won their cases against In the Spirit of Crazy Horse, the results would have been calamitous. Reporters would have been reluctant to rely on sources that judges and juries might find disreputable, and officials would have been encouraged to silence their critics with costly libel suits. I myself still find the Sullivan case most persuasive. It appropriately balances the scales between a free press and responsible reporting. Justice Hugo Black, in his opinion in that case, wrote, "I doubt that a country can live in freedom where its people can be made to suffer physically or financially for criticizing their government, its actions, or its officials." Unfortunately, his doubt does not appear to be uppermost today in the minds of the majority of our Supreme Court justices.